Oh, he's picked that up beautifully, and that's the first 6. There it is. 60 strikes, the first one. Now, Chris Green, he's someone who likes bowling in the power play. That's about his field placings. Only 2 allowed outside the circle in the first 2 overs. It's beautifully timed, nice and sweet, and that's gone for 4. It's a fine shot.
Much better.
A little bit flatter that time. Got a bit of pad on that. I think only pad, not bat. We'll have to wait and see what the umpire tells us. Yep, leg buys. Now Chris Green, as I said, he's extremely experienced. Flight that time, beautifully played by David Malan. That is just a wonderful shot. That is just outstanding. Over extra cover for 6. What a beauty. That's picked up brilliantly as well. Is that gone? Yes, it has. Another 6. Bowled him. Arm ball. Beautifully bowled. Didn't expect that, that's for sure. So it's a comeback of sorts from Chris Green.
Terrific. It was almost a seam-up delivery. Hit the top of off, the coach says. Why not, says Green, even if you're an off-spinner. Gladiators lose their first for 34 on the board. Lewis, 11.
Zealand. This is the non-strikers in, and watching that one get smashed for 6. Got a few spinners, and that one just spun through the fielder.
Well, this is good use of the feet, and that's a glorious looking shot down the ground. 1 bounce, 4 runs. Oh, he starts with a terrible delivery first up, and this is punished. It's punished all the way for a maximum. Oh, this has gone high up in the air, and it's gonna go for 4 runs. 1 bounce and over the ropes. Well, this one is off the bat, into the arc, and it goes for 6 runs. Oh, it's the veteran into the attack, and he goes for 4 runs here. Prakrant Oja. Well, this is good use of the feet, and that is absolutely smashed. It goes for another 6. Big, big shot this.
By Walsh. Rungan hammered right out of the middle, and that's gone for 6 more, dealing in big boundaries today. David Malan
brings up his 50 in just 22 deliveries.
Outstanding again. That's right out of the middle, and that's gone far as well. That is superb stuff.
Again, eyes on the ball, just all timing.
Brings up 110 on the board now, and smacked all over the place. Bouncer. Good bouncer too, by the way. Oh, no ball's been called.
We saw Walsh holding his hand up in apology. I just wonder if he was apologizing to the keeper or the batter.
Free hit this one. It's flat, and it's gone for 6. The Tents are getting some dents tonight. Oh, that's pretty straight. Up goes that finger. Yep, there it is. Nice and slow. Means a victory for the bowler. He'll be delighted with that, Chris Wood.
David Malan goes for a well-made 67. It's 118 for 2.
So 10 legitimate deliveries left in this game. It's just perfect now for the captain, Shahid Afridi, to come out and have a bit of fun. He's got good reach, Afridi, and he's got that away for a boundary. That's nicely played. That's sweet. Given that a belt, and first ball has travelled a long, long way. That is a beauty. What a start for the last over.
That's a mighty hit. Probably the biggest 6.
It's a little bit leg side. Has gone over the top of DK and has gone for 4. 2 balls left. A solid drive. Should be able to pick up a couple. Oh, they've got a couple more than a couple. 140 on the board. And that's where it stays. Furniture disturbed with the last ball of the innings.
And you've got to say, they'll be really happy with their effort. 140 is an extremely competitive score.
Malan at the other end, but he played a good hand as well. And Malan, look at that, 67 of 26. But Kelly from New Zealand played nice at that 45. So yeah, Brian, I'm with you. 140 is a big total to win the first game. They've got a good hand on things at the moment of the Texas Gladiators.
60 deliveries to get 141 runs. It's going to be a tough task, especially with scoreboard pressure playing in their minds.
And really try and get his team over the line. Shahid Afridi, Riaz in picture a short while ago. Legends of Pakistan cricket over the years. Shahid Afridi, goodness, he's still going. Colin Munro, the left-hander. He'll be on strike.
Well, the franchise world of cricket is a funny one because not too long ago at the GT20, both Colin Munro and Jason Behrendorff were teammates. Well, they start with a dot ball. Well, this is a miss hit, and it's in the gap. It's going to be the first boundary of this innings. Well, this time it's down the ground, a couple of steps down the pitch. Well, this might be a bit of a release, and he's going to get 6 runs for it. Maqsood does connect very well on that occasion.
He really needs to get going. And he will, with a ball that's growing wings as it goes. Terrific hit.
Good in this over. Can he close it out? It's a short arm jab, and that's flat, and that's gone for 6. That is a beauty. What a way to finish that over.
Oh, this one will travel. It was 6 the moment it hit the bat. He's going to be content with single. Oh, he might get more. He might get more. And Afridi puts his hand up and apologizes. It's going to end with a boundary.
That's edge, that has gone for 4. Hasn't struck that well, hit the bottom of the bat, and that's an easy catch for Wahab Riaz. And Dinesh Karthik, the new man in, skipper, comes into the crease. Has he timed that well enough? Yes, he has. Width on the ball. This time he goes on the leg side, and that'll be another 6. Second of the over. This is a fantastic start to the 9th over. Oh, that struck well. Will be for 1 bounce into the fence. This time he's gone over 3rd. It's edged and it's another 4. Oh, good stumping. Excellent stumping.
67. The score is 90 for 2.
So far, Chris Green, the new man in.
Catch it, catch it, catch it, catch it!
He's not struck that as well as you would have liked, and that's dropped. Should have been taken.
Bowler's not amused.
Well, it's not amused because they get a single, gets Dinesh Karthik on strike, and he absolutely wallops the next delivery for 6.
Catch it now, catch it now!
This could be a wicket. Oh, he holds on to it.
They win by 42 runs to the Texas Gladiators and get their campaign up and running. A good crowd we've had as well. Revisit the batting card. Maqsood stands out with 67 off 36. Munro, retired hurt, took a blow to the wrist, I think. And then Karthik came out, played a couple of shots, but it was not enough. 98 for 3. They would have needed a lot more runs in more of a quicker manner. Partnerships, 59 to start, and then 21. Nothing else to really talk about.
Fuller conceding just 7 runs in his 2 overs with an economy of 3.5. That is exceptional stuff. Absolutely exceptional. Ned with an economy of 8.5 was also very good. Wickets, though, for Nisarg, who picked up 2. So that's the story of the game so far. Texas Gladiators were asked to bat first. David Malan got 67, Kelly got 45, which enabled them to get to 140 in the 10. Dallas Lone Stars, unfortunately, could not get there. Maqsood with 67 fell short by 42 runs.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps.
And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
And impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
from Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of power, Delhi.
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
And impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
from Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of power, Delhi.
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps.
And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big.
Tensions arise in Maheshmari in South 24 Parganas of West Bengal after a minor girl was allegedly abducted and murdered. After the student did not return home from tuitions, a complaint was filed at the Joynagar police station last night. The police had then launched a search operation on receipt of the complaint, and the dead body of the minor girl was recovered from the empty field early this morning with multiple injuries. The body has been sent for post-mortem as well. Anger, however, grew over the incident. A police camp was vandalized and set on fire. Locals allege that despite the presence of police in the police camp nearby, the incident took place and that there was a delay in launching a search operation. Listen into what the police had to say.
9টার সময় যখন আমাদের কাছে খবর আসে মিসিং হয় মেয়েটি আমরা ইমিডিয়েটলি ইনভেস্টিগেশন শুরু করে দিই। কোথা থেকে মিসিং হলো ওই তদন্ত আমরা খতিয়ে দেখি। ভোর 3টে নাগাদ আমরা অ্যাকিউজটাকে অ্যারেস্ট করলাম, অ্যাকিউজড কনফেস করলো, তারপরে কোথায় ওটাকে আমরা তারপরে বডিটাকে আমরা রিকভার করলাম 3:30 নাগাদ, এক্স্যাক্ট অ্যারাউন্ড 3:30 নাগাদ।
My colleague Saurabh joins us with more details. Saurabh, take us to this incident and the protests that followed.
Well, what we've heard from local reports is that the girl, who's a 9-year-old, was actually, headed home. And she had told her father that she was going home after tuition last evening. And then, of course, she did not reach home. When the father reached home later, he found out that she was not at home. So they approached the police. And then, of course, the police directed them to the nearest police station. Now, after a complaint was lodged, the police say they launched a search operation. And they, of course, identified with whom the girl was last seen. And then, of course, they, apprehended the accused. And the accused has admitted to, murdering her. And then, of course, they went and recovered the body, is what the police say. The body is sent for a postmortem. However, we have been given to understand that the postmortem is yet to begin. And also, the police have arrested the accused and they've lodged a case at this point of murder. But what exactly happened is something that the police say is a matter of investigation. But there was considerable anger after the incident, leading to locals setting ablaze a police outpost or a police camp as it's known in the area. And after that, the police fired tear gas shells to bring the situation under control and to restore law and order in the area.
Thank you, Saurabh, for joining us and bringing us those details. Shifting focus, the Indigo airline is facing a system outage which has impacted their flight movements. Airline customers in various airports across India have taken to social media to complain of a long wait at check-in lines, some even saying that they're unable to book flights for more than an hour. The All India impact was observed since 12:30 p.m. today. Indigo says that it is experiencing a temporary system slowdown affecting websites, booking systems as well. It warns that passengers might be experiencing slower check-ins and longer queues at airports. The Indigo airline statement also says that they can expect delays in their flights as well. Remember, this comes almost an hour after passengers on social media platforms had been complaining of huge crowds, long waits at airports across the nation. Indigo, in fact, confirming that they did face a temporary system slowdown. However, we're yet to know if the issue has been resolved and if their systems are back on track. But the slowdown then affected their websites, their booking systems. The passengers were complaining on social media about how they were unable to book tickets as well. My colleague Ishika joins us with more details. Ishika, do we have information on if this issue has been resolved?
Well, yes, Sharti. In fact, as you rightly said, the people at the airports across India are in fact facing a lot of trouble. It is in fact a chaos-like situation. The check-in lines, in fact, are very long currently. People, in fact, are tweeting about it on the social media as well, that some of them are not even able to book flights. Now, the advisory, in fact, has come out from the Indigo side where they are saying that there's certainly systemic slowdown is what they're calling it, a temporary systemic slowdown. And they're saying that all the necessary help is going to be provided to all the people who are facing currently problems. Because remember, what we are getting to know that this is an all-India impact. All the passengers of the Indigo flights, in fact, have been impacted because of this. And this problem is there from 12:30 p.m. itself. Now, the Indigo certainly hasn't said that at what time around, it is this problem is going to be resolved. But they are saying that, it is likely that it will be resolved as soon as possible. But for that time being, the assistance is being provided to the people at the airport. But certainly chaos-like situation is what we are seeing on the social media, people tweeting about it as well, that they had to face a lot of inconvenience.
Right. Thank you, Ashika, for joining us and bringing us those details. External Affairs Minister S.J. Shankar affirmed that his upcoming visit to Pakistan was to visit Pakistan for the SCO meeting and not to discuss the India-Pakistan relations. He said the visit was all about the multilateral event and it was about being a good member of the SCO. He also spoke about the situation in the Middle East with rising tensions. He said the Middle East is a cause of concern and that India is concerned at the possibility of broadening of the conflict in Middle East. Listen in.
Yes, I am scheduled to go to Pakistan in the middle of this month, and that is for a meeting of the SCO heads of government. But I do want to say it will be for a multilateral event. I mean, I'm not going there to discuss India-Pakistan relations. I'm going there to be a good member of the SCO, but you know, since I'm a courteous and civil person, I will behave myself accordingly. The conflict is widening. What we saw as a terrorist attack, then the response, then we saw what happened in Gaza, now you're seeing it in, Lebanon, exchange of between Israel and Iran, the Houthis firing on the Red Sea. This is actually costing us. So I would say, honestly today, whether it is the conflict in Ukraine or the conflict in the Middle East, West Asia, these are big factors of instability, big factors of concern. I think the entire world, including us, we are worried about it and we are trying to see at least where we can make a difference and do what we can.
We'll bring you more on these stories. For now, a short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Osama Shah. We are tracking the Haryana Dangal as the voting for the crucial assembly election is underway. We'll get you all the details, but first, let's take a look at the headlines. High-stakes battle in Haryana. Voting takes place in single phase today. 49.1% voter turnout till 3 p.m. Chief Minister Saini, Vinesh Phogat and Manohar Lal Khattar among the top faces who cast their vote. Haryana Chief Minister Nayab Singh Saini speaks exclusively to NDTV and says there is no anti-incumbency in Haryana. While Manohar Lal Khattar, he reaffirms that Saini will remain Haryana's Chief Minister. Congress's Bhupinder Hooda, while speaking to NDTV, said that he is confident of a majority for the Congress. He also reiterated that the High Command will take a decision on the Chief Minister face. A girl's body was found in a canal in West Bengal's South 24 Parganas. One accused was arrested after he confessed locals hold protest. Indigo airline faces system slowdown impacting flight operations. Passengers say they have been waiting in long queues for hours. Indigo, in the meanwhile, assures its passengers of best possible assistance. External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Shankar said that Middle East is a cause of great concern and that the conflict is widening. On his Pakistan visit, he says he is going to attend the SCO meet and not to discuss India-Pakistan ties. But the big story that we are tracking is the Haryana Dangal. The voting, in fact, started at 7 a.m. this morning in Haryana. The state is going to polls in a single phase. Long queues were seen at several polling booths as the voter decide the electoral fate of 1,031 candidates, including 101 women. Now, Haryana polled the voting percentage till 3 p.m. was 49.1%. Several leaders, they in fact headed out to cast their vote, including some famous names like Vinesh Phogat and Manohar Lal Khattar, including the outgoing Chief Minister Nayab Singh Saini. The key candidates, in fact, among these, also the Congresses, besides JJP, Dushyant Chautala, were also present to cast their vote. Candidates, they're fighting it out for Karnal. They spoke to NDTV as well as Haryana Chief Minister Nayab Singh Saini and Congress leader Bhupinder Singh Hooda.
We have Chief Minister with us. So, sir, how do you see this election campaign? कैसे देख रहे हैं election?
देखिए, हमारा हरियाणा का जो हमारी कन्वेंसिंग चली है, हरियाणा प्रदेश के अंदर हमारी पूरी लीडरशिप, केंद्रीय लीडरशिप, आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी, आदरणीय अमित शाह जी, आदरणीय जगत प्रकाश नड्डा जी, आदरणीय ठाकुर राजनाथ सिंह जी, हमारी तमाम केंद्रीय लीडरशिप, हमारे चीफ मिनिस्टर्स वो हरियाणा के अंदर कैंपेनिंग के अंदर आए हैं। एक बड़ा मोमेंटम पूरे हरियाणा प्रदेश के अंदर बना है और लोगों का ये मन बना कि हम तीसरी बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी
मुख्यमंत्री साहब
बड़े मैंडेट
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे
कोई
देख
एंटी
रहे हैं?
इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है। कांग्रेस के अंदर एंटी इनकम्बेंसी है। कांग्रेस का क्योंकि जो उनकी दलाली की दुकान थी, जो उनकी दुकान में झूठ का सामान था, वो खत्म हो चुका है और कांग्रेस के पास कोई सामान नहीं बचा। कांग्रेस के पास कोई जनाधार नहीं रहा। उनकी दुकान में जो झूठ का सामान था वो भी लोग
अशोक तंवर दलित नेता है, दलित राजनीति हो रही है, लगातार वोट बैंक है, तो उसको कैसे देखते हैं? लास्ट मोमेंट पे कांग्रेस में ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं। हाउ डू यू सी दिस डेवलपमेंट?
नहीं, देखिए, आप अशोक तंवर से बात कर सकते हैं इस विषय के ऊपर, तो क्योंकि उसने कोई भी दल नहीं छोड़ा। उसने अपनी पार्टी भी बनाई थी, कांग्रेस में रहा है, कांग्रेस के बाद अपना दल बनाया, फिर वो बसपा में चला गया, बसपा के बाद आम आदमी में चला गया, आम आदमी के बाद वो बीजेपी में आया, बीजेपी ने बड़ा सम्मान दिया था। अब कई लोगों को सम्मान भी नहीं हजम होता है। अब फिर वो दोबारा उसी डर्रे पे चला गया जहां पर फैक्ट्री में जलेबी।
कितनी सीटें एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं?
बहुत बड़े मैंडेट के साथ आप ऐतिहासिक सीटें हरियाणा के अंदर आ रही है और
थर्ड टाइम आ रही है,
तीसरी बार सरकार बना रहे हैं।
So we can see the Chief Minister of Haryana. He has already said that they are quite confident and they will be able to win this election. So as of now, we have seen he talked to NDTV. He was saying that he is getting a lot of response, and third time the BJP is going to form the government. This thing will be clear once the result will be out. But as of now, we have seen the Chief Minister along with his wife. They have come to cast their vote at Mirzapur village, and where he talked to NDTV and saying they are quite confident they will be able to retain power in the state. With Vijay, Rajesh Kumar, this is Group Singh China for NDTV, Mirzapur village, Haryana.
I'm currently joined with Bhupinder Singh Hooda. He is the former Chief Minister of Haryana. Sir, what are the feelings अभी आपकी? आप वोट कास्ट करके आ चुके हो, कॉन्फिडेंस कितना है अभी?
देखिए, पूरे हरियाणा में कांग्रेस के पक्ष में लहर चल रही है। कांग्रेस आ रही है, भाजपा जा रही है।
सर, 10 साल तक ये गैप रह गया कांग्रेस के उसमें। 10 सालों बाद क्या नई उम्मीदें लेकर के, क्या नई एक्सपेक्टेशंस और काम लेकर के कांग्रेस आने की सोच रही है?
देखिए, 2014 में जब कांग्रेस ने सरकार छोड़ी, उस टाइम हरियाणा प्रति व्यक्ति आय, प्रति व्यक्ति निवेश, कानून व्यवस्था, नौकरी देने में और खेल खिलाड़ियों में नंबर 1 था। आज बेरोजगारी में नंबर 1 हो गया इनके 10 साल में। महंगाई बहुत ज़्यादा हो गई, किसान की आमदनी तो दुगनी हुई नहीं, लागत कई गुना बढ़ गई। इसी प्रकार से खेल और खिलाड़ियों को देखा आपने, हमारी पहलवान बेटियों को अब तक न्याय नहीं मिला। तो इस सरकार से सब वर्ग त्रस्त है, चाहे किसान हो, मजदूर हो, व्यापारी हो, कर्मचारी हो, शहरी हो, ग्रामीण हो। तो ये साफ जो उनको एक ही कांग्रेस की तरफ ही देख रहे हैं, इस वास्ते कांग्रेस की सरकार बनने जा रही है।
सर, मनोहर लाल खट्टर जी ने बोला है कि तीसरी बार कंसेक्यूटिव टर्म में आएंगे बीजेपी।
मनोहर लाल खट्टर जी 9.5 साल मुख्यमंत्री रहे, फिर ऐसा क्या कारण था उनको बदल दिया? आज उनके पोस्टरों पे उनकी फोटो भी नहीं है, फिर क्या जरूरत थी? ये चेहरे बदलते रहेंगे, लोगों ने इनको ही बदलने का फैसला कर दिया।
सर, मुद्दों की बात करें तो अग्निवीर और फार्मर्स प्रोटेस्ट को लेकर के, इस पे कांग्रेस क्या काम करेगी?
कांग्रेस क्यों नहीं करेगी? कांग्रेस को हरियाणा में जो है MSP की लीगल गारंटी देगी किसानों को, और अग्निवीर के तो हम इस सिस्टम के खिलाफ हम रेगुलर भर्ती की बात करें।
सर, कुमारी शैलजा जी भी होप कर रही हैं कि मतलब उनको भी
ठीक है, हर का होता ही है, राजनीति में है, वो सीनियर लीडर हैं, सबकी हैं, आकांक्षाएं होती हैं। आकांक्षाएं नहीं होंगी किसी की तो कोई प्रगति नहीं कर सकता। आप भी आगे नहीं जाओगे अगर आपको बढ़ने की आदत नहीं होगी।
सर, चीफ मिनिस्टर के जो फेस है, अगर कांग्रेस को ले आई लोग, तो फिर चीफ मिनिस्टर के लिए कौन बनेगा?
चीफ मिनिस्टर वो बनेगा जिसको विधायकों का मत दिया जाएगा और हाईकमांड फैसला करेगी, जो फैसला करेंगे वही बनेगा।
शुक्रिया सर, thank you so much. So that was the former Chief Minister Bhupinder Singh Hooda speaking exclusively to NDTV and telling us about various issues such as the farmers' protest and of course the Agniveer scheme as well, that they will be particularly tackling if the Congress government, the Congress party is brought in and elected in these state assembly elections. With camera person Sachin Gupta, this is Tanushka Datta for NDTV.
All right. In fact, the next story that we are tracking at this moment is the BJP, in fact, launched a sharp attack on the Congress, alleging that a woman was molested on stage at a Congress event. Now, this was in the presence of Dipender Hooda. BJP's Shehzad Poonawalla, he shared this video on his social media. Meanwhile, Congress MP Kumari Shelja, she has spoken out following an alleged molestation attempt involving this Congress worker during a public rally. Shelja recounted this incident and said that she has spoken to this person and that this woman, she's told Kumari Shelja that some people were touching her and trying to remove her from the stage.
मेरी बात भी हुई उनसे और वो बता रही हैं कि उनको काफ़ी वहाँ पर तंग किया गया और काफ़ी देर से कोई कभी उनको हाथ लगा रहे थे, कोहनी मार रहे थे, मंच से हटाना चाह रहे थे और जो वीडियो में भी हमने सामने देखा फिर मैंने उनसे पुष्टि की है इस बात की तो उन्होंने कहा कि उनके साथ बहुत इस तरह से मिसबिहेव हुआ है तो इससे ज़्यादा बुरी बात क्या हो सकती है, इससे ज़्यादा निंदनीय बात क्या हो सकती है। ये तो उनका बहिष्कार होना चाहिए और एक्शन होना चाहिए।
All right, my colleague Tanushka joins us to get us more on this. Tanushka, although Kumari Shelja, she has spoken about it and the Congress has taken note of this entire incident, but the BJP, it is going to make it one of those issues, one of the poll issues, especially because this has happened during the entire Haryana elections. What are the details that you can give us?
Definitely, Osama, this is a sensitive issue that the BJP will be, focusing on at this point. What we understand from Kumari Shelja's, what she has said out to the media is that she has spoken with this woman who was allegedly at this Congress rally, and she was on the stage as well, wherein allegedly Dipender Hooda was also there, and she was touched inappropriately, and she was molested with at this rally. Now, this is what Kumari Shelja, Member of Parliament, confirms. She says that she's spoken with this woman and she confirms that she has been definitely misbehaved with at this Congress rally. Now, jumping to the opportunity here, Haryana BJP has also taken to the social media platform X and has posted the video of this alleged, molestation attempt on this woman. And this video has been talked about and posted by Shehzad Poonawalla as well. And at this point, the BJP is also condemning this act and asking that why is it that Dipender Hooda is silent on the issue, whereas Kumari Shelja has clearly said that this is something that even the Congress condemns and that will not be tolerated.
All right, Tanushka, thank you very much for getting us all the latest. So, this video that you can see on your screens and that has been posted by the BJP's Shehzad Poonawalla, it clearly shows this woman, she was misbehaved with, and Kumari Shelja has taken note and the Congress has taken note of this entire incident. Tanushka, thank you very much for getting us all the latest. Moving on to our other big story that we are tracking from West Bengal, unrest has taken place over a minor's murder. Allegedly, this minor was abducted and murdered in West Bengal, and tension has risen in South 24 Pargana after this minor girl was allegedly abducted and murdered. This after the student did not return home from tuitions. A complaint was filed at the Joynagar police station last night. The police launched a search on receipt of the complaint, and the dead body of the minor girl was recovered from an empty field early this morning with multiple injuries. Now, the body has been sent for post-mortem, and anger over the entire incident in Rue, a police camp, was vandalized and set on fire. Locals, they allege that despite the presence of police in the police camp nearby, the incident took place and there was a delay in launching a search.
9টার সময় যখন আমাদের কাছে খবর আসে মিসিং হয় মেয়েটি, আমরা ইমিডিয়েটলি ইনভেস্টিগেশন শুরু করে দিই। কোথা থেকে মিসিং হলো ওই তদন্ত আমরা খতিয়ে দেখি। ভোর 3টে নাগাদ আমরা অ্যাকিউজটাকে অ্যারেস্ট করলাম, অ্যাকিউজড কনফেস করলো। তারপরে কোথায় ওটাকে আমরা তারপরে বডিটাকে আমরা রিকভার করলাম 3:30 নাগাদ, এক্স্যাক্ট অ্যারাউন্ড 3:30 নাগাদ।
All right, my colleague Saurabh Gupta joins us to get us more on this. Saurabh, break it down for us. What exactly happened? From what we understand, there were protests, etc., especially from the opposition parties there in West Bengal. How sensitive is this issue, and what are the police doing as far as making sure that nothing unruly happens in South 24 Pargana?
Well, there's a lot of police presence in the area, and we are actually near the Mohishamari Ghat where this incident took place. And this is, of course, a very, very remote location. Now, to give you a sense of the idea where, the body was found, this is the spot. You can see in these pictures, the police have, put tape around the spot marking it as the crime scene. This is where the body was recovered in the morning. Now, as you heard, the police officer, after they received a complaint, they reached the spot. They, of course, also found out who was last seen with the young girl, and then from there, they actually identified the accused. They arrested him, interrogated him, and then early in the morning, they found the body here. Now, I can ask my camera person to zoom in and show you. This is, of course, where the body was found very early in the morning. But after that, there was anger in the area. This is, of course, at least 2 kilometers or more from even the police camp, where initially the family went to lodge a complaint. From there, they were directed to the police station, which is quite some distance away. And then, of course, the police, upon receipt of the complaint, started an investigation. But, having said that, given the distances, there was some time before the investigation could start. And, of course, the police identified the accused and then, of course, recovered the body from right here near the Mohishamari Ghat. This is a very, very remote area. And, of course, after that, the police camp about 2.5 kilometers away from here was also set on fire by angry locals. The post-mortem, the body has been sent for. The police have registered a case of murder and kidnapping. But beyond that, if there are any other sections to be added, that would be added later. The BJP, of course, is targeting the Trinamool over this issue. But this is, of course, an issue that has led to considerable unrest in the area, leading to the deployment of heavy police presence. You can still see in these pictures, there are policemen posted here as well, guarding the crime scene or the place of occurrence. And of course, this part of this area, which is the crime scene, has been completely barricaded, and the police are continuing their investigation. Right now, the area, of course, is peaceful, but obviously, earlier in the day and early in the morning, there was a lot of tension here. The police had to fire tear gas shells, had to, resort to mild lathi charge to bring the situation under control after the body of this young girl who had gone for tuitions yesterday evening was found here with injuries on her body.
Saurabh Gupta, thank you very much for getting us all the latest from there. Time now for a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From maximum city, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
have been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news.
Welcome back. Multiple Indigo flights have been impacted countrywide. This happened after a system outage was reported by Indigo. Multiple systems slowed down across India, and slower check-ins and delays were being reported. Several flights, they were impacted pan-India. Indigo has in fact issued multiple travel advisories, including the latest that they issued just about an hour ago, where they said that they assure passengers that they are working relentlessly to provide the best. In fact, my colleague Pratibha joins us on the phone line to get us more on this. Pratibha, what is the latest that you can tell us at the moment?
Well, what we are hearing right now is that the crowd is dwindling at the counters, and the check-in as well as the check-out is being handled with respect to the airline staff. However, at 11 a.m. this wasn't the case due to alleged server problem in Indigo Airlines. Passengers were stranded. There were a lot of crowds, queues running to greater lengths. This was the condition or the visuals that were seen at the arrival gate as well as the departure gate of Terminal 1. And some flights had to be rescheduled, and delay in takeoff as well as the check-in was seemed to be a problem, which is getting rectified now, is what we hear from the passengers. The crowds are also dwindling at the counters, at the Indigo counters at the airport. And what we are also hearing is that the airline staff is now making arrangements, alternate arrangements, now that the server problem issue is being handled.
All right, Pratibha Raman, thank you very much for getting us all the latest. We'll keep a track of the situation as it develops. And Adani University in Ahmedabad is conducting its first convocation today. Dr. Preeti Adani, the president of Adani University, she spoke at this event and said that their vision is to create a university of excellence. Listen in.
On this historical day, I welcome you all to Adani University's first ever convocation. It's a wonderful day today. It's a day that validates our chairman's vision to create a university of excellence. This is the first day for this to start this journey, and that's why it's going to be one of the most memorable days in the history of Adani University. As you all know, the move to form a university was finally approved in 2022. And this happened after relentless, enduring efforts. So I take this opportunity to congratulate the senior leadership, the faculty members, as well as the entire administrative staff who have worked relentlessly so that we could see this day today. Now let me address the stars of today. My dear graduating Adaniites, congratulations to all of you, and this is a fantastic defining moment for all of you. This is a day to celebrate your dreams, your aspirations, your beliefs, and your achievements. Education is an incalculable luminosity. While everyone knows that knowledge is intangible, but the progress of humanity is dependent on its trickling effect on the very last person in the society. And this is through formal and meaningful education. Both Gautam and I believe that education in life sciences with a special focus on research and innovation will shape the new face of India. Our country is a powerhouse of human capital, and the Adani University, in alignment with our Prime Minister's vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat, strives to harness the right talent through education. Friends, the pursuit to knowledge is never ending, and this convocation is not the end. It is a milestone celebration of the knowledge you have gathered here before you enter the professional world. So make no mistakes that in the professional world, there will be times when you will unlearn, relearn, and again excel in whatever you do. Having said that, this small aberration should not even deter you from attaining excellence. If you need to possess knowledge, tenacity, rationality, and intelligence. With this, you are unstoppable.
Time now for a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
High-stakes battle in Haryana, voting in single phase taking place today. 49.1% voter turnout till 3 p.m. A girl's body was found in a canal in West Bengal's South 24 Parganas. One accused was arrested after he confessed. Indigo airline faces system slowdown impacting flight operations. Passengers say they have been waiting in long queues for hours. Indigo assures passengers of best possible assistance. External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Shankar said that the Middle East is a cause of concern and that the conflict is widening. On his Pakistan visit, he says he's going to attend the SCO meet and not to discuss India-Pakistan ties.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues.
Hello friends and welcome to a fresh new week, welcome to fresh new gadgets, welcome to fresh new technology because ये है एकदम fresh new episode of your favorite gadget show. The name is Gadgets 360 with Technical Guruji. मेरा नाम है गौरव aka Technical Guruji और basically ये जो show है ना यहाँ पे I try to bring in everything all together. नए नए gadgets, नई नई आपके लिए tech tips और in fact आपके सवालों के जवाब भी. Let's see what we have in this week's episode. जल्दी से आगे बढ़ते हैं, चलिए शुरू करते हैं. Friends, as it's a normal practice now, आपको पता है, the first thing that we do is to just take a quick recap of the stuff जो हुआ पिछले पूरे हफ्ते में, because in this gadget world things move very very fast. तो एक quick recap तो बनता है कि क्या हुआ in the field of gadgets in this segment, News of the Week.
Starting October 15th, YouTube will let users upload 3-minute long shorts on YouTube. ये स्क्वायर एंड टॉल एस्पेक्ट रेशियो वाली वीडियोस पे काम करेगा एंड इसके साथ ही YouTube is also adding other tools like templates, the ability to access all of YouTube's content and जल्द ही DeepMind का सबसे केपेबल जनरेटिव वीडियो मॉडल VO भी शॉर्ट्स में कंटेंट बनाने के लिए अवेलेबल हो जाएगा. Oppo India ने रिसेंटली अपने Reno 12 Pro 5G के मनीष मल्होत्रा लिमिटेड एडिशन की सेल शुरू कर दी है. Now this is a Reno 12 Pro 5G but the collaboration with famous Indian designer Manish Malhotra means it comes with gold filigree and floral embroidery फोन के ब्लैक बैकड्रॉप पर. इस दिवाली गोल्ड कलर थीम में फोन का आस्किंग प्राइस है 36,999 राइट नाउ एंड ये Oppo के ऑफिशियल ई स्टोर फ्लिपकार्ट एंड ऑफलाइन स्टोर्स पर अवेलेबल है. Bolt India launched two new headphones, the Q headset and the Boost headset, priced at 1799 and 3799 respectively. दोनों हेडफोन्स में BoomX टेक्नोलॉजी यूज करी है बोल्ट ने, which is essentially a bass booster. इन दोनों में ही Zen ENC माइक है for noise cancellation and fast charging capabilities हैं. While Q headset day-to-day flexible usage के लिए बना है, the Boost headset is a little more prosumer friendly. WhatsApp has added new features. एक तो आप अपने कॉन्टैक्ट्स के स्टेटसेस अब लाइक कर सकते हैं और सिर्फ उन्हीं को दिखाई देगा कि आपने उनका स्टेटस लाइक किया है. Secondly, you can privately mention contacts now when you upload a status so that they definitely see that status. Mentions are private and only the particular contact is notified.
फिर द फर्स्ट सेट ऑफ गैजेट्स जो मेरे पास में हैं इस बार आपसे बात करने के लिए वो है ये एप्पल की नई वाली एप्पल वॉच सीरीज 10. दिस इज इन द टाइटेनियम एडिशन और साथ में है एप्पल वॉच अल्ट्रा 2 इन दिस न्यू ब्लैक फिनिश. ये तो बेसिकली सिमिलर एक्सपीरियंस देती है जैसे कि एप्पल वॉच अल्ट्रा 2 आज तक देती आई है, बट दिस इज अ कंप्लीटली न्यू डील बिकॉज दिस इज द स्लिमेस्ट एप्पल वॉच एवर. जी हाँ, इससे ज्यादा स्लिम आज तक कभी एप्पल ने अपनी कोई वॉच नहीं बनाई है. तो Series 10 definitely brings in a new flavor. साथ में the display is even bigger. Now the watch comes in two sizes, 42 and 46 mm, और basically aluminium के साथ में titanium के हमको options मिल रहे हैं. There is no more stainless steel, and the watch definitely has some smart features. Things like the detection of sleep apnea, या अगर हम बात करते हैं तो नया वॉच फेस काफी एक्साइटिंग लगती है Apple Watch Series 10. Let's have a closer look and understand more in detail कि आखिर Apple ने क्या नया किया है इन नई Apple Watches के साथ में.
Comparisons are the thief of joy, but Apple ने Watch 10 में जो meaningful upgrades दिए हैं, they make it a compelling choice if you're looking for a new smartwatch in the Apple ecosystem. The screens, they've gotten larger and much brighter compared to the Series 9, which came in 45mm or 41mm sizes. But the Watch 10 is slightly bigger with options of 46mm and 42mm, लेकिन screen to body ratios ज़्यादा हैं. That is why ये बड़ी feel होती है. But Apple has shaved width and weight off. Aluminium and lightweight titanium finishes की वजह से it doesn't feel that size. नया S10 chip, नए watch faces, काफ़ी सारे नए fitness related features भी हैं इसमें, like sleep apnea detection, like water temperature sensing, depth gauging and a depth app जो कि Oceanic Plus app के साथ nicely pair हो जाते हैं. Because you can take the Series 10 snorkeling and improve charging capability, not battery capacity, mind you. ये काफ़ी सारे mild increments नहीं हैं. For people looking to upgrade from Series 8 or below, the Series 10 makes sense. However, for people जिनका lifestyle थोड़ा और rough and tough है, Apple updated and upgraded the Watch Ultra. And so, this is the Apple Watch Ultra 2. 49mm का साइज सेम है बट स्क्रीन काफी ब्राइट हो गई है. The S9 chipset brings features like double tap and even Siri is faster because it's on board now. Water resistance of up to 100 meters, IP6X dust resistance continues. In fact, ये Ultra watches EN 13319 certified हैं. This means internationally recognized diving accessories. The original Watch Ultra still holds its place.
See, watches like these ये स्मार्ट तो होती हैं लेकिन हमको टाइम भी बताती हैं. एंड स्पीकिंग ऑफ टाइम, मेरे ख्याल से ऑनलाइन शॉपिंग जो है वो हम सभी का टाइम बचाती है. नाउ वी आर सो मच यूज्ड टू ऑनलाइन शॉपिंग. फिर चाहे आप Amazon पे जाएं या किसी और वेबसाइट पे, यू नो द डील, ऑनलाइन शॉपिंग इज द न्यू ट्रेंड. डिड यू नो कि Amazon का पहले नाम cadabra.com हो सकता था? जी हाँ, इट कम्स बिकॉज जब जेफ बेजोस इस Amazon के बारे में प्लान कर रहे थे, द आइडिया वॉज टू क्रिएट दिस वर्ल्ड्स बिगेस्ट बुक स्टोर. और उस टाइम पे यू नो द स्पेल आब्राकाडाब्रा, वहां से इंस्पायर होके कडाब्रा के ऊपर जो है वो एक बार को ब्रेक लगा था. बट देन थिंग्स चेंज्ड एंड दे डिसाइडेड टू गो विद Amazon बिकॉज Amazon इन फैक्ट इज द वर्ल्ड्स लार्जेस्ट रिवर इन टर्म्स ऑफ द वॉल्यूम ऑफ वाटर. तो वहां से शुरू हुआ Amazon. एंड फॉर अ फैक्ट अगर आप इनका लोगो भी देखते हैं तो इट स्टार्ट्स फ्रॉम A एंड Z के बीच में एक एरो आपको दिखाई देता है, जस्ट सिंबलाइजिंग कि यहां पे A to Z सब कुछ मिलता है. एंड दैट एरो आल्सो हैपेंस टू बी अ स्माइली फेस. फन फैक्ट, जब ये Amazon की शुरुआत हुई उस टाइम पे काफी सारे डोमेन्स को जो है वो खरीद लिया गया था. और इनफैक्ट Amazon टुडे ओन्स न्यूमरस अदर डोमेन्स. मतलब आपके लिए एक्सपेरिमेंट है, जस्ट गो ऑन टू योर ब्राउजर एंड टाइप relentless.com. जी हाँ, relentless.com. और मुझे बताना उसके बाद में क्या हुआ. यू नो वेयर टू रीच मी, इट्स वेरी इजी, tg@ndtv.com. लेट मी नो कि क्या होता है जब आप टाइप करते हैं अपने ब्राउजर में relentless.com. Friends, moving ahead, the next gadget that I have this week is again a watch. This one is from Google. ये है नई वाली Google Pixel Watch 3. Comes in 2 different sizes. This beautiful round dial, काफी immersive experience है. And again, packs a lot in terms of hardware. यहाँ पे Fitbit का आपको पूरा मजा मिलने वाला है in this watch. Quite unique offering for the Android head of things because अगर आपके पास में एक iPhone है then Apple Watch becomes the norm. But अगर हम Android की बात करते हैं तो you have Samsung's watches for Galaxy smartphones. Although वो बाकी फोन में काम करती हैं, but this is what Google thinks a smartwatch should be, especially if you have a Pixel phone. This becomes a nice companion. एक बार देखते हैं थोड़ा सा up close what exactly is going on with this Google Pixel Watch 3.
Pixel Watch 3 आपको 2 साइज ऑप्शंस में मिल जाती है, 41mm and 45mm. While the love for style and design is subjective, everyone would agree that the Pixel Watch 3 does carry a minimal feel. The aluminium finish is nice to the touch and ये ज़्यादा heavy भी नहीं है. इसका एक्चुअल डिस्प्ले कस्टम मेड 3D Corning Gorilla Glass 5 से प्रोटेक्टेड है एंड फॉर आउटडोर लेजिबिलिटी इट हिट्स 2000 निट्स ऑफ पीक ब्राइटनेस एंड इट इज ऑल्सो वेरी कंसिडरेट अबाउट बैटरी सिपिंग क्योंकि ये 1 निट तक कम भी हो जाता है when always on display is activated. Plus, these watches, they run on a Snapdragon chipset alongside a Cortex M33 co-processor. ये कॉम्बिनेशन Wear OS 5.0 जो इस वॉच का OS है उसको काफ़ी फ्लूइड बना देता है. Much needed because the watch is chock-a-block with sensors, SpO2, ECG, optical heart rate sensing, skin temperature sensor, skin conductance sensing for body response tracking. ये सिर्फ हाईलाइट रील है, बाकी नेसेसरी सेंसर्स भी हैं वॉच में. बट add these to the introductory offer of getting 6 months of Fitbit Premium and you know कि Pixel Watch 3 भी एक फिटनेस डिवाइस का काम कर सकती है. In fact, Morning Brief is such a nice feature that sums up things like sleep score, readiness and weather predictions into a nice read early in the morning. Of course, कुछ exclusive features हैं जिनको आप Pixel phone के साथ pair करके enjoy कर सकते हैं, but for most Android phones, Pixel Watch 3 and its 24 hours का claimed battery life are a good option from the premium section of Android smartwatches.
So friends, there you have it. That's everything about this Google Pixel Watch 3. आपको थोड़ा सा बस इंतजार में करवाऊंगा because break के उस पार ट्रस्ट मी मैं आपको एक ऐसे टिप देने वाला हूं जिससे आपका बहुत ज्यादा टाइम बचेगा. Yes, I'll be able to help you save time. उसके लिए थोड़ा सा इंतजार करो. Right after a short break, I'll come back with this nice tech tip और आपके सवालों के जवाब भी दूंगा. I'll be right back.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
new day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
हेलो फ्रेंड्स, वेलकम बैक आफ्टर द ब्रेक. आप देख रहे हैं आपका फेवरेट गैजेट शो जो है गैजेट 360 विद टेक्निकल गुरुजी. मेरा नाम है गौरव, मैं हूं आपका होस्ट. और जैसा मैंने आपको बताया था ब्रेक से पहले कि मैं आपको एक ऐसी टिप दूंगा जिससे आपका बहुत ज्यादा टाइम बचेगा. वेल, हियर यू गो. सो बेसिकली आपने अक्सर ये नोटिस किया होगा कि जब भी आप कुछ सर्च करने जाते हैं अपने ब्राउजर पे तो वहां पे जो आपको रिजल्ट्स मिलते हैं इट्स अ मिक्स वैरायटी. स्पॉन्सर्ड रिजल्ट्स भी होते हैं, उसके बाद में डिपेंडिंग ऑन योर प्रेफरेंसेस कई बार आपके डेटा को यूटिलाइज करके आपको रिजल्ट्स में जो है वो मॉडिफिकेशन देखने को मिलते हैं. एंड समटाइम्स इट इज वेरी डिफिकल्ट टू फाइंड व्हाट एग्जैक्टली यू आर लुकिंग एट, या आपको जो रिजल्ट्स चाहिए वो मिल नहीं पाते हैं. गाइस, हियर इज द थिंग. लेट्स से कि अगर आपको विकिपीडिया पे किसी पर्टिकुलर चीज के बारे में सर्च करना है तो जब आप सर्च क्वेरी डालते हैं उससे पहले केवल विकी लिख दीजिए या विकिपीडिया लिख दीजिए फॉलोड बाय द कीवर्ड्स दैट यू आर सर्चिंग फॉर. तो आपको जो आर्टिकल्स हैं वो विकिपीडिया वाले मिलेंगे. मतलब इट जस्ट मेक्स योर लाइफ इजियर बिकॉज द सर्च प्रॉम्प्ट is deciding the kind of results जो आपको मिलने वाले हैं. तो अगर आप नेक्स्ट टाइम किसी भी स्पेसिफिक वेबसाइट से कुछ सर्च करना चाहते हैं तो जस्ट add its name in the beginning of your search query ताकि जो आपको रिजल्ट्स मिले उसमें थोड़ा क्लटर कम हो और आपके काम की चीज ज्यादा हो. आपका टाइम डेफिनेटली बचने वाला है. Now friends, it's time now for me to answer all the questions जो आपने पूछे थे in this segment Ask TG. And trust me, ये मेरा personal favorite है because knowledge को हम जितना share करें उतना मजा आता है. And what's more fun कि मैं आपके सवालों के जवाब दूं, that too जो आपने सवाल पूछे हैं regarding gadgets and technology. Let's see the kind of questions we have for this week's episode.
Hello TG, कंपनीज कैसे चुनती है कि फोन में स्नैपड्रैगन प्रोसेसर होगा या फिर मीडियाटेक?
See the kind of product development cycle जो ये कंपनीज फॉलो करती हैं, ट्रस्ट मी व्हेन आई से दिस, कोई भी कंपनी अगर एक मोबाइल फोन लॉन्च करती है आज की डेट में तो उसका काम 2 साल पहले शुरू हो जाता है ऑन एन एवरेज. मतलब अगर हम आज बात कर रहे हैं आईफोन 16 जब लॉन्च हो चुका है, एप्पल जो काम कर रहा है इट्स ऑलरेडी वर्किंग टुवर्ड्स आईफोन 18 एंड 19 फ्रॉम टुडे. तो डेवलपमेंट साइकिल काफी पहले से शुरू हो जाता है एंड उसमें फिर डिसाइड किया जाता है कि अच्छा किस प्राइस पे ये फोन आएगा. जो पार्टनर ब्रांड्स हैं, फॉर एग्जांपल क्वालकॉम, मीडियाटेक, जहां से कैमरा आ रहा है, जहां से डिस्प्ले आ रहा है, उन सबको भी देखा जाता है. दे आर ऑल्सो डेवलपिंग देयर ओन लाइक न्यू प्रोडक्ट्स. और उसके बाद व्हेन देयर इज एन अंडरस्टैंडिंग कि हाँ इस बजट में दिस प्रोसेसर लुक्स प्रॉमिसिंग, पेयर्ड with this battery capacity, paired with this camera sensor, this exact design, ये सब चीजें जो हैं ये बहुत पहले से स्टार्ट होती है. And basically the right optimization is what the brands are looking at. कि जो फोन है या जो भी प्रोडक्ट वो बनाना चाह रहे हैं वो जिस प्राइस पे आ रहा है उस प्राइस में how well optimized it is in terms of कि उसमें क्या फीचर्स होने वाले हैं, कैमरा कैसा होगा, प्रोसेसर कैसा होगा, and that's how they make the decision depending on जो उनको preferred लगता है basis of their requirements.
सर एक फ़ोन से 2 TWS कनेक्ट कैसे करते हैं?
You can connect if your phone supports dual Bluetooth connection. डिपेंड करता है, अगर आपका फोन ये सपोर्ट करता है इट्स वेरी इजी. आप जैसे एक पेयर कर रहे हैं सेम तरीके से यू कैन पेयर द सेकंड ईयरफोन एज वेल. एंड जो साउंड आउटपुट सेटिंग्स हैं वहां पे जाके आप दोनों को इनेबल कर सकते हो, दोनों में आपका सेम कंटेंट प्ले हो जाएगा. बट नॉट ऑल स्मार्टफोन्स सपोर्ट दिस फीचर.
Hello Gaurav, how are you? My office has blocked USB port on my computer, but we are using pen drive to transfer data. Is there any way to bypass this?
Definitely there is a way to bypass, but I would not recommend you to do that because if your organization has disabled the USB ports, then there has to be a reason for that. And in that case, if you are transferring data using pen drives and all, so either they must allow it officially, otherwise I don't think it's advisable कि you unblock the USB ports and then transfer data, because अगर मना किया है तो there must be a reason for that. Although there are ways to unblock it, but I would recommend you not to go that way. See, speaking of बड़ा फोन, I mean 6.7, 6.8 जो स्क्रीन साइज के फोन्स हैं यूजुअली आपको यही मिलते हैं अक्रॉस प्राइस रेंज अगर आप देखते हैं आज की डेट में. सो दैट शुड बी ओके. बट कंसिडरिंग द Redmi Note 13 Pro प्लस 5G जो आप बात कर रहे हैं, 30,000 के बजट में आई वुड नॉट गो विद Redmi. आई वुड वांट टू चूज अनदर ब्रांड. तो आपको ऑप्शंस बहुत सारे मिल जाएंगे, चाहे हम OnePlus Nord 4 की बात करें, चाहे हम iQOO के फोन्स की बात करें, चाहे Motorola की बात करें, चाहे हम Nothing की बात करें. ऑप्शंस बहुत सारे हैं. आई वुड नॉट वांट टू टेक Redmi एट दैट प्राइस.
Namaste Technical Guruji, I watch your shows every week. Please share some gossip about upcoming gaming phone. I want to upgrade to a flagship gaming phone. So can you please tell me about any upcoming phone and how long should I wait?
If you want to get a gaming oriented smartphone, in that case you are left with two options. एक आपको iQOO के फोन का इंतजार करना चाहिए, the new iQOO 13, जहाँ पे of course Qualcomm Snapdragon 8 Gen 4 processor and you know all the high end specs मिलने वाली हैं. The second option of course is the Asus ROG phone. तो आपको इंडिया में ये दो ही options मिलते हैं. ROG जो है वो usually साल की शुरुआत में आता है, so I would say next year in the beginning the phone might launch. iQOO again इस ईयर एंड तक बाहर लॉन्च होगा और जब इंडिया आएगा तो शायद जनवरी या फरवरी का टाइम हो जाएगा. हो सकता है दिसंबर में भी आ जाए, बिकॉज अक्टूबर इज व्हेन क्वालकॉम इज लॉन्चिंग द न्यू चिप्स. सो यही दो फोन्स होते हैं. बट on a whole अगर हम देखें, so any flagship phone today, either it's Samsung or Apple अगर हम बात करते हैं, या OnePlus for that matter, they are pretty good at gaming altogether. तो ऐसा नहीं है कि you can't game well on a Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra या the iPhone Pro or the Pro Max या आपका OnePlus 12 वगैरह, मतलब ये सब they are quite capable in terms of gaming. But if you are specifically looking at gaming centric features of these gaming phones, then the options are iQOO and Asus. और जब नई चिप्स लॉन्च होंगी फ्रॉम क्वालकॉम और मीडियाटेक, तब आपको ये नए फोन्स, इनका जो है नया वर्जन वो देखने को मिलेगा. Okay, so guys, that's all from this week's episode of this gadget show, जहाँ पे हम हर बार कुछ नए गैजेट्स की बात करते हैं और इनफैक्ट सवाल जवाब करके जो कन्वर्सेशन थोड़ा सा और आगे बढ़ा लेते हैं. Well, if you want to ask any question, if you have any feedback, any appreciation, आपको कुछ भी अगर कहना है, you know the drill, it's pretty easy. tg@ndtv.com. Drop in all your emails और मैं आपसे मिलता हूँ next week with some more gadgets, some more fun in your favorite show, Gadgets 360 with Technical Guruji. Till then, take care and have a good day ahead.
Tensions arise in Maheshmari in South 24 Parganas of West Bengal after a minor girl was allegedly abducted and murdered. After the student did not return home from tuitions, a complaint was filed at the Joynagar police station last night. The police had then launched a search operation on receipt of the complaint, and the dead body of the minor girl was recovered from the empty field early this morning with multiple injuries. The body has been sent for post-mortem as well. Anger, however, grew over the incident. A police camp was vandalized and set on fire. Locals allege that despite the presence of police in the police camp nearby, the incident took place and that there was a delay in launching a search operation. Listen to what the police had to say.
9টার সময় যখন আমাদের কাছে খবর আসে মিসিং হয় মেয়েটি, আমরা ইমিডিয়েটলি ইনভেস্টিগেশন শুরু করে দিই। কোথার থেকে মিসিং হলো ওই তদন্ত আমরা খতিয়ে দেখি। ভোর 3টে নাগাদ আমরা অ্যাকিউজটাকে অ্যারেস্ট করলাম, অ্যাকিউজড কনফেস করলো, তারপরে কোথায় ওটাকে আমরা তারপরে বডিটাকে আমরা রিকভার করলাম 3:30 নাগাদ, এক্স্যাক্ট অ্যারাউন্ড 3:30 নাগাদ।
My colleague Saurabh joins us with more details. Saurabh, take us to this incident and the protests that followed.
Well, what we've heard from local reports is that the girl, who's a 9-year-old, was actually, headed home. And she had told her father that she was going home after tuition last evening. And then, of course, she did not reach home. When the father reached home later, he found out that she was not at home, so they approached the police. And then, of course, the police directed them to the nearest police station. Now, after a complaint was lodged, the police say they launched a search operation. And they, of course, identified with whom the girl was last seen. And then, of course, they, apprehended the accused. And the accused has admitted to, murdering her. And then, of course, they went and recovered the body, is what the police say. The body has been sent for a post-mortem. However, we have been given to understand the post-mortem is yet to begin. And also, the police have arrested the accused and they've lodged a case at this point of abduction and murder. But what exactly happened is something that the police say is a matter of investigation. But there was considerable anger after the incident, leading to the, leading to locals setting ablaze a police outpost or a police camp as it's known in the area. And after that, the police had to fire tear gas shells to bring the situation under control and to restore law and order in the area.
Thank you, Saurabh, for joining us and bringing us those details. Shifting focus, the Indigo airline is facing a system outage which has impacted their flight movements. Airline customers in various airports across India have taken to social media to complain of a long wait at check-in lines, some even saying that they're unable to book flights for more than an hour. The All India impact was observed since 12:30 p.m. today. Indigo says that it is experiencing a temporary system slowdown affecting websites, booking systems as well. It warns that passengers might be experiencing slower check-ins and longer queues at airports. The Indigo Airlines statement also says that they can expect delays in their flights as well. Remember, this comes almost an hour after passengers on social media platforms had been complaining of huge crowds, long waits at airports across the nation. Indigo, in fact, confirming that they did face a temporary system slowdown. However, we're yet to know if the issue has been resolved and if their systems are back on track. But the slowdown then affected their websites, their booking systems. The passengers were complaining on social media about how they were unable to book tickets as well. My colleague Ishika joins us with more details. Ishika, do we have information on if this issue has been resolved?
Well, yes, Shadi, in fact, as you rightly said, the people at the airports across India are in fact facing a lot of trouble. It is in fact a chaos-like situation. The check-in lines, in fact, are very long currently. People, in fact, are tweeting about it on the social media as well, that some of them are not even able to book flights. Now, the advisory, in fact, has come out from the Indigo side, where they are saying that there is certainly systemic slowdown, is what they are calling it, a temporary systemic slowdown. And they are saying that all the necessary help is going to be provided to all the people who are facing currently problems. Because remember, what we are getting to know that this is an all-India impact. All the passengers of the Indigo flights, in fact, have been impacted because of this. And this problem is there from 12:30 p.m. itself. Now, the Indigo certainly hasn't said that at what time around, it is this problem is going to be resolved. But they are saying that, it is likely that it will be resolved as soon as possible. But for that time being, the assistance is being provided to the people at the airport. But certainly chaos-like situation is what we are seeing on the social media, people tweeting about it as well, that they had to face a lot of inconvenience.
Right. Thank you, Ashika, for joining us and bringing us those details. External Affairs Minister S.J. Shankar affirmed that his upcoming visit to Pakistan was to visit Pakistan for the SCO meeting and not to discuss the India-Pakistan relations. He said the visit was all about the multilateral event and it was about being a good member of the SCO. He also spoke about the situation in the Middle East with rising tensions. He said the Middle East is a cause of concern and that India is concerned at the possibility of broadening of the conflict in Middle East. Listen in.
Yes, I am scheduled to go to Pakistan in the middle of this month, and that is for a meeting of the SCO heads of government. But I do want to say it will be for a multilateral event. I mean, I'm not going there to discuss India-Pakistan relations. I'm going there to be a good member of the SCO, but, since I'm a courteous and civil person, I will behave myself accordingly. The conflict is widening. What we saw as a terrorist attack, then the response, then we saw what happened in Gaza, and now you're seeing it in, Lebanon, exchange of between Israel and Iran, the Houthis firing on the Red Sea. This is actually costing us. So I would say, honestly today, whether it is the conflict in Ukraine or the conflict in the Middle East, West Asia, these are big factors of instability, big factors of concern. I think the entire world, including us, we are worried about it, and we are trying to see at least where we can make a difference and do what we can.
We'll bring you more on these stories. For now, a short break.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Osama Shah. We are tracking the Haryana Dangal as voting for the crucial assembly elections. It is underway. We'll get you all the details, but first, let's take a look at the headlines. High-stakes battle in Haryana, voting taking place in single phase today. 49.1% voter turnout till 3 p.m. Chief Minister Saini, Vinesh Phogat, Manohar Lal Khattar, some of the famous names casted their vote. Haryana Chief Minister Nayab Singh Saini speaks exclusively to NDTV. He says there is no anti-incumbency in Haryana. Manohar Lal Khattar, in the meanwhile, he says that Saini will remain Haryana's Chief Minister. Congress's Bhupinder Hooda, he says that he's confident of a majority for the Congress in the state. He also reiterates that the High Command will take a decision on the Chief Minister phase. A girl's body was found in a canal in West Bengal's South 24 Parganas. One accused was arrested after he confessed. Locals, in the meanwhile, held protests. Indigo airline faces system slowdown impacting flight operations. Passengers say they have been waiting in long queues for hours. Indigo, in the meanwhile, assures these passengers of best possible assistance. Prime Minister Modi set to inaugurate Mumbai's first underground metro. The Aqua line will have 10 stations, 9 trains with 96 daily trips. Well, the Haryana Dangal, it is underway. The biggest poll coverage of Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir elections, that will be on NDTV and in just about an hour from now. In-depth analysis and the most precise exit poll. It will be on your way in our special coverage, NDTV Poll of Polls. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Modi, he is speaking in Maharashtra where he is flagging off the new Mumbai metro line. Let's listen in to what the Prime Minister is saying.
अध्यात्म और साहित्य की समृद्ध संस्कृति दी है। मैं इसके लिए देश और दुनिया में मराठी बोलने वाले सभी लोगों को बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, नवरात्रि में मुझे एक के बाद एक अनेक विकास कार्यों के लोकार्पण और शिलान्यास का सौभाग्य भी मिल रहा है। ठाणे पहुंचने से पहले मैं वाशिम में था। वहां देश के 9.5 करोड़ किसानों को किसान सम्मान निधि जारी करने और कई विकास परियोजनाओं के लोकार्पण का अवसर मुझे मिला। अब ठाणे में महाराष्ट्र के आधुनिक विकास के कई बड़े कीर्तिमान गढ़े जा रहे हैं। मुंबई एमएमआर और महाराष्ट्र के विकास की ये सुपर फास्ट स्पीड आज का दिन महाराष्ट्र के उज्जवल भविष्य की झलक दे रहा है। आज महायुति सरकार ने मुंबई एमएमआर में 30,000 करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा के प्रोजेक्ट शुरू किए हैं। आज 12,000 करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा की ठाणे इंटीग्रल रिंग मेट्रो का भी शिलान्यास हुआ है। नवी मुंबई एयरपोर्ट इन्फ्लुएंस एरिया यानी नैना प्रोजेक्ट, छेड़ा नगर से आनंद नगर तक एलिवेटेड ईस्टर्न फ्रीवे, ठाणे म्युनिसिपल कॉरपोरेशन का नया मुख्यालय, ऐसे कई बड़े विकास कार्यों का भी आज शिलान्यास हुआ है। ये विकास कार्य मुंबई और ठाणे को आधुनिक पहचान देंगे। साथियों, आज ही आरए से बीकेसी मुंबई की एक्वा लाइन मेट्रो का शुभारंभ भी हो रहा है। इस लाइन का मुंबई के लोग काफी समय से इंतजार कर रहे थे। मैं आज जापान सरकार का भी आभार व्यक्त करना चाहता हूं। जापान ने जापानीज इंटरनेशनल कोऑपरेशन एजेंसी के जरिए इस प्रोजेक्ट में बहुत सहयोग दिया है। इसलिए ये मेट्रो एक तरह से भारत जापान मित्रता की भी प्रतीक है। भाइयों बहनों, ठाणे से बाला साहब ठाकरे को विशेष लगाव था। ये स्वर्गीय आनंद दिघे जी का भी शहर है। इस शहर ने देश को आनंदीबाई जोशी जैसी देश की पहली महिला डॉक्टर दी थी। आज हम इन विकास कार्यों के जरिए इन महान विभूतियों के संकल्प को भी पूरा कर रहे हैं। मैं इन सभी विकास कार्यों के लिए ठाणे मुंबई के सभी लोगों को, महाराष्ट्र के सभी लोगों को बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, आज हर देशवासी का एक ही लक्ष्य है, विकसित भारत। इसलिए हमारी सरकार का हर निर्णय, हर संकल्प, हर सपना विकसित भारत के लिए समर्पित है।
All right, so the Prime Minister there inaugurating the Mumbai Metro line, also mentioning the other infra projects that are in the pipeline ahead of the crucial Maharashtra elections. Now, my colleague Anuj Raite joins us to get us more on this. Anuj, apart from this particular metro line that the Prime Minister was mentioning about, give us the details of the other major infra projects.
Sure. So this is Prime Minister's one-day tour in Maharashtra. It started in Vashim. Now, Vashim is an important place because of several reasons. Because firstly, it is one of those places in the eastern part of the state, and several schemes, several agricultural-centric schemes and Banjara community-centric schemes were flagged off in Vashim. Now, Banjara community, which counts to close to 1 crore in Maharashtra, is also a very important political electorate. You know, when you talk about close to 30 to 35 seats in Maharashtra alone, so it's a very tactical move to, for the Prime Minister to get down at Vashim first and name a number of schemes which are completely agricultural based, be it the implementation of the 18th edition of PM Kisan Yojana, be it the number of schemes kind of encouraging the farmers, even including the godship as far as the Banjara community is concerned, and inaugurating 5 solar panel parks in Vashim. So those were important developments that took place in Vashim. And now he is currently speaking in Thane, and later he'll come down here at the BKC where I'm standing at the moment. In Thane and BKC, more urban-centric projects will be inaugurated. When you specifically talk about Thane, there is inauguration of the new municipal corporation building. There is inauguration of the Ring Road Metro Rail project. There is inauguration of the elevated Eastern Freeway, which will give a direct pass for people to travel from Thane to the southern part of the city, cutting down a distance which would have otherwise taken close to an hour and a half to just 20 minutes. And when he'll come down to Mumbai at around 6 or 6:30 p.m., that's just an hour or hour and a half away from now, he will inaugurate the much anticipated phase 1 of Metro 3. That is the first underground metro line from Maharashtra. And that is the most anticipated event of the Prime Minister's visit here in Maharashtra today.
All right, Anuj Raite, thank you very much for getting us all the details from the Prime Minister's visit to Maharashtra there. And the voting for Haryana elections, it started today at 7 a.m. This morning in Haryana. The state is going to polls in a single phase. Long queues were seen at several polling booths as the voters, they came out to decide the electoral fate of over 1,000 candidates, including 101 women. Now, 49.1% voter turnout was recorded till 3 p.m. Prime Minister, several leaders, in fact, they headed out to cast their votes as well. The key candidates whose fate would be sealed today, including that of Chief Minister Nayab Singh Saini, Bhupender Singh Hooda, as well as wrestler Vinesh Phogat. Besides JJP's Dushyant Chautala. Now, these candidates, they're fighting it out for many cities there, many constituencies there. Let's listen in to all the reactions that have come in.
We have Chief Minister with us. So, sir, how do you see this election campaign? कैसे देख रहे हैं election?
देखिए, हमारा हरियाणा का जो हमारी कन्वेंसिंग चली है, हरियाणा प्रदेश के अंदर हमारी पूरी लीडरशिप, केंद्रीय लीडरशिप, आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी, आदरणीय अमित शाह जी, आदरणीय जगत प्रकाश नड्डा जी, आदरणीय ठाकुर राजनाथ सिंह जी, हमारी तमाम केंद्रीय लीडरशिप, हमारे चीफ मिनिस्टर्स, वो हरियाणा के अंदर कैंपेनिंग के अंदर आए हैं। एक बड़ा मोमेंटम पूरे हरियाणा प्रदेश के अंदर बना है और लोगों का ये मन बना कि हम तीसरी बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी
मुख्यमंत्री साहब
बड़े मैंडेट
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे
कोई
देख रहे
एंटी
हैं?
इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है। कांग्रेस के अंदर एंटी इनकम्बेंसी है। कांग्रेस का, क्योंकि जो उनकी दलाली की दुकान थी, जो उनकी दुकान में झूठ का सामान था, वो खत्म हो चुका है और कांग्रेस के पास कोई सामान नहीं बचा। कांग्रेस के पास कोई जनाधार नहीं रहा। उनकी दुकान में जो झूठ का सामान था वो भी लोग जान
अशोक
चुके
तंवर
हैं।
दलित नेता है, दलित राजनीति हो रही है, लगातार वोट बैंक है, तो उसको कैसे देखते हैं? लास्ट मोमेंट पे कांग्रेस में ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं। हाउ डू यू सी दिस डेवलपमेंट?
नहीं, देखिए, आप अशोक तंवर से बात कर सकते हैं इस विषय के ऊपर, तो क्योंकि उसने कोई भी दल नहीं छोड़ा। उसने अपनी पार्टी भी बनाई थी, कांग्रेस में रहा है, कांग्रेस के बाद अपना दल बनाया, फिर वो बसपा में चला गया, बसपा के बाद आम आदमी में चला गया, आम आदमी के बाद वो बीजेपी में आया। बीजेपी ने बड़ा सम्मान दिया था, अब कई लोगों को सम्मान भी नहीं हजम होता है। अब फिर वो दोबारा उसी डर्रे पे चला गया जहाँ पर फैक्ट्री में जलेबी।
कितनी सीटें एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं?
बहुत बड़े मैंडेट के साथ आप ऐतिहासिक सीटें हरियाणा के अंदर आ रही है और
थर्ड टाइम आ रही है।
तीसरी बार सरकार बना रहे हैं।
So we can see the Chief Minister of Haryana. He has already said that they are quite confident and they will be able to win this election. So as of now, we have seen he talked to NDTV. He was saying that he's getting a lot of response, and third time the BJP is going to form the government. This thing will be clear once the result will be out. But as of now, we have seen the Chief Minister along with his wife. They have come to cast their vote at Mirzapur village, and where he talked to NDTV and saying they are quite confident they will be able to retain power in the state. With Vijay, Rajesh Kumar, this is Group Singh China for NDTV, Mirzapur village, Haryana.
And I have a special guest with me, Union Minister Manohar Lal Khattar, former Chief Minister as well. Thank you so much for speaking to NDTV, sir. आज का रिस्पांस किस तरीके से आप देख रहे हैं? काफ़ी लंबी कतारें हमें देखने को मिल रही हैं पोलिंग स्टेशंस पर।
देखिए, मैं आज सुबह अपने बूथ पर पहला वोट डालने गया था और मैं भी लगभग 4-5 बूथों पर उस समय होकर आया हूँ। सब तरफ बहुत उत्साह है और ख़ास करके भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जो टेबल्स हैं उनके ऊपर लोगों का हजूम है और लंबी लंबी लाइनें लगी हैं और मेरा एक निश्चित विश्वास है, मत है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की हरियाणा में तीसरी बार सरकार बना करके हम लोग एक नया रिकॉर्ड स्थापित होगा।
इतनी मेहनत, इतनी रैलियाँ, खुद प्रधानमंत्री भी हरियाणा के अंदर रैली करने आए, हैट्रिक पक्की लग रही है भारतीय जनता पार्टी।
मैं तो बताया ना कि मेरा पूरा विश्वास है और उसका एक कारण भी है। कारण ये है कि हरियाणा का 58 साल के इतिहास में से 56 साल ऐसा रहा है कि जिसकी सरकार सेंटर में हुई है उसी की सरकार प्रदेश में होती है। प्रदेश के लोग यहाँ राजनीतिक तौर पर बहुत जागरूक हैं और उस जागरूकता के कारण से जैसा केंद्र में हैट्रिक लगी है उसी प्रकार से और हरियाणा में भी ये हैट्रिक लगना लगभग तय है। बाकी तो मतदाता जो है वही इसमें निर्णायक एक भूमिका निभाता है और निश्चित रूप से आज शाम तक और क्लियर होगा। आप ये लोग बल्कि उसका अच्छा विश्लेषण कर पाएंगे और 8 तारीख को तो जनता का परिणाम सामने आएगा ही।
खट्टर जी, जिस संकल्प पत्र के साथ भारतीय जनता पार्टी इस बार हरियाणा के चुनाव में उतरी है, कई ऐसे वादे हैं जो लोगों को मन में बैठ चुके हैं और विश्वास कर रहे हैं कि जो पहले 2 टर्म्स में भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने करके दिखाया वो इस बार भी करके दिखाएगी। लेकिन कांग्रेस सवाल उठा रही है, कह रही है कि वादे पूरे नहीं हुए और इस बार भी नहीं कर।
देखिए, पहली बात तो कि हमारे पिछले दोनों ही जो समय के ऐसे संकल्प तो उठा करके देख लें, प्राय सभी हमारे वादे पूरे हुए हैं। अगर कुछ बाकी भी हैं तो इस 6 महीने में हमारे नए मुख्यमंत्री जी ने उन सब वादों को पूरा करने का काम किया है। जो पाइपलाइन में हैं वो तो क्योंकि सरकार का काम निरंतर चलने वाला होता है, वो सब जो शुरू हो चुके हैं पूरे होंगे ही।
I'm currently joined with Bhupinder Singh Hooda. He is the former Chief Minister of Haryana. Sir, what are the feelings अभी आपकी? आप वोट कास्ट करके आ चुके हो, कॉन्फिडेंस कितना है अभी?
देखिए, पूरे हरियाणा में कांग्रेस के पक्ष में लहर चल रही है। कांग्रेस आ रही है, भाजपा जा रही है।
सर, 10 साल तक ये गैप रह गया कांग्रेस के उसमें। 10 सालों बाद क्या नई उम्मीदें लेकर के, क्या नई एक्सपेक्टेशंस और काम लेकर के कांग्रेस आने की सोच रही है?
देखिए, 2014 में जब कांग्रेस ने सरकार छोड़ी उस टाइम हरियाणा प्रति व्यक्ति आय, प्रति व्यक्ति निवेश, कानून व्यवस्था, नौकरी देने में और खेल खिलाड़ियों में नंबर 1 था। आज बेरोजगारी में नंबर 1 हो गया इनके 10 साल में। महंगाई बहुत ज़्यादा हो गई, किसान की आमदनी तो दुगनी हुई नहीं, लागत कई गुना बढ़ गई। इसी प्रकार से खेल और खिलाड़ियों को देखा आपने, हमारी पहलवान बेटियों को अब तक न्याय नहीं मिला। तो इस सरकार से सब वर्ग त्रस्त है, चाहे किसान हो, मजदूर हो, व्यापारी हो, कर्मचारी हो, शहरी हो, ग्रामीण हो। तो ये साफ जो उनको एक ही कांग्रेस की तरफ ही देख रहे हैं, इस वास्ते कांग्रेस की सरकार बनने जा रही है।
सर, मनोहर लाल खट्टर जी ने बोला है कि तीसरी बार कंसेक्यूटिव टर्म में आएंगे बीजेपी।
मनोहर लाल खट्टर जी 9.5 साल मुख्यमंत्री रहे, फिर ऐसा क्या कारण था उनको बदल दिया? आज उनके पोस्टरों पे उनकी फोटो भी नहीं है, फिर क्या जरूरत थी? ये चेहरे बदलते रहेंगे, लोगों ने इनको ही बदलने का फैसला कर दिया।
सर, मुद्दों की बात करें तो अग्निवीर और फार्मर्स प्रोटेस्ट को लेकर के इस पे कांग्रेस क्या काम करेगी?
कांग्रेस क्यों नहीं करेगी? कांग्रेस को हरियाणा में जो है MSP की लीगल गारंटी देगी किसानों को, और अग्निवीर के तो हम इस सिस्टम के खिलाफ हम रेगुलर भर्ती की बात करें।
सर, कुमारी शैलजा जी भी होप कर रही हैं कि मतलब उनको भी
ठीक है, हर का होता ही है, राजनीति में है, वो सीनियर लीडर हैं, सबकी हैं, आकांक्षाएं होती हैं, आकांक्षाएं नहीं होंगी किसी की तो कोई भी प्रगति नहीं कर सकता। आप भी आगे नहीं जाओगे अगर आपको बढ़ने की आदत नहीं होगी।
सर, चीफ मिनिस्टर के जो फेस है, अगर कांग्रेस को ले आई लोग तो फिर चीफ मिनिस्टर के लिए कौन बनेगा?
चीफ मिनिस्टर वो बनेगा जिसको विधायकों का मत दिया जाएगा और हाईकमांड फैसला करेगी, जो फैसला करेंगे वही बनेगा।
शुक्रिया सर, थैंक यू so much. So that was the former Chief Minister Bhupinder Singh Hooda speaking exclusively to NDTV and telling us about various issues such as the farmers' protest and of course the Agniveer scheme as well, that they will be particularly tackling if the Congress government, the Congress party is brought in and elected in these state assembly elections. With camera person Sachin Gupta, this is Tanushka Datta for NDTV.
I'm very confident. People of the state are very confident. Congress is going to form the government in Haryana with a big majority.
And sir, what about the anti-incumbency problems that Naib Singh Saini said that refused to comment upon, that they don't exist?
Naib Singh ji should concentrate on his assembly seat, Ladwa. He should concentrate there. Because do you know what are the reports from there? So he should concentrate there.
Sir, what about the issues in Haryana? What are the issues that you are going to tackle with first and foremost?
Haryana has highest unemployment rate in the country, highest drug abuse rate in the country, overtaking Punjab. Haryana has highest crime rate in the country now. Completely the development story of Haryana has been derailed. Infrastructure in shambles, education system, health system, everything is in shambles. So it is very important that we bring back Haryana to the path of growth, development, and Haryana achieves its potential. Haryana surrounds Delhi on 3 sides. Haryana has immense potential to become the #1 state in investment, #1 state in employment, and therefore that's the most important issue.
Congress is elected in, then who will be the
Meanwhile, the BJP has launched a sharp attack on the Congress, alleging that a woman was molested on stage at a Congress event. This in the presence of Dipender Hooda. BJP Shehzad Poonawalla shared this video that you can see on your screens on his social media platforms. Meanwhile, Congress's Kumari Shailja, she has spoken out following an alleged molestation attempt involving this Congress worker during a public rally. Kumari Shailja says that she has spoken to her and that the person in your picture, she has told her that some people were touching her inappropriately.
बात भी हुई उनसे और वो बता रही हैं कि उनको काफ़ी वहाँ पर तंग किया गया और काफ़ी देर से कोई कभी उनको हाथ लगा रहे थे, कोनी मार रहे थे, मंच से हटाना चाह रहे थे और जो वीडियो में भी हमने सामने देखा, फिर मैंने उनसे पुष्टि की है इस बात की, तो उन्होंने कहा कि उनके साथ बहुत इस तरह से मिसबिहेव हुआ है। तो इससे ज़्यादा बुरी बात क्या हो सकती है, इससे ज़्यादा निंदनीय बात क्या हो सकती है? ये तो उनका बहिष्कार होना चाहिए और एक्शन होना चाहिए।
सार्वजनिक सभा में जहां दीपेंद्र हुडा मौजूद हैं, एक और नेता कांग्रेस पार्टी का आता है और हमारी बहन के साथ वो छेड़छाड़ करता है। ही गोज टू द एक्सटेंट ऑफ फिजिकली अब्यूजिंग आवर सिस्टर। मैं इस कृत्य की निंदा करता हूं और जवाब मांगता हूं भारतीय जनता पार्टी की तरफ से, खड़गे जी से, सोनिया गांधी जी से, प्रियंका वाड्रा से, राहुल गांधी से।
All right, we'll try and get a reaction from the Congress's Arshpreet Khadial as well. He's the national spokesperson of the Congress. He joins us on the phone line right now. Sir, welcome to NDTV. My first question to you is, your own party worker is mistreated on stage, and that too in the presence of Mr. Huda. What immediate action will the Congress take to ensure that this victim receives justice?
Well, number one, we condemn it in the harshest possible words. Second of all, we would definitely be asking for an inquiry so that it could be ascertained as to was the concerned individual acting on his own accord, or was he acting at someone's behest? That's a matter of inquiry. We want it to be time bound. We want strictest action to be taken against this person. Number two, the Bharatiya Janata Party sharing the video, making a lot of statements. It's very nice. We would have been very happy if the Bharatiya Janata Party had also spoken at the time of Brij Bhushan, when the women wrestlers were time and again asking for strict action against Brij Bhushan. The Bharatiya Janata Party did not utter a word. They stood with Brij Bhushan. If they would have acted at the time of Kuldeep Sengar, Sandeep Singh, Chinmayanand, when time and again these people, these leaders of the Bharatiya Janata Party were subjecting women to different offences. And number two, as per the report of the ADR, the Bharatiya Janata Party's leaders have the maximum crime against women cases pending against them. So I'd urge the Bharatiya Janata Party to always speak, to not cherry pick like the Congress has. If a concerned individual has acted in this way, he must be punished, and he must be given the most stringent punishment of all time. And second, the Bharatiya Janata Party should also ensure that when their leaders are caught indulging into such offences, that the Bharatiya Janata Party condemns them, that the Bharatiya Janata Party initiates stringent action against them and does not keep mum or support them like they did with the former MP Brij Bhushan, and they also gave a ticket to his son, who is now a senior leader of the Bharatiya Janata Party. So the Bharatiya Janata Party, instead of cherry picking, instead of waiting and being with these leaders, supporting them, I'd urge them to kindly act on them.
Okay, all right. Arshpreet Khadial, thank you very much. But stay with us because another big story that we are tracking, and we need your reaction on that as well. The Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, he has taken a dig at the Congress party over the drug bust worth over rupees 5,000 crore in Delhi. Now, the Prime Minister says that the party wants to push the youth of the country, and this he's speaking about the Congress party. He says that the party wants to push the youth of the country towards drug use and utilize that money in order to win elections. Now remember, a political war of words, it had erupted with the Union Home Minister Amit Shah also reacting yesterday after the Delhi police seized over 500 kgs of cocaine among other drugs from a godown in South Delhi.
भाइयों और बहनों, मैं महाराष्ट्र के लोगों को कांग्रेस की एक और करतूत बताना चाहता हूं। आपने खबरों में देखा होगा, अभी दिल्ली में हजारों करोड़ रुपए का ड्रग्स पकड़ा गया। और देखिए दुख की बात, इस ड्रग्स रैकेट का मुख्य सरगना कौन निकला? कांग्रेस का एक नेता उसका मुख्य सरगना निकला। कांग्रेस युवाओं को नशे की लत में धकेलकर उस पैसे से चुनाव लड़ना और जीतना चाहती है। हमें इस खतरे से सावधान रहना है और दूसरों को भी सावधान करना है। हमें साथ मिलकर ये लड़ाई जीतनी होगी।
All right, I still have with us Mr. Arshpreet Khadial, the national spokesperson of the Congress. So what is your response to the allegations that the Prime Minister has made, and also clarify Congress's connection with the said person, Mr. Tushar Goyal?
Well, Mr. Modi here has given a logic. Now, the Bharatiya Janata Party ought to do one thing. They should lead by example. They said this particular individual has been caught in this case. Therefore, they have attributed it to the entire party. The same way, the Bharatiya Janata Party should implement this logic on themselves. Talib Hussain Shah, I remind the Bharatiya Janata Party, was given a ticket in Jammu and Kashmir Assembly election 2014. This person was subsequently arrested by the NIA for procuring weapons for the Hizbul Mujahideen commander Naveed Babu. Then Talib Hussain Shah, an office bearer of the Bharatiya Janata Party, was nabbed by the local residents because he was a Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorist, etc. There have been many more leaders like that. Bangaru Lakshman, the former president, was convicted of corruption. So the Bharatiya Janata Party should label the entire party corrupt on the basis of that. The Bharatiya Janata Party should attribute the actions, words of one individual to the entire party. Then, in that case, Mizoram MLA, the former Mizoram MLA, the only one that the Bharatiya Janata Party had, was convicted of corruption. Mr. Modi should call his entire party corrupt by that logic.
No,
So
that's absolutely correct. But it is also about whataboutery that I just want to understand. What is Congress's connection with the said person, Mr. Tushar Goyal? Is he connected to the Congress in any manner?
As far as the connection of that individual is concerned, Congress is a party which has crores and crores of workers and leaders. And the simple logic that we cannot, which anyone and everyone would think is ludicrous and absurd, is you attributing it to the entire party. Therefore, we have given a logic to the Bharatiya Janata Party that if you want to do that, start by yourself, lead by example. And the examples that I've given back before in this segment, they should attribute the entire party, the actions of those leaders as well, whether it be in cases of corruption, whether it be in cases of having links with terrorist organizations, and not just that. Dhruv Saxena, another worker of the Bharatiya Janata Party, was found to have links with the ISI. Then there is another example of Balram Singh. So the Bharatiya Janata Party needs to do one thing. They should start condemning the leaders of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Whoever is caught in such an offence, the Bharatiya Janata Party should initiate action against them. And for once, if the Bharatiya Janata Party is giving a logic against us, should implement the same logic on their party.
All right. Arshpreet Kadyal, the Congress spokesperson, joining us on NDTV. Thank you very much for your views on that. And the Delhi government has passed a cabinet note regarding the appointment of bus marshals. Now, this note includes a demand for immediate reinstatement of the marshals. The government, it plans to send this note to the Lieutenant Governor with the submission expected to take place today.
वो काम चुनी हुई सरकार को करना था, वो चुनी हुई सरकार ने कर दिया। चुनी हुई सरकार ने बस मार्शल्स को पक्का करने का कैबिनेट डिसीजन ले लिया। अब बॉल भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कोर्ट में है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी जो बस मार्शल्स को बरगलाने की कोशिश कर रही है, उन्हें मिसगाइड करने की कोशिश कर रही है। मेरी उनसे अपील है कि अब कैबिनेट ने पास कर दिया है, सारे बस मार्शल्स और सिविल डिफेंस वॉलंटियर्स को रेगुलराइज करने का निर्णय ले लिया है। अब भारतीय जनता पार्टी उनको रेगुलराइज कराए और उनको नियुक्ति पत्र दिलवाए।
ये खुशी इस बात की है, माननीय उपराज्यपाल जी ने उसी समय मार्शलों का एक प्रतिनिधिमंडल उनसे मिला है। मैंने उनका वीडियो देखा है, वो बड़े खुश हैं और उन्होंने कहा है कि माननीय उपराज्यपाल जी ने हमसे आश्वासन दिया कि हम गंभीरता से इस विषय पे कार्रवाई करेंगे। लेकिन आम आदमी पार्टी का चरित्र आज फिर सबके सामने आया है कि ये सिर्फ राजनीतिक नौटंकी करते हैं। चुनाव सर पर है, इनको मालूम है कि हमारी जमीन खिसक चुकी है। अरविंद केजरीवाल का भ्रष्टाचार पूरी दिल्ली के सर पे चढ़ के बोल रहा है। सब जानते हैं कि दिल्ली की सड़कों की हालत क्या है, दिल्ली में बिजली के बिल कैसे आ रहे हैं, पानी पीने को मिलता नहीं है, किस तरह से शराब और शीश महल के कॉम्बिनेशन ने दिल्ली को खोखला करने का काम किया है।
All right, my colleague Anushka Garg joins us to get us more on this story. Anushka, just give us a sense of what is the likely outcome of this entire row, especially about reinstating the bus marshals here.
Well, certainly, Osama, Delhi saw a lot of heat between Aam Aadmi Party and BJP regarding this whole reinstatement of bus marshal issue. Today, the Delhi Chief Minister Atishi held a meeting with the BJP MPs, BJP MLAs on this whole issue today at the Delhi Secretariat, where a cabinet note was passed. And then the Aam Aadmi Party said that the BJP should take an appointment with the Lieutenant Governor, and they should, take this whole matter into consideration, and they should, take the first move, and then they should take an appointment, and that this whole matter
matter should be presented in front of the Lieutenant Governor. Now remember on 2015 when Arvind Kejriwal was chosen as the Chief Minister of Delhi, he had appointed almost around 10,000 bus marshals for women's safety on the Delhi, DTC buses. Now after the LG came, he questioned about this whole motive and the justification that made the bus marshals permanent in the DTC, and after that a lot of bus marshals were sacked in this whole matter. After the sacking, a lot of bus marshals were constantly protesting about this whole issue, and the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party were seen in constant clashes. Constant war of words was going between Aam Aadmi Party and the Delhi BJP, both of them accusing the other that because of them this matter is not being taken into consideration. Now on September 26, when the two-day session assembly was called, this whole matter got into a tense debate between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP. After that, today a meeting was held in the Delhi Secretariat where Atishi and the BJP MLAs took made a decision unanimously that this whole issue should be taken into consideration and the bus marshals should be reinstated, and this whole matter should be brought in front of the Delhi LG. And right now also we saw that Aam Aadmi Party Minister Saurabh Bhardwaj and the bus marshals were seen here protesting outside the LG house, after which the Delhi police detained some of them. Dilip Pandey and Saurabh Bhardwaj were detained while they were protesting here, and now also the whole matter is being presented in front of the LG, who met a delegation of the bus marshals today. Back to studio, Sama.
All right, Anushka Garg, thank you very much for getting us all the latest in that story. Time now for a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all.
Welcome back. As the battle for Haryana heats up, we on NDTV, we are going to get you the biggest poll coverage of Haryana as well as Jammu and Kashmir elections. And in just a short while from now, in-depth analysis and the most precise exit polls on our special show, NDTV Poll of Polls, coming up. Meanwhile, another big story that we are tracking at this hour, the Indigo flights, multiple Indigo flights, they had been impacted countrywide. This was because of the system outage that hit Indigo. The airlines has said that system slowdown occurred across the country and that slower check-ins as well as delays were being reported and that several airlines, several flights have been impacted pan-India. Indigo has in fact issued multiple advisories in the last couple of hours, including the one that they issued an advisory that they posted 2 hours ago on their social media handles saying that they assure the passengers that a dedicated airport teams are working relentlessly to provide the best possible assistance and support to customers affected by the ongoing system outage. They also said that they are committed to minimizing wait times at the check-in counters as well. And my colleague Pratibha joins us to get us more on this on the phone line. Pratibha, it's been 2 hours since the last advisory from Indigo. What is the latest that you can tell us?
Well, the airport authorities have been telling us that the outage is being fixed and that everything is going to function normally. And the Indigo staff have already told us that from 3:30 on, they have worked on this and that they have looked at remedial measures, and that is precisely why the check-ins as well as the takeoffs have already begun. However, from 11 a.m. is when this outage started and it left the passengers stranded. A lot of queues that we saw outside the Indigo counters, most of them taking to social media, complaining that there needs to be more counters, most of them expressing their exasperation and frustration. Remember, we are talking of Terminal 1 in Kempegowda International Airport of Bengaluru, which registers the maximum number of footfall as far as domestic flights are concerned. And that is precisely why this caused a lot of outrage on social media here. But however, both Indigo staff as well as the airport authorities have promised that things are going smooth and that the crowds are now slowly fading.
Pratibha Raman, thank you very much for getting us all the latest. We'll keep tracking this situation as it develops. Adani University in Ahmedabad is conducting its first convocation today. Dr. Preeti Adani, president of the Adani University, she spoke at this event and said their vision is to create a university of excellence. Listen in.
On this historical day, I welcome you all to Adani University's first ever convocation. It's a wonderful day today. It's a day that validates our chairman's vision to create a university of excellence. This is the first day for this to start this journey, and that's why it's going to be one of the most memorable days in the history of Adani University. As you all know, the move to form a university was finally approved in 2022. And this happened after relentless, enduring efforts. So I take this opportunity to congratulate the senior leadership, the faculty members, as well as the entire administrative staff who have worked relentlessly so that we could see this day today. Now let me address the stars of today. My dear graduating Adaniites, congratulations to all of you, and this is a fantastic defining moment for all of you. This is a day to celebrate your dreams, your aspirations, your beliefs, and your achievements. Education is an incalculable luminosity. While everyone knows that knowledge is intangible, but the progress of humanity is dependent on its trickling effect on the very last person in the society. And this is through formal and meaningful education. Both Gautam and I believe that education in life sciences with a special focus on research and innovation will shape the new face of India. Our country is a powerhouse of human capital, and the Adani University, in alignment with her Prime Minister's vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat, strives to harness the right talent through education. Friends, the pursuit to knowledge is never ending, and this convocation is not the end. It is a milestone celebration of the knowledge you have gathered here before you enter the professional world. So make no mistakes that in the professional world, there will be times when you will unlearn, relearn, and again excel in whatever you do. Having said that, this small aberration should not even deter you from attaining excellence. It is if you need to possess knowledge, tenacity, rationality, and intelligence. With this, you are unstoppable.
Time now for a very short break, but on the other side, we continue our biggest poll coverage of the Haryana state as well as Jammu and Kashmir elections. We'll get you the in-depth analysis and the most precise exit poll only on NDTV coming up next.
कि जिसकी सरकार सेंटर में हुई है उसी की सरकार प्रदेश में होती है।
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे देख रहे हैं? इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है,
प्रो इनकम्बेंसी।
कांग्रेस आ रही है, भाजपा जा रही है।
Congress is going to form the government in Haryana with a big majority.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Hello everyone and welcome to this very special broadcast. Of course, these are the big elections which are taking place, which have taken place after the general election surprise results. So Vedant and I are here to break down the big numbers for you as the poll of polls take place, and of course the exit polls will start bringing in the numbers. There were several factors at play in these two states, one state, another union territory. Of course, for Jammu and Kashmir, these were the first elections after the abrogation of Article 370, so seen as a referendum on the BJP's decision. For the regional parties, particularly the Abdullahs and the Muftis, it's a question of their survival.
Absolutely, Amara, and in Haryana as well, state very crucial both for the BJP and the Congress. The BJP battling a 10-year incumbency, meanwhile the Congress looking to make a comeback after 10 years. Of course, it's a really vibrant Dangal with turncoats, rebels, dynasts, sports people, athletes all in the fray. And as those big numbers start trickling in, Mara, we'll unpack all that is
Absolutely, and several factors to watch out for. We are being joined by Professor Sandeep Shastri right here in the studio, and a very new face in Karthikeya. Thank you so much for joining us here in the studio for breaking down the big numbers for you. But today was the day of Haryana polls. 90 seats went to polls. In fact, even because it's 10 minutes to 6, there are long queues which can be seen at several polling stations. Our team of reporters are tracking that story very, very closely. First up, the big faces. Remember, just before the elections of 2024 Lok Sabha polls, the BJP went for a big gamble. An experiment which they tried and have tried in multiple states. They did so also in the state of Haryana. Changing their chief minister, Manohar Lal Khattar, was removed and Naib Singh Saini brought in. Can Naib Singh Saini really neutralize that 10-year anti-incumbency against the BJP? Let's listen in to the Chief Minister first.
चीफ मिनिस्टर विद दैट सो सर हाउ डू यू सी दिस इलेक्शन कैंपेन कैसे देख रहे हैं इलेक्शन?
देखिए हमारा हरियाणा का जो हमारी कन्वेंसिंग चली है हरियाणा प्रदेश के अंदर हमारी पूरी लीडरशिप केंद्रीय लीडरशिप आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी आदरणीय अमित शाह जी आदरणीय जगत प्रकाश नड्डा जी आदरणीय ठाकुर राजनाथ सिंह जी हमारी तमाम केंद्रीय लीडरशिप हमारे चीफ मिनिस्टर्स वो हरियाणा के अंदर कैंपेनिंग के अंदर आए हैं। एक बड़ा मोमेंटम पूरे हरियाणा प्रदेश के अंदर बना है और लोगों का ये मन बना कि हम तीसरी बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी
मुख्यमंत्री साहब एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे देख रहे हैं?
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है, कांग्रेस के अंदर एंटी इनकम्बेंसी है। कांग्रेस का क्योंकि जो उनकी दलाली की दुकान थी, जो उनकी दुकान में झूठ का सामान था, वो खत्म हो चुका है और कांग्रेस के पास कोई सामान नहीं बचा, कांग्रेस के पास कोई जनाधार नहीं रहा। उनकी दुकान में जो झूठ का सामान था वो भी लोग
अशोक तंवर दलित नेता है, दलित राजनीति हो रही है, लगातार वोट बैंक है, तो उसको कैसे देखते हैं? लास्ट मोमेंट पे कांग्रेस में ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं। हाउ डू यू सी दिस डेवलपमेंट?
नहीं देखिए, आप अशोक तंवर से बात कर सकते हैं इस विषय के ऊपर तो, क्योंकि उसने कोई भी दल नहीं छोड़ा। उसने अपनी पार्टी भी बनाई थी, कांग्रेस में रहा है, कांग्रेस के बाद अपना दल बनाया, फिर वो बसपा में चला गया, बसपा के बाद आम आदमी में चला गया, आम आदमी के बाद वो बीजेपी में आया, बीजेपी ने बड़ा सम्मान दिया था। अब कई लोगों को सम्मान भी नहीं हजम होता है। अब फिर वो दोबारा उसी डर्रे पे चला गया जहां पर फैक्ट्री में जलेबी।
कितनी सीटें एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं?
बहुत बड़े मैंडेट के साथ आप ऐतिहासिक सीटें हरियाणा के अंदर आ रही है और तीसरी बार सरकार बना रहे हैं।
So we can see the Chief Minister of Haryana, he has already said that they are quite confident and they will be able to win this election. So as of now, we have seen he talked to NDTV. He was saying that he is getting a lot of response, and third time the BJP is going to form the government. This thing will be clear once the result will be out. But as of now, we have seen the Chief Minister along with his wife. They have come to cast their vote at Mirzapur village, and where he talked to NDTV and saying they are quite confident they will be able to retain power in the state. With Vijay, Rajesh Kumar, this is Group Singh China for NDTV, Mirzapur village, Haryana.
All right, so you heard from the biggest player in this election, of course, the BJP, which is fighting to retain its bastion of 10 years. The question really is, can the BJP manage to do so? It's been largely a bipolar contest, Sandeep Shastri. We'll also be playing and listening in to Bhupinder Hooda first before I bring in the state, the guests here in the studio. Let's listen in to Bhupinder Hooda, the challenger here.
I'm currently joined with Bhupinder Singh Hooda. He's the former Chief Minister of Haryana. Sir, what are the feelings अभी आपकी? आप वोट कास्ट करके आ चुके हो, कॉन्फिडेंस कितना है अभी?
देखिए, पूरे हरियाणा में कांग्रेस के पक्ष में लहर चल रही है। कांग्रेस आ रही है, भाजपा जा रही है।
सर, 10 साल तक ये गैप रह गया कांग्रेस के उसमें 10 सालों बाद क्या नई उम्मीदें लेकर के, क्या नई एक्सपेक्टेशंस और काम लेकर के कांग्रेस आने की सोच रही है?
देखिए 2014 में जब कांग्रेस ने सरकार छोड़ी उस टाइम हरियाणा प्रति व्यक्ति आय, प्रति व्यक्ति निवेश, कानून व्यवस्था, नौकरी देने में और खेल खिलाड़ियों में नंबर 1 था। आज बेरोजगारी में नंबर 1 हो गया इनके 10 साल में। महंगाई बहुत ज़्यादा हो गई, किसान की आमदनी तो दुगनी हुई नहीं, लागत कई गुना बढ़ गई। इसी प्रकार से खेल और खिलाड़ियों को देखा आपने, हमारी पहलवान बेटियों को अब तक न्याय नहीं मिला। तो इस सरकार से सब वर्ग त्रस्त है, हो, मजदूर हो, व्यापारी हो, कर्मचारी हो, शहरी हो, ग्रामीण हो। तो ये साफ जो उनको एक ही कांग्रेस की तरफ ही देख रहे हैं, इस वास्ते कांग्रेस की सरकार बनने जा रही है।
सर, मनोहर लाल खट्टर जी ने बोला है कि तीसरी बार कंसेक्यूटिव टर्म में आएंगे बीजेपी।
मनोहर लाल खट्टर जी 9.5 साल मुख्यमंत्री रहे, फिर ऐसा क्या कारण था उनको बदल दिया? आज उनके पोस्टरों पे उनकी फोटो भी नहीं है, फिर क्या जरूरत थी? ये चेहरे बदलते रहेंगे, लोगों ने इनको ही बदलने का फैसला कर दिया।
सर, मुद्दों की बात करें तो अग्निवीर और फार्मर्स प्रोटेस्ट को लेकर के इस पे कांग्रेस क्या काम करेगी?
कांग्रेस क्यों नहीं करेगी? कांग्रेस को हरियाणा में जो है एमएसपी की लीगल गारंटी देगी किसानों को। और अग्निवीर के तो हम इस सिस्टम के खिलाफ हम रेगुलर भर्ती की बात करें।
सर, कुमारी शैलजा जी भी होप कर रही हैं कि मतलब उनको भी
ठीक है, हर का होता ही है, राजनीति में है, वो सीनियर लीडर हैं, सबकी हैं, आकांक्षाएं होती हैं। आकांक्षाएं नहीं होंगी किसी की तो कोई प्रगति नहीं कर सकता। आप भी आगे नहीं जाओगे अगर आपको बढ़ने की आदत नहीं होगी।
सर, चीफ मिनिस्टर के जो फेस है, अगर कांग्रेस को ले आई लोग तो फिर चीफ मिनिस्टर के लिए कौन बनेगा?
चीफ मिनिस्टर वो बनेगा जिसको विधायकों का मत दिया जाएगा और हाईकमांड फैसला करेगी, जो फैसला करेंगे वही बनेगा।
शुक्रिया सर, थैंक यू so much. So that was the former Chief Minister Bhupinder Singh Hooda speaking exclusively to NDTV and telling us about various issues such as the farmers' protest and of course the Agniveer scheme as well, that they will be particularly tackling if the Congress government, the Congress party is brought in and elected in these state assembly elections. With camera person Sachin Gupta, this is Tanushka Datta for NDTV.
All right, so you heard from the two big players in this election. Our team of reporters are tracking the story very, very closely. We'll be going across to them. You can see them bright and tired already. So thank you so much. I'm going to come to you in just a bit. But Professor Sandeep Shastri, coming to you. This has been largely a bipolar contest in Haryana. What are the factors, do you think, which will decide the results on 8th?
Maria, you rightly said it's a bipolar context, except in minor pockets here and there, where some of the regional players and BSP may have a little splash in the election scene. Main issues in this election, I think, are 3-4, especially in Haryana. Firstly, I think the fact of 10 years of the government being in power, the anti-incumbency which flows out of that. You were right in saying BJP tried to change the chief minister's candidate, but have they done it a little too late in the day would be the question a lot of people would be asking. You also have a new caste configuration emerging in Haryana.
Yes.
You normally had the Jat versus the non-Jat vote, but this time that demarcation is not very clear, and the parties have redefined their caste equations. Last 2 points, I think the women vote and the youth vote is very critical. Like in many states, they could sway the verdict. Are the youth looking at very different things as compared to other sections of society? This morning I used a term in your channel called Jabki. Yes. There are 3 factors in Jabki: the Jawan, the Pahalwan and the Kisan. You see, the new Jabki, as I put it. Now, is it the same for the youth? Is it the same for the traditional voter in Haryana? I think for me, these 4 factors taken together. And even though it's a small state, there are interesting regional variations within Haryana in terms of the preferences that parties and that voters seem to be giving for different parties.
Absolutely. Vedant, let's go to...
All right, so Aishwarya Jain is joining us from Karnal. Gurpreet is also with us from Ladwa. Tanushka is joining us from Rohtak. And Ishika from Gurugram. Gurpreet, first to you. You spoke to the Chief Minister, rather confident Nayab Singh Saini, who said that there is no anti-incumbency and the BJP is returning to power. But how was voting by and large as far as Ladwa is concerned? You know, a new constituency for the Chief Minister.
Well, we have seen the Chief Minister of Haryana. He was quite confident when we were talking to him. He was saying that there is no anti-incumbency. But when we talk to a lot of people within a different constituency of Haryana, what we have learned, whether it's unemployment, inflation, whether it's a matter related to farmer, whether it's a matter related to wrestlers also, these are the core issues which are being raised by the people of Haryana. Yes, of course, we have seen a lot of political parties made a lot of political calculations also. They are feeling they are able to even curb this anti-incumbency against the government. But now it's the people choice. People are trying to evaluate each and every strategy of a political party to understand how they are going to cast their vote. As of now, we have seen 6 p.m. has already been there, and we can see we are standing at a polling station where we can see this gate has already been locked, and the people who are inside, they are already casting votes. So I'll request my VJ to also pan and show from the ground. Some of the people are still casting their votes in the polling station. And if we can talk about overall Haryana, what we have learned, till 5 o'clock around 61% votes have already been casted. So this time, as we have already mentioned, this is the bipolar election which is happening. But in some pockets, whether it's INLD, JJP, Aam Aadmi Party, they are also having candidates. They are also trying to get vote share. So now we have seen the voting in the last leg, and it's already 6 o'clock, and now only few people who are yet to cast their vote, and all the procedures are being followed by the agencies and authorities also. So if we can talk about the political issues, it's very clear. Unemployment from the various constituencies, that has become one of the major prominent issue. We can talk about the farmer issue also, but we have seen so many times the BJP leadership, they were denying that there is any anti-incumbency. So now the mandate is totally in the hands of the, and they have already casted their vote. So let's see which political party has followed which political strategy, and which political strategy is really helpful for the political party to gain or retain power within the state. Back to studio.
Thank you, Gurpreet, for sharing that perspective. And of course, the polling officially has come to an end, but all those who would be inside that polling station, who are already in the queue, will get a chance to cast their vote. Remember, in the BJP, the second most important face in the state has always been Mr. Manohar Lal Khattar, although he has moved to centre as a minister, key minister in the Modi government. But my colleague Aishwarya spoke to Mr. Khattar earlier today, and he sounded confident. I mean, although all politicians do sound confident, Aishwarya, they will not be sharing their concerns with reporters. But nevertheless, you know, the BJP had this strategy of having, Dharmendra Pradhan, who's seen as a nuts and bolts man, a key strategist of Amit Shah on ground. He was seen he was made the election in charge of Haryana. He is telling us that he's very sure that it will be a different, elections and different results in comparison to what most of us feel in the case of Haryana.
Well, and lately we spoke to a few leaders. They had clearly stated that whatever the exit polls may be, but the prediction would be different as far as the results are concerned. And they are very confident of having once again the Bharatiya Janata Party Sarkar in Haryana as far as the double engine Sarkar is concerned, because the confidence level clearly had struck to them because of the work that they have done in the last 10 years. But of course, the incumbency level is high over here in Haryana. I am currently, in Panipat, but I've been traveling to Karnal and different constituencies. Still, the queue is there at this polling booth where I am reporting from, and there is a slight marginalized increase in the vote share as well compared to last year till 5 p.m. If we talk about Panipat, then it is 60.52, which has been recorded till 5 p.m. But last year it was just 55.49, so 5% of increase, and it is expected that in the next 1 hour or so it will also increase, and there will be a marginal increase in voting percentage. On the other side, if we talk about Panipat, then it was 57%. 50% till 5 p.m. in 2019, and this time it has been recorded to 61%. So an increase in that as well till 5 p.m. But people here seems very happy with the kind of work that in urban areas, in the pocket cities, the government has done. But of course, unemployment is the major key concern that we heard from the voters since morning as well. On the other side, yes, if we talk about the leaders, the political parties, both the Bharatiya Janata Party and Congress are head-to-head, and both the leaders, when we spoke to them, the candidates of both the parties, they seemed very confident and stated that whatever the politics may be, whatever the campaigning they did, it has ultimately gone down to the wire, and they seem very confident. The infighting is one part, but on the other, the people will vote in favor of them. It remains to be seen that what will happen on October 8th.
Yeah, Aishwarya reporting there from Karnal, an extremely interesting constituency, earlier a Congress stronghold, but of course now with Manohar Lal Khattar, it's really a sort of a tough fight there. But let me bring in Tanushka now. Tanushka has been reporting from Rohtak, of course, the stronghold of the Hoodas. And Tanushka, you spoke to Bhupinder Hooda and Dipinder Hooda, both of them extremely confident, saying that there is no infighting and that it's a united face as far as the Congress is concerned, and it will return to power this time. But what an interesting battle it has been in Rohtak, the entire Hooda family campaigning extensively. But what was top of mind for voters there?
In fact, it's not just both the Hoodas, Bhupinder Singh Hooda and Dipinder Singh Hooda, but even the Bhupinder Singh Hooda's wife Asha Hooda has also been campaigning here, and the voters in Rohtak have given a sense that they, are quite done with the unemployment issues in the constituency. They were complaining of inflation as well. They were complaining of Mengai, and of course, even the voters were talking about the farmers' issues as well as the wrestlers' issues. So these are things that the voters themselves have brought to light, and the voters are speaking about these issues. From what I gauged throughout the day in different villages, these are very rural pockets in Rohtak that I visited and spoke to voters in. And at the same time, of course, Bhupinder Singh Hooda as well as his son both come across as very confident with respect to this election. They both believe that BJP is not going to, the people are not going to elect BJP into power for a third consecutive term. Both the leaders said that talked about issues that they would be working upon, of course reiterating the Congress manifesto that also talks about enacting the minimum support price and bringing about a caste survey as well. So these are points that were highlighted by both the leaders, especially stressing upon the unemployment problems within the constituency, and not just in the constituency but for Haryana at large as well. So Bhupinder Singh Hooda, Dipinder Singh Hooda, both of them stressed upon that if Congress is elected in, and if they do win these elections, they will be focusing on the unemployment problems. Of course, they blamed the BJP for making this, the state of affairs in the state in the past 10 years. Both of them seem confident about the Congress winning, and the voters also seem likely to bring about a change at least. Speaking about a Rohtak Assembly constituency, and until 5 p.m., the voting percentage in Rohtak was at 60.56%. So that is quite a good amount of voter turnout for Rohtak. There were a lot of people in queues at these polling booths who turned up to cast their vote. A lot of, mixed group of people, first-time voters, elderly, senior citizens, even women. Women also was a good turnout of women as well at these polling booths. But at the end of the day, October 8th is going to decide, will the people of Haryana give in the BJP a third consecutive term, or the Congress will snatch away and bring back their grand old party into the state after a gap of 10 years.
All right, Tanushka, thank you for getting us the latest from that very crucial bastion of Hooda's, Rohtak. Now let me get a word from Ishika. Ishika is with the voters of Gurgaon. We have often spoken about urban apathy. Similar story, is this also today? What is the voting percentage till now, Ishika, in Gurgaon?
Well, Maria, if we talk about the voting percentage here, it is rather a bit disappointing because if we talk about Gurgaon, the voting percentage is 49.97, which is in fact lesser than last time. So certainly I am present with the voters here. The polling is already done. I'll go across to them. This voter turnout that we are seeing, it is lesser, than the last time. So what do you think, would have been the reason?
There are 2-3 factors which could have been the reason for that. Probably a weekend. We had a off on 2nd and 3rd, and there's a festive. People might have gone around, but this is disappointing. This might impact the results.
This might impact the results. We also want to know from you, now that the polling is done, the fate of the candidates are sealed. Do you think that whoever comes, because it is the urban challenges that you face day to day, do you think you'll get some kind of relief, after, someone, the person that you've chosen wins?
हिंदी में
आपको क्या लगता है कि आपने जिसको चुना, क्या आपको लगता है अगर वो जीत के आए तो जो अर्बन इश्यूज हैं डे टू डे बेसिस पे जो आप फेस करते हैं, क्या उस पे अब आप लोग को राहत मिलेगी? ऐसा
बिल्कुल, मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है कि अगर बादशाहपुर विधानसभा से राव नरवीर सिंह जीत के आते हैं तो हमें पूरा हमारा जो इंफ्रा खराब हो चुका है गुड़गांव का, उसको ठीक करने में वो पूरा सहयोग करेंगे।
हमने देखा है कि हर बार जो है, अगर हम गुरुग्राम की बात करें तो हर साल की वही स्टोरी होती है, बारिश आती है, वाटर लॉगिंग होती है, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जा चुका है। वहीं अगर हम बात करें सैनिटेशन, यहाँ की एक अलग समस्या है। इतने साल से कुछ नहीं हो पाया। क्या आपको लगता है कि इसके बाद होप जगी है कि इस इलेक्शंस में जो आपने अपना वोटिंग राइट्स एक्सरसाइज किया है उसके बाद चेंज आएगा?
जी बिल्कुल, मुझे तो उम्मीद है। आई टोटली एक्सेप्ट दैट व्हाट आई हैव चोजन वुड रियली वर्क बिकॉज Rao Narbir has done work in the past, and I believe that he's a Dabang leader, so to say, and he will get things done.
So, Mara, we have seen that every year, we talk about the civic apathy here in Gurugram, the day-to-day challenges that the Gurugram faces, but the people are still hopeful that, in fact, this time, after exercising their voting powers, there will be change and they will be getting the relief. Over to you.
And Ishika, before I let you go, I want your own analysis of, did you see younger voters, first-time voters in Gurgaon today when you were moving from one polling station to another? Is that the feedback that you'll give us? Because right now that the demographic that you spoke to were largely elderly.
Well, yes, we did see a lot of young voters as well, Maria, and what is very interesting, to see at 1 or 2 polling booths were that, some who were 15-year-olds, 16-year-olds, were not going to vote, this year, but also in the coming years. Even they were very self-aware. In fact, they had their own analysis done. They knew, in fact, we spoke to few of them as well, in the morning itself, and they said that, it is the infrastructure that is crumbling, the water logging problems that we see every day, when we go, to the schools, to the colleges, in fact, during monsoon. And they say, that none of the candidates actually, tried to reach the people, on these local issues. So a lot of understanding, a lot of self-awareness we also saw in the young voters. So certainly all of those who actually turned up today to vote, they did seem to be self-aware, but the statistics that is now coming in, Maria, that is a bit disappointing. It is 49.97, which is in fact lesser than the last time as well.
Okay, so what is the overall voter percentage? Thank you to all the reporters who joined us. We'll be coming back to you in just a bit. But Vedant, you have the numbers of how the voters in Haryana voted in 2019 Assembly and now. What can you tell us?
Absolutely, Maria, as all of our reporters were also mentioning, a slight dip in voting percentage, certainly. Let's have those graphics up, in fact, and look at, sort of a comparison between 2019 and 2014. 2019, the voter turnout was at 68.2%, and the provisional turnout till now has been 61% as far as, the Vidhan Sabha polls are concerned. Though also an important caveat to add here is that if you look at the Lok Sabha poll turnout, that was close to the number we have right now as far as the Vidhan Sabha Sabha is concerned. So of course it's much more intelligent to sort of compare the numbers right now to the last elections that were held in Haryana, and those were the Lok Sabha polls. So the number close to that. But as far as the Vidhan Sabha of 2019 is concerned, there is definitely an almost 7% dip as far as the voter turnout is concerned. Of course, in areas like Gurugram, we have seen urban apathy, as Maria, you were also mentioning. But traditionally, Haryana has recorded higher voting percentages as far as the turnout is concerned. Now, there have been a lot of theories. Does a higher voter turnout favor the incumbent? Does it go against the incumbent? Experts continue to float those theories. But let's sort of take a look historically as to what a potentially lower voter turnout could mean for the incumbent. So if the voter turnout is increased, there is a chance that perhaps a 5 on 10 chance that the incumbent government is repeated. A higher voter turnout historically could mean that the incumbent could return to power. If the voter turnout has decreased, there's almost an equal chance that the incumbent could be repeated or could be unseated as well. Now, of course, this differs from state to state, Maria, and there is no accurate answer to this. But of course, lower voting percentage, something that we saw in Jammu Kashmir as well. The voting percentage slightly lower than what we saw in Lok Sabha polls. So no accurate answer there, but certainly a dip in the voting percentage. Maria.
All right, let me bring in Akshat Goel now. Vedant, you can come back and be seated next to me. But Akshat, this is an analysis which you do in every election. Yes. So we have to do it even this time around. What is the relation or the equation between the voter turnout and the results? Is it favorable to the incumbent or anti-incumbent? Is it about enthusiasm or lack of enthusiasm? How should that be read in general?
Well, Maria, so first of all, the turnout is 61% as of now. So it might go up to 68% till the final numbers are shared by the ECI. However, in order to see the impact of the turnout, we will have to see the different areas in which BJP is strong and different areas in which Congress is strong. So I have my own data set which I have got. So Haryana can be divided into 4 zones. One is the north side, which is Ambala, Kurukshetra, and south side is Gurgaon and Faridabad, and then the entire mid part is the Jat land. So as per my numbers, there has always been a low turnout in the north side, in the Ambala, but despite a low turnout, BJP has been able to win in that area. There has always been a high turnout in the Jat land, that is the Rohtak belt, Sonipat belt, Sirsa belt, Fatehabad belt, Hisar belt. So Congress has always done well, and if not Congress, then JJP or INLD parties, they have always done well in this belt. So what we can say, or we can try to analyze, that in the Jat belt, Jats generally outnumber, or Jats generally try to vote in a higher number than the non-Jat, which is the northern side of Haryana, and the southern side, which is Gurgaon and Faridabad. So I personally feel we'll have to see the impact on seat by seat or at a zonal level if it is going to favor BJP or Congress. But yes, at a macro level, no such trend can be set as of now.
Okay. Sajjan Kumar, political analyst, is also joining us. We have Zafar Chaudhary, editor of The Dispatch, to analyze the big numbers that will come in on Jammu and Kashmir. Radhika Khera, spokesperson of the BJP. Najmu Saqib of the PDP and advocate. Anmol Pawar is from the Aam Aadmi Party. I'll be going to all of them in just a bit. But Sajjan Kumar, talking about Haryana, multiple factors at play. The BJP went for that experiment that they did in 2014 with non-Jat chief minister in Manohar Lal Khattar. They thought that experiment will work and they will set a parallel narrative or create a new social constituency in the state. But they have come back to the same politics of the state. Sajjan, you have to unmute yourself.
Yeah, precisely. If you see 2014, that time the background of Haryana Congress government was raking with the anti-incumbency. You have land acquisition kind of accusations against Huda government. Then also there was a social anti-incumbency against the domineering presence of the Jats among the rest of the communities. 2019, we also witnessed that while the Jat community was divided, relatively the non-Jat plank was intact in favor of the BJP. Nevertheless, they were slightly dent compared to 14. But now what is happening? We see a consolidated, not entirely, but nearly consolidated Jat electorates behind Congress because it has the anchor in Huda. Among the BJP core weight, you see the entire OBC Morcha led by Kamboj is disintegrated. Even among the Brahmin voters or the Rajput voters, General VK Singh is missing, Ramvilas Sharma is missing. So that way, the dominant fact on the ground is that while BJP core voters of non-OBCs are in shambles, Congress is witnessing a sort of 1/3 of the state population of Jats and Muslim intact. Among the Dalit voters, relatively the BSP and Azad Samaj Party may have some impact in Yamunanagar, etc., which is bordering to Saharanpur district. But in rest of the area, yesterday's, this Ayaram, Gairam kind of a narrative of Ashok Tawar joining also gives you an indication that which way the wind is blowing. So therefore, this time, besides the anti-incumbency, caste and community question, where BJP also lagged is not having a leader who could match the stature of someone like Huda. Nayab Saini is an OBC, but he doesn't enjoy the stature who could have created an anchor, who could have consolidated the non-Jat OBC, Khatris, Baniyas, Brahmins, Thakurs, which has been there. So certainly this time there is a near unanimity about the directionality of the electoral outcome. The extent and the degree may be debated, we must wait. But we have been seeing for the last couple of months, in the narrative war and the war of perception, it is Congress which is having both the normative and the real edge, while BJP is trying to catch up, trying to defend its case. Nevertheless, on the ground, we do not see a resonance of BJP's narrative and the ground situation.
So that's why
I think it's...
which will return to the BJP, of course, depending on the results that we see on 8th, is that what about the regional players? Does the party have the regional satraps, which we keep talking about? In case of Hudas that you said, Radhika Khera, this is the big concern. The Hudas have been the anchor or the face of politics of Haryana for decades. They have dominated that politics, while the BJP doesn't really have that big face, the overarching face. It continues to fight each and every election, the Lok Sabha polls and also the assembly elections under brand Narendra Modi.
Good evening to everyone. You're talking about the Hudas here, the Hudas that have been rejected by the people of Haryana, because the people of Haryana have twice, and Haryana has been a state which has always given an alternate government, and they rejected the Huda family, which is a private limited company kind of a process that is going on, and they have taken over the entire Congress party. They have people even protesting from within. We saw, and here I was just listening to Mr. Sajjan Kumar. He was talking about a very big factor, the Ayaram Gayaram man, who, and he said that we can see where the wind is blowing. Well, that man also joined Aam Aadmi Party and TMC. I don't think any wind was going towards Aam Aadmi Party and TMC in Haryana. So saying that he is a factor and we can see where the wind is blowing, I'm sorry. If we are going by Ashok Tawar, then definitely the Congress is losing, because Aam Aadmi Party has no stand in Haryana and neither does the TMC. Having said that, the entire state, in fact, the entire nation has been witness to Rahul Gandhi's forced smile standing next to Bhupinder Hooda ji and Kumari Shailja, and the internal bickering has been out in the media, in interviews for the entire nation to see. The party is only worried about the welfare of the Gandhi family and the whole Hooda family in Haryana. They are not bothered about the people of the state, which is why they've been left out. And people have seen that. And if we are going by the numbers, if we see by the trends, if the voting up till now has been, the percentage has been low, so that itself is a clear indication, which is usually the case in more than 90% of the elections, that if there is a low turnout, then the government does not change. And if you remember, right now your poll results are not out as yet, but we had seen the same kind of wave, in fact, even a bigger wave in Chhattisgarh assembly elections and the Madhya Pradesh assembly elections. Those were states which the Congress was definitely coming back to power. There was no way that the Congress apparently could have been defeated in Chhattisgarh, where they already were in power. And Madhya Pradesh was a gift to them. But what happened? The end result was very different from what was being shown in the media, from what the Congress was imagining. The end result, the vote ki chot that the people gave, and they showed, you know, even in Chhattisgarh, there was no face. In Madhya Pradesh, it was very clear that Shivraj Chauhan ji would not be the chief minister. Yet people voted for the Bharatiya Janata Party. So it's very clear, people believe in the policies, people believe in the leadership of Shri Narendra Modi ji, and time and again they have been giving the reply, and that's how the Bharatiya
So
Janata
that's
Party
interesting,
is.
Maria, isn't it, given the
Can
fact that
become
you have a
chief minister.
BJP spokesperson sort of doubting the credibility of the exit polls. So that's interesting there as well, given the fact that, as you were also mentioning, Maria, these are the first exit polls after the big, Lok Sabha mandate and the big surprise there as well. Anmol Pawar of the Aam Aadmi Party is also with us. Anmol Pawar, what is the Aam Aadmi Party looking for in Haryana? You did well in the Panchayat polls as far as Haryana is concerned, but in the Lok Sabha polls it was a complete rout, and the alliance with the Congress couldn't go through. What really are you looking at as far as Haryana is concerned?
Vedanji, Aam Aadmi Party is the only credible alternative to the traditional parties in Haryana. And we can assure that no government in Haryana can be formed without the support of Aam Aadmi Party. The people of Haryana have showered their love and blessings on us, and they are frustrated with this misgovernance and corrupt regime of Bharatiya Janata Party in the last decade. The Aam Aadmi Party is the only party which has presented a model of governance wherein people are provided with basic necessities of life like free electricity, water, education, and healthcare, which is a constitutional obligation of every state governments. But none of the state governments have been able to fulfill it in last 70 years. Now, the people of Haryana are asking a very pertinent question, that what is their crime? If states like Delhi and Punjab can deliver these services, then why didn't the Haryana government able to do so in last 10 years? So we are certainly getting a good number of seats this time, and had our leaders not been incarcerated in a false and fabricated case, we would have been in a position to form a government in this assembly election.
Okay, Radhika, you wanted to come in, quick response from you, and then I bring in.
I don't know
Jammu and
whether
Kashmir,
Anmol ji lives in
speech.
Delhi or Haryana, but let me tell him, free bijli pani does not mean that electricity goes off 15 times a day, and free pani does not mean that you give us chemical wala pani, which is black and blue and purple at times. It looks as if there's Lysol or something in the water. That is the water that comes in the taps of our kitchens. That is the water that comes in our bathrooms. That is the water that Delhi people like us have to use. So that is not a good form of governance, and that is not the governance that the Aam Aadmi Party had promised.
What became clear was that Aam Aadmi Party started as a factor in Haryana, Professor Shastri, and somehow it deterred. And then, in this election, they're not even a player.
Yes.
They began as a alternative politics, and now they have become an alternative in mainstream politics. That's the journey that you see. And in Haryana, I mean, there may be pockets of influence where you have the AAP playing a small role.
If people were to choose, move away from the traditional players of the BJP and the Congress, then they have options in INLD or JJP.
No, I think in Haryana this time it's a direct fight between the Congress and the BJP.
Contest, yes.
And in small pockets here and there may be the BSP, there may be the INLD, there may be the other regional parties, but the main contest, I think, this time is between the Congress and the BJP.
And the JJP, which got 10 seats in last election, did they get the calculations wrong? Well, we have to wait for the exit polls, but we are shifting focus now to Jammu and Kashmir. Very important elections. The first one held after the abrogation of Article 370. So it is being seen as a referendum on that. It's also a referendum or an election which will decide the fate of the regional players in the Muftis and also in Abdullahs. Vedant, you will take this conversation forward with Zafar Chaudhry.
Absolutely, Zafar Chaudhry, the editor of Dispatch. Zafar Saab, how do you see, what were some of the big takeaways for you as far as, the Jammu and Kashmir election is concerned? Of course, those long queues were very heartening to see outside polling booths. But for you, some of the major factors to look at, of course, you have independents in the fray, a record number of independents that have made the contest even more interesting as far as Jammu and Kashmir is concerned.
So a very high stakes election this time, particularly happening after the abrogation of Article 370 and the downgrading of the state to the union territory, and most importantly, after the most latest delimitation. So delimitation has been done in a way that the regional parties accused BJP of influencing the process of delimitation to give away an opportunity to BJP to place in its core constituents into 6 new constituencies. So there is a huge struggle. There has been a campaign over the last 5 years dubbing the regional political parties as separatists, as corrupt, as anti-people, as the parties which have done misadministration and maladministration. And as opposed to that, BJP suggested that this is the party for the future of Jammu and Kashmir, to give good governance, to eradicate terrorism from the state of Jammu and Kashmir. So these are the two major narratives which were pitted against each other. But then if you look at the larger political landscape of Jammu and Kashmir, the politics is strongly polarized around region, around communities, and that is at the surface of the layer. If you remove these layers, then you can also find politics also polarized around the religion, which is why that the regional political parties, National Conference and People Democratic Party, they have their strong base in the Muslim majority areas, and the BJP is contained mostly in the 4 districts of Jammu region, which is Udhampur, Jammu, Samba and Kathua. That's where most of their seats come from. So stakes were really very high because it's really indeed a case of referendum on the development that have been taking place after 2018. It's just not only August of 5, 2019, because that was just a high pitched event that took place in the parliament abrogating Article 370. But the process started way back with the fall of the last elected government in June 2018. And the regional parties and people who are sympathetic to the regional parties, they are struggling to restore the rule, the authority, and the dominance of the regional parties in Jammu and Kashmir, while BJP is making a case of acknowledging, getting a people's acknowledgement, getting a verdict for the action it has taken after 2018, particularly the events of 2019. One important thing is that, as I said, that BJP is contained to 4 districts, Jammu, Samba, and Kathua. This time, BJP has made strong efforts to make inroads into 2 definite sub-regions within the Jammu province. One is informally called as the Chenab Valley, which has 8 seats, and the Pir Panjal region, which also has 8 seats. So these 2 regions are Muslim majority region, but they have since been giving mixed results. The BJP has won seats in the past, Congress has won seats in the past, and the regional parties have also won seats in the past.
First
So
set of numbers will start coming in, Zafar Bhai. So let me just quickly bring in Najmu Saqib as well, PDP spokesperson. For PDP, it appears to be the toughest battle since its inception, one would say, because there was this alliance on the other side. India bloc was together with the Congress and the NCP, and the CPIM also having an understanding. On the other hand, you had the BJP. Where did PDP get lost in this elections?
Well, Maria, you're certainly right. It was a battle for survival for as far as PDP is concerned. I mean, let me remind your viewers, post 2019, there was one assault on people of Kashmir, but there was another assault that was happening, especially on People's Democratic Party. You remember 40 plus of our leaders were coerced to leave the party. They were either pressured or coerced or sort of, lured away to leave the political party. And it was a very, very tough time for us as a political party to find our feet again. Our party president, Mehbooba Mufti, did, a lot of heavy lifting. And hopefully what we see right now is People's Democratic Party finding its feet again. I mean, we are certainly certain of our presence. I mean, there were a lot of people who had written our epitaph that, PDP is done and dusted. But what we have shown in this election especially is that our presence in every constituency wherever we fought, whether that was in North Kashmir, whether that was in Central Kashmir, or Pir Panjal, or South Kashmir, which is our bastion. So we are very hopeful that we will give a very tough fight, and we will play a very important role. Because, look, Mari, you were earlier discussing about, election numbers, the percentage. Look, there were a couple of reasons for it. One, government before elections introduced an order, which curtailed the powers of the chief minister. One. Second, it was a harvesting season, horticulture season, especially in our South Kashmir. 70% of our population, 70% of our population is involved in horticulture. So a lot of our people were busy with that particular, and that was a very, very significant factor for less poll percentage as compared to 2014. The poll percentage in South Kashmir was lesser as compared to 2014, was lesser as compared to parliament elections. So there were a couple of reasons, because government itself tried to dissuade people from voting in bulk numbers.
And these are the numbers coming in from People's Pulse. They have put the projections for both Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir. These are the numbers that they're giving for Jammu and Kashmir. Congress, NC, all set to form the government as per People's Pulse. BJP at 23 to 27, PDP 7 to 11, others 4 to 6, because this time around there were a record number of independents that were fielded, multiple parties from Apni party to you had several others actually in the fray. Let's look at the People's Pulse numbers for Haryana now as well. An important battle, 90 seats that went to polls today. People's Pulse is saying that Congress is all set to form the government. It is crossing the halfway mark of 46. So they are giving a range of 49 to 61 to the Congress party, BJP 20 to 36, Aam Aadmi Party 0 and others 3 to 5, which means, is it really an end of road for INLD and JJP? Because their projection for INLD, in fact, they are breaking that others also between JJP and INLD, saying INLD could get between 0 to 1 and INLD 2 to 3 and JJP 0 to 1. Yes, Professor.
Maria, this is the first exit poll coming.
Yes.
So I would look more at the trend rather than the actual numbers.
Yes.
The trend seems to suggest that there is a tough race in Jammu and Kashmir, whereas in Haryana it seems to be that the Congress is pulling forward. And this is what has been said over the last several days, and also what the reporters have been saying in the ground. So rather than looking at the actual numbers, I think it indicates the trend that maybe what we would see on the area.
Yes, so directionally it's about Congress and the range is a pretty convincing range of 49 to 61 here, Akshat.
So I agree with Sandeep sir. Numbers are directional, but it is giving a clear-cut trend that Congress could form like government on its own in Haryana.
It is the first one, People's Pulse.
It's a first
it's a
one,
long
by the way.
way to go.
I agree to it.
Very,
however, in Jammu and Kashmir, we should also look at the other pollsters, because there might be some other players who might get. So there is a constituency called Baramulla Lok Sabha, from which engineer Rashid sir won, and there are PDP has lost some support in that Lok Sabha, which has given rise to the number of others, and the loss in the PDP's vote share hasn't translated into the NC's or the Congress vote shares. Right. So we should also look at some of the others, or maybe some of the other pollsters. Maybe they are able to crack.
Saqib, how are you looking at the PDP numbers that's coming in from the People's Pulse?
Well, obviously, it's too early to comment on that, but Sanjay sir was right that these are the trends that we're looking at. But I'm very sure that our performance will be better than this. But Maria, we have to look at it in the background that there was a significant assault on our party. As I mentioned earlier, 40 plus of our leaders were coerced or lured to leave the political parties. 3 political parties were carved out of just one PDP. So it was a very, very tough time for us. And every one of our workers and party leaders is very happy with our. To remember that post 2019, there was a significant sort of.
Saqib, the other reading could be that unlike National Conference, your background or history actually came to haunt you. Because, people said that if they are looking for an alternative and more trustworthy alternative to the BJP, then they would look at this alliance of the Congress and the NC. Rather than PDP, because you have formed the government in the past with them.
I would disagree. Maria, look, this election was very hyperlocal. This was fought on issues which were very local. Candidates played a very important role in it, and sort of what parties communicated again played some kind of role. But what was largely seen was this election was...
because we have another set of numbers. In fact, Dhruv Research for Haryana Again, very early days, but similar to People's Pulse, they've given 22 to 32 seats to the BJP in Haryana, 50 to 64 to the Congress. So they are giving a decisive lead to the Congress there. I think it would be interesting to get Radhika Khera's response on both the pollsters and what they have to say for Haryana. So certainly down from the 40 in 2019 is what the trend seems to be in Haryana. Radhika.
Like I said initially, that I don't think that the exit polls have been getting it right up till now. Let's look at the Lok Sabha results. Although all polls were predicting that the Bharatiya Janata Party is going to touch 400. So, we're going to touch 300, but that didn't happen. Or like I said in this, let's go by the state elections. We saw what the channels and all polls were predicting for Chhattisgarh and Madhya Pradesh. Those were Congress strongholds, and they had better numbers and a better performance of the Congress than the Congress in Jammu, Kashmir and Haryana. But what was the end result? The ground result was very, very different. And again, I am telling you, the actual results are going to surprise you.
Akshat Goel, the numbers.
Yes.
You are actually saying INLD 0.
Yeah.
And you're also saying that JJP is end of road for both these regional parties.
Yeah.
And when it comes to the numbers, where are these numbers largely coming from the Congress?
So basically, it has been a Jatland consolidation for Congress. It has been an end of road for INLD and JJP. Earlier, both these parties used to get a lot of Jat votes till 2019 elections. But because Dushyant Chautala aligned with BJP post the for the government formation, and he was not with the Jat leaders for the farmer protest or for the wrestler protest. So the Jats have consolidated against both these parties, and they have aligned with Congress this time. So Congress is going to gain a lot in the Jatland first of all. And secondly, Congress also gaining some seats in the BJP stronghold of the Ambala, Kurukshetra and Faridabad, Palwal area. So it is a across state gain for Congress.
And the BJP numbers, if they are going down, it is going down from which regions? Is it about some pockets or is it across the state?
So it is mostly across the states, ma'am. But you also have to see that last year, the last time 2019 elections, BJP also won a few seats because JJP cut some of the votes of the Congress party, the Jat votes, and as a result of which BJP won some of the seats in the Jat area. However, BJP is likely to lose more number of seats which it won in the Jat. So again, by like Jatland, I mean Sonipat area, Sonipat, Panipat, Rohtak, Sirsa, Hisar.
Yes,
I think the South Haryana is the region where the BJP could be doing better than the performance in the other parts of the state. By the southern part of the state, which includes areas like Gurgaon, Rewari, those are the areas where they could be doing well. The traditional strongholds of the BJP is where they could be doing better.
Sajjan Kumar?
Yeah, I mean, I agree, but the only thing is that in southern part, they may be doing less worse than other regions because of the demographic regions. You know, southern Rewari region and Gurgaon region, wherein the Jat population is less, and there is a generic kind of concern that the Jat return to power.
Are we not talking enough about the Dalit voters? You know, this is the same constituency which moved away from the BJP in Maharashtra, in the state of Uttar Pradesh, and led to that decline of the party in these two states.
We have Dainik Bhaskar also, in fact, now.
Dainik Bhaskar numbers as well. Please go ahead with that.
So, Dainik Bhaskar is giving 15 to 29 to the BJP in Haryana, 44 to 54 to the Congress, again 0 to 1 to the JJP, 1 to 5 to the INLD, and 0 to 1 to the Aam Aadmi Party. So, the trend seems to be 40 to 52 for the Congress as far as, you know, the exit polls so far are concerned. But again, all the health warnings there. These are very early days still. But yes, Sajjan Kumar, go ahead.
Yeah, precisely. As far as the Dalit voters are concerned in Haryana, we must remember that the Jatav and Chamar voters, in a way, hijacked the entire Dalit nomenclature. So there are Valmiki voters, there are Dhanuk voters and others who have their kind of split. So all the Dalit discourse, Azad Samaj Party, BSP, Kumari Shailaja, they all represent one caste arithmetic within the Dalit. So that is why one of the challenge of BJP would be to kind of have a significant section of the non-Jatav, non-Ravidas voters, because mind it is among these voters wherein you see the fear of the dominant, because they are not that assertive of the Jat dominance is there. This is one. The Jatav Chamar voters always have been, they never have been a core constituency of the BJP tactically or ideologically. So therefore, I think in Haryana, 20% of the Dalit, they count, but we are giving too much emphasis on the Dalit voter. Why? Because parties like BSP, Azad Samaj Party, etc., they have entered the foray. But mind it, they are not the players who will have a significant, maybe bordering Saharanpur, Yamunanagar, etc., they will have some impact. But
So, Sanjay,
otherwise,
will it be fair
more
to
than
say
that,
then that these, because if we were to look at how these various caste groupings voted in 2024 Lok Sabha polls, is it going in the same direction, Lok Sabha, when it is translating into assembly? The number of seats?
Directionally, yes. Directionally in Haryana, yes. You see, in terms of the agenda and their social base, so you have this, what you call Jhabki. The social base is the 1/4 of the electorate, that is the chart. So they already have made a decisive thing. Then you see the crisis among the OBCs and also among the Dalits. So that way we find the direction is same. What we find at this time, at least in Lok Sabha election, BJP has the face of the Modi. In assembly election, what we are finding that it is completely localized, and therefore the
that
BJP
Modi
is
factor actually swings almost like 6 to 7% or perhaps more, Professor Shastri, in a number of states. We have seen that play out in, Bihar, UP, Haryana, election.
In the 2024 polls, we found that 1 out of every 4 BJP votes came because of the Prime Minister. And I would have reason to believe that a lot of the BJP support in Haryana is linked to the support for the Prime Minister. But there was an important point made by Sajjanji, which I'd like to take forward. The Congress vote among the Dalits is linked to certain segments among the scheduled caste community. It's not among all the groups. And that is something which the Congress has not been able to capitalize upon, to be able to spread its vote across different scheduled caste sections. The weakening of the BSP and the reduced role of the BSP in Haryana, it would be interesting to see which party gets the support of those groups which have traditionally supported the BSP in Haryana. So that's another factor when we are talking of the Dalit vote.
Okay. Vedant, we have another set of numbers.
Dainik Bhaskar for Jammu and Kashmir as well. And Sandeepji, a word on that, because Dainik Bhaskar gives 20 to 25 to the BJP, 35 to 40 to the Congress plus NC, and 4 to 7 to the PDP. So do you see the Congress NC also perhaps gaining in Jammu?
If these numbers were to hold, it's clear that the BJP is not getting the type of sweep they were looking for in Jammu, if these numbers were to hold. Because the BJP was hoping to do much better in the Jammu region, whereas in the valley, yes, there was a challenge for the BJP. And the NCP Congress alliance, if those numbers again are to be true, is doing well not only in the valley but is also picking up seats in the Jammu.
In Jammu as well. In fact, Zafar Saab, come in on this. How do you see the numbers for Jammu and Kashmir? So 35 to 45, that's the range that most of the, at least, the pollsters so far are giving to NC plus Congress, and 20 to 30 to the BJP.
So I have one exit poll on my mind also, and I think the two, if they are looked together, appear closer to what we hear here, that National Conference and Congress could be the largest alliance, but maybe slightly, below the halfway mark in the Legislative Assembly. And the Bharatiya Janata Party, which had bagged 25 seats in 2014 and had lead on 29 seats in the Lok Sabha elections earlier this year, is believed to be around 25, 26 seats. I mean, these polls both appear a lot closer to the reality on 2 to 3 aspects. But then it has again to be seen that 6 more seats have been increased in the Jammu region, particularly covering the area where BJP has its core vote bank. So BJP has not performed very well. It appears that Congress has made inroads into the BJP's bastion, but Congress did not do a high-profile campaign in Jammu region. Probably that was a strategic, policy of Congress to make BJP a little complacent about its confidence of winning the election. So National Conference, it looks like, is staging probably the best possible performance since 1996. In 2014, the National Conference had bagged only 15 seats. And this time, the party appears to be going way beyond 30 seats, up to 35 seats. And I think the two polls a lot closer to the reality as what we get from the ground. Yes.
Okay. We are going to shift back to Haryana now, because this is Republic Bharat Matri's numbers which have come in. And they are saying that it's Congress all the way, with 55 to 62 is the projection that is coming in from Republic Bharat Maitris. For the BJP, they're giving 18 to 24, INLD 3 to 6. So it's consolidating directionally in favor of the Congress party, Professor Shastri. But this is the range which is only going up on the other side.
One thing is clear in all the exit polls, they are projecting a clear majority for the Congress. If you look at the midpoint of all the polls, it's much beyond the majority mark. Though, of course, they vary in their intensity in terms of the projection of the Congress seat. So that's very clear in the 4 projections that we have for Haryana, that the Congress is above the halfway mark as per these projections. And if these projections were to be right, you would very well be having a Congress government in Haryana.
So, what will you say on that, Radhika?
First of all, I'd like to bring up something which has been said on this show, Maria. Mr. Sajjan Kumar here, the political analyst, has used the word chamar twice, and it is derogatory and it is punishable by law. And I hope you people would have noticed it, and I was waiting for someone to come and ask him to control his tongue. Mr. Sajjan Kumar, you have committed a criminal offense. Do you not know, after being a political analyst, that this is not a term that can be used?
No.
See, it is banned and it is legally punishable. No, please don't argue and take back your words. You should apologize to the country.
So you should also take
cannot use that term.
You cannot use that term.
If you are still arguing with me on this, you have zero knowledge of law.
It is not derogatory. Derogatory is depending upon the intensity and the context. So you should know the context. This is a very standard academic and journalistic practice.
That's a fair point there. Your point is taken. Go ahead, Radhika. Yeah.
And the channel should condemn his words. Now, coming back to the polls, there were lots of exit polls that had predicted that the Bharatiya Janata Party is going to lose Haryana in the previous elections also. The Congress was going to form the government then as well. What happened? They didn't form the government. The Bharatiya Janata Party went ahead and formed the government for the second time in a row. And I will keep repeating this till the day of the results, that the Chhattisgarh exit polls, the Madhya Pradesh exit polls were far, far more in favor of the Congress than what we are seeing here in Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir. Everybody knows in Jammu and Kashmir that there has been a resonating message across the valley, a message of transformation, a message of development and rejection of fear. People who were saying that no one would raise the tricolor after Article 370 was removed, well, they should go and walk in Lal Chowk, and the Shehzada of the Congress party enjoys an ice cream on and off whenever he visits Srinagar at the Lal Chowk. He goes for skiing with his family. Those are the changes, and those are the changes that the people of Jammu and Kashmir have voted for.
Okay.
And yes, like someone was talking about Congress not campaigning in Jammu. Well, the Shehzada was busy in England. He was probably conspiring against the country.
But keeping the focus
he was busy on his
Haryana,
holiday over there.
last word to you quickly, Akshat Goel, on looking at the larger trends here, what seems to be working for the Congress? As somebody who has researched for the exit polls, a couple of factors, of course, 10-year incumbency, plus of course the caste arithmetic. Largely, what seems to be working for the Congress?
So definitely there is some anger against the BJP-led government. It's been a 10-year government. So there are like various factors, unemployment, price, right? And however, these factors are not only specific or unique case for this state, Haryana. It is a case for the entire country. But in order to deep dive the major factors which have taken the role in this state election, you have to understand the caste dynamics of Haryana. So 1996 was the last time when a non-Jat CM, Bhajan Bishnoi ji, was the non-Jat CM in 1996, and since then the state has been like ruled by Chautalas and Hudas for 10 years, Chautalas, and for 10 years Hudas. So now again, I am again coming to the same point about the caste, but this has played the important role that Jats uniting against BJP, and they want their own CM.
Okay, so what is becoming clear here is, as per the exit polls, these are early numbers, and it's Dhruv Research here, Dainik Bhaskar, People's Pulse, and Republic Bharat Maitris, which have declared their numbers. There are many others like Seawater, Axis, and others which we'll have to wait and wait for, because those numbers will start trickling in. But what is becoming clear is that Haryana, it's the Congress all the way. They are well above the halfway mark of 46. could go up to 55 to 60. That is directionally how the exit polls are suggesting. And again, in Jammu and Kashmir, again, the Congress-NC coalition could be comfortable to form the next government. But that's as for the exit polls. We'll have to wait and see more numbers to come. Yes.
I think two big words we must use is if and but for everything that we
Like
say.
always, we do that. Professor Shastri, thank you so much. So, Vedant?
Yes, a lot of health warnings there, and we are in the thick of things on numbers trickling in, but we'll have to take a short break now. This remains our top focus on it.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love. Tap it here and swipe it there. Bound rewards, me everywhere.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
कलर भी मेरा ही फेवरेट मिला.
Dulux Velvet Touch with True Color technology feels like home.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland. The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your life. News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai, to the seat of power, Delhi, NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them mailing men. All I want is a touch of love.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your life. News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai, to the seat of power, Delhi, NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring
in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water.
Hello everyone, you're watching our big poll of poll coverage here on NDTV. I'm Maria Shakil. My colleague Vedant is right there with all the numbers. Of course, that is the projection that is coming in. Let's put a big caveat now, Vedant. There are a number of pollsters who are yet to release their numbers, but Dainik Bhaskar, Dhruv Research, People's Pulse, Republic, Bharat Matriz are all giving Haryana to the Congress party. Dainik Bhaskar, People's Pulse, these are the two agencies which have released numbers for Jammu and Kashmir. They are giving Jammu and Kashmir convincingly to the Congress-NC alliance. Vedant, a quick wrap of how the pollsters are suggesting. What are they saying?
Absolutely, Maria. So let's look at the big numbers, starting with Dainik Bhaskar. Of course, if you look at all the pollsters so far, they have given a 40 to 52 range, most of them to the Congress. A decisive lead there, way beyond the majority mark to the Congress. For the BJP, 15 to 29 is what Dainik Bhaskar says. Dhruv Research says 22 to 32. And this pollster is also giving the maximum number of seats to the Congress, 50 to 64. As far as People's Pulse is concerned, a similar range there, 20 to 32 for the BJP, 49 to 61 for the Congress, and Republic Bharat is giving 80 to 24. The lowest number of seats perhaps in the pollsters so far to the BJP, and 55 to 62 to the Congress. Of course, as we're discussing the regional players, is it end of road for INLD and JJP? Well, for the JJP, going it alone this time, not an alliance with the BJP, it's mostly zero in 3 of the 4 pollsters. So the JJP is not opening its account according to 3 of the pollsters. For the INLD plus, Republic Bharat is giving 3 to 6 as far as Haryana is concerned. So only pollsters giving some number of seats there to INLD. But let's take a look at that graphic as to how pollsters in the past have gotten it wrong.
Actually, yes. Vedant, you know, because we always put this caveat, these are exit polls, not the actual results. The results will be on October 8th, so we'll be waiting for that. But these are the numbers which show direction of how the people in these states have voted. But yes, the pollsters have got it wrong several times.
Yes, absolutely. And in fact, if we can have that graphic up now on how the pollsters in the past also have gotten it wrong. In fact, if you look at Haryana in 2019, what the poll of polls seem to have suggested was that the Congress is getting 15 seats and the BJP 65, but it was a much tighter contest, both in terms of seats and vote shares. The actual result was 40 for the BJP, 31 for the Congress. And if you look at the 2024 Lok Sabha polls as well, some of the pollsters for Haryana had suggested a much closer contest, though it wasn't as far as the BJP and the Congress is concerned. So of course, Maria, as you were saying, a lot of health warnings there. Pollsters have gotten it wrong. Of course, a more recent example is what happened in Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, where even the pollsters couldn't predict the extent of the BJP majority as far as those 2 states were concerned.
Okay, I'm going to go straight to Srinagar. And Akhilesh ji, my colleague, is joining me here in the studio. We have Nirja Chaudhary as well. Akhilesh ji, a quick word first on the numbers that we are seeing with regards to Haryana. BJP would be worried?
Of course, it will be worried because it is there in power for the past 10 years now. And BJP was facing anti-incumbency, there's no doubt about it. Because we have seen that how the way the central leadership of the BJP responded as far as the campaign in Haryana is concerned. Because Prime Minister Narendra Modi had only 4 rallies in Haryana. If you include Amit Shah's rallies also, then total 14 rallies were done by them. There was no road show by either of them. It also shows that how BJP was very careful not to have the central leadership projected as a face in the assembly leadership, because they knew somewhere that something was missing. Because the indication was there in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections where the BJP lost 5 seats. So BJP was, of course, aware that it could face major anti-incumbency there. And of course, the exit polls are suggesting that.
So exit polls suggesting what was being seen, Nirja Chaudhary, by reporters on ground. Whoever went in both these, one union territory and the other state, they saw this happening. It's also a reflection or carrying forward, many would say, of how the Lok Sabha results in these states have been.
That's right. It is in line with that. Yes, number one. Number two, you're right. The reporters who went there, it was not only the political parties privately telling you, whether it was the BJP telling you privately, or the regional parties telling you privately, or the Congress telling you privately, or that this was the way the wind was blowing. But also, I believe the BJP had done its internal surveys, and they too indicated numbers of this kind. So all three, yes, it seems this time the exit polls seem to be on the right track, at least with indicating which way the wind is blowing.
So we'll wait for it still to see whether how have the reporters, various analysts like you, Nirja, and also the pollsters have fared. Going straight to Srinagar, where Nazir, my colleague, is joining us live. Nazir, you have a special guest. Over to you, Nazir. How are these numbers being looked at by the Member of Parliament there with you?
Well, Maria, thank you very much. And these are just, as we know, exit polls, not the actual results. And we'll wait for the 8th. But clearly, it creates a lot of interest when there are exit polls. And people have been speculating in Jammu and Kashmir since the elections were over. But we had to wait here for several days because of the Haryana polls today. And I'm joined by Aga Ruhullah, National Conference leader and MP from Srinagar. You may have heard some indications. All the exit polls have not come out so far, but those who are coming are indicating National Conference Congress is ahead. But clearly not everybody is saying it's absolute majority.
Well, it's a good sign, and I think it's in line with what I felt on ground, because I campaigned through the length and breadth of the valley. But it's exit poll after all. We would wait for the actual poll actual results to come out. But at the moment, it's I would want to say this much, that it is a sign which is in line with what I felt on ground, the sentiment that was visible, that the connect that the people had with the narrative of National Conference and with the party of National Conference, the understanding of National Conference to connect with the people on the sentimental level and on the realistic level as well, made an atmosphere where one could safely say that National Conference has a clear advantage, and that's reflecting in the exit polls.
Okay. Since 2002 Assembly elections, no party actually in Jammu and Kashmir has got more than 28 seats. In 2002 Assembly election, NC was the single largest party with 28 seats. PDP was 16 seats, but they formed the government that time with the Congress. In 2008, National Conference won 28 seats and formed the government with Congress. And 2014, it was PDP which won 28 seats and BJP got 25 seats. And it's expected that this time, that since 1996 election, National Conference may win, if exit polls are an indication, or the ground realities, may win highest number of seats. Ruhullah Sahab, are you surpassing your own expectations, or you are expecting that you could do better?
I would be surprised if we do not do better than 2002, and I would be surprised if National Conference falls short of what we expect to be a better result than, as you indicated, than the elections of 2002. And at this moment, it would be surprising also because this election was fought on the grounds which National Conference should and must have, and I think have commanded on the ground in terms of narrative, in terms of political language, in terms of actual expression of what needs to be expressed, and in terms of electorally creating that space for that dissent and that narrative that the people of Jammu and Kashmir felt for a long time was not allowed. Last two elections, including the parliament election that I contested, gave us an opportunity, one, to connect with the people, and then give a language to that sentiment which people wanted to express, the dissent that they wanted to express, both narrative-wise and in its roots. National Conference is the closest to the sentiment, to the actual, the atmosphere, the political atmosphere that we have. So National Conference should command the results in these elections.
Ruhullah Sahab, in these elections, 40% candidates were independents, and there was allegations from your party and other regional parties that it is an attempt to fragment the mandate votes. But that doesn't appear to be happening actually if we see the exit polls and the signs of on the ground we saw.
If these exit polls do stand, then we should be very thankful to the people of Jammu and Kashmir that they understood that
Nazir,
the forces...
please just ask Rohla to just hold on to his thoughts, because we are going to go straight to Rohtak, where Bhupinder Hooda is joining us on this special broadcast, and he is with Tanushka. Tanushka, over to you, and we'll be also asking some questions. But first, tell Mr. Hooda that the pollsters are suggesting that he is going to be the king of Haryana very soon.
Will he be? But that's the question for the Congress party.
So I have right here with me former Chief Minister Bhupinder Singh Hooda. Sir, the exit polls are suggesting at this point that the seat share that Congress would be getting is of 55 to 62. What do you have to say to that?
This is what I am telling you, exit polls are telling now. But in the morning you asked me the question, I told you that Congress is going to form government with comfortable majority, and it will form the government.
So the whole day that you roamed around today, went to these poll booths, what did you feel? How do you look back at today, the final day?
The response which we are getting from everywhere I got the report, there's wave in favor of Congress.
And how are you, like looking forward to this now, like the seat share at this point and the, chief ministerial phase?
Seat sharing? Seat sharing, there's only one alliance partner.
Tanushka, just tell Mr. Hooda that it's Ankit and me in the studio, and we have certain questions for him as well.
60 plus something.
For 10 years.
1, 2 minus, that's all. But comfortable majority.
For 10 years, it was
right.
the
Yes,
BJP
Maria. Please continue.
I'm
not done yet.
And now it is the Congress which is coming to power. As per these exit polls, is he hopeful for a bigger number? Because the range that is being suggested by the pollsters is from 46 to even 60.
Are you hopeful for a bigger number? Because it's been 10 years since the Congress has not, been in power here, and BJP has been in 2 consecutive terms. Are you hopeful for a bigger number?
Yes, because BJP has proved to be non-performing government and most corrupt government. This government, BJP and JJP government, and the law and order situation is worse. Even our sports person, Pahalwan, wrestlers, they have been not been spared.
Right.
So this is the question.
Hooda Saab, there is a list going on in social media. A lot of your Congress supporters are talking about they have already formed the cabinet on your day of swearing. So is Mr. Hooda ready for his day of swearing, or is there still suspense even if the Congress party wins, sir?
Are you ready for, the swearing in? A lot of, social media chat has been going on about the cabinet that will be formed. So are you ready for the swearing in? What can one look forward to for the swearing in?
On 8th, result would be coming, MLAs would be elected, their opinion will be taken, then High Command will decide who will head the government. Then this is hypothetical questions you are asking me.
Okay. Tanushka, there is a question that is coming in from Neerja ma'am.
Okay.
Neerja ma'am से बोलिए एक सवाल पूछना चाह रही हैं.
Yes, one last question.
Mr. Hooda, it seems pretty well clear now that the Congress is going to form the government. Kumari Shelja has also thrown her hat in the ring for chief ministership. What is your response to that?
So, Sir, Kumari Shelja has also, thrown her hat into the ring for the chief ministerial phase. What is your response to that?
This is democracy. Everybody has got right to win, and everybody should aspire. Otherwise, you can also aspire. Who says no to you? But MLAs would decide, High Command would decide. Okay?
Thank you so much. That was Bhupinder Singh Hooda speaking exclusively to NDTV. Back to studio.
You know what I like?
That was phenomenal.
What I like about what Mr. Hooda said today, and remember when 2024 exit polls came and most exit polls were giving a bigger number to the BJP, all Congress leaders were saying this is all hypothetical, things will change. Today he's saying only the question of chief ministership is hypothetical, otherwise he's accepted the exit polls and he's coming into power in Haryana.
I'll ask you about that question, Akhilesh. The Hooda factor in Haryana politics. Mr. Khattar tried to make it about, or the absence of Zameen ka neta for the BJP. Do you think that is the big crisis for the BJP in Haryana?
That was the major crisis. That's why BJP had to change the chief minister. Manohar Khattar was called to Delhi. This was precisely the reason, because BJP knew it very well that the Jat factor is playing on the ground. And Mr. Hooda played it very carefully, very cleverly, because when the ticket distribution came, he was dominating the entire Congress list. He got, in fact, 72 of his supporters as the candidate of the Congress party. And that was the confidence which was Mr. Hooda showing as far as the Congress ticket and strategy was concerned in Haryana. And that is the reason why BJP is also on the defensive. Because in the past 10 years, we have seen that how the BJP was downplaying the Jat factor in Haryana and was hoping that the non-Jat will be consolidating in its favor. But it did not seem to be happening this time because anti-incumbency, it seems, has prevailed.
Okay, Nazir Basoodi is with, it continues to be with us. Nazir, thank you for holding on and thank you for all the patience for your guest as well. You can please continue with the conversation and then I bring in other guests.
Well, I should thank Aga Ruhullah sir for his patience waiting here till the time we could interview Mr. Hooda. Aga sir, we were talking about, this is a first time when it is expected that National Congress or any party would cross 30 seats. And I was saying, is it surpassing your own expectations, and also the attempts which were alleging over fragmentation that have not succeeded?
I answered the first part. I was answering the second part, and I said we should be thankful to the people of Jammu and Kashmir, and Kashmir in particular. If they, defeated the designs of BJP. BJP had a clear design and a plan to divide votes in Kashmir so that they could take advantage, and with that advantage, they would repeat 2014. In order to form the government. If the people have understood the designs, the ill designs of BJP, because BJP had multiple allies and proxies, those who BJP wanted to inflict that divide electorally in Kashmir. But people have understood the designs and the approach of BJP, and as I said, if this stands, then we should be thankful to the wisdom of people of Kashmir in particular.
So you were talking about BJP's mechanism, but over the last few days there were a lot of grapevine, or if there could be a NC-BJP alliance, post-poll alliance, and National Conference had to issue a statement, no, these are just rumors and they rubbish those rumors. Is there any possibility?
That is kind of a disgrace in defeat. They don't take defeat gracefully, and we have said it multiple times. I have said it during the campaigning, and I stand by those words. National Conference, in no terms, categorically, I'm going to repeat this. National Conference is not going to ally with BJP. National Conference will reject any idea of allying with BJP for government or otherwise. We do not see ourselves being in alliance with BJP. So the people of Jammu and Kashmir should, believe us, and will not break that trust. And they should take this word. Will not break that trust that they have shown, expectedly shown in us, will not, betray the people of Kashmir.
Thank you so much. So, Aga Ruhullah clearly saying no question of any alliance with the BJP. They will go this India alliance, and they are expecting that they can form the government, and that is the indication this exit poll is showing. But one important thing is, it appears Congress may not have been done well as it was expected, and the strike rate of NC as far as these exit polls are concerned appears to be very, very high. As on the other side, Congress is not so much encouraging as far as the number of seats they have contested.
Nazir was supposed to pull its weight, especially in the Jammu region, where the Congress party has not been able to do, at least come as the principal challenger to the BJP in the Jammu region, where the Congress has not been able to strike as much. But thank you for that conversation. Let me very quickly introduce our guests. A lot of them have been waiting very, very patiently. Kartikeya Batra, Dr. Kartikeya Batra is a political researcher. I saw, Kartikeya, a lot of your posts roaming around Haryana. We'll come to that in a bit. Hemant Attri, senior journalist, specialist in Haryana, is also with us. We also have Mr. Mohit Ban, PDP spokesperson. Siddharth Yadav, spokesperson of the Bharatiya Janata Party, is also joining us. Dr. Sunny Singh Ahluwalia, spokesperson of the Aam Aadmi Party, with us as well. But just 2 more minutes of your indulgence. Let me very quickly go across at this moment to Mr. Zoeb Mir. He's PDP candidate from the Lal Chowk constituency in Srinagar. In fact, sir, thank you so much for speaking to us. I just want your first reaction on these numbers. At this moment, it seems 10 years, a lot has changed in Kashmir. PDP, which was the party number 1 last time when the assembly elections took place, at this moment is looking at a single digit the battle for survival or the battle for relevance for PDP continues, sir, at least if these numbers hold true on October 8th?
Thank you so much. There are two fundamental things that I want to say. One is that any government that will be so formulated, PDP will be indispensable for formulating that government if a secular government is formulated. Number two, I am not, but however, we are quite skeptical about the functioning of the government so formulated because the stage is set in such a manner by the BJP. If a secular government is formulated, then the chief minister will always go with the begging bowl to the LG, and LG will do the same thing what has been done in Delhi. Something like the Delhi style of government will be formulated here. So if at all BJP will not get his way in formulating the government and a secular government is formulated, to which I believe that PDP is going to be a quite indispensable part, so that government will not function for a very long time. And however,
because, you know, what happens to the statehood when it comes there, what powers, because at this moment, these are the rules of the game that every political party went into this election with. May I then ask you, like you said, that you will, if there is a need, you will support a secular government. Does that mean that the PDP is not going to repeat the mistake it made in the last election of 2014? You are open to supporting NC Congress alliance if there is a need?
Of course, if a secular government is formulated, PDP is going to support, and rather I believe that it's going to be indispensable to any secular government so formulated. However, as I said, the caveat is that I don't see a very great functioning of the government so formulated because the stage is set in such a manner. The LG has unbridled powers. Even the chief secretary has unbridled powers. He can always dismiss the voice of the people and the development thing.
Because we have the third set of numbers come in for Jammu and Kashmir. This is India Today See Voter, which is suggesting that Congress NC is in the range of 40 to 48. The PDP could be between 6 to 12. And the BJP is between 27 to 32. So unlike Dainik Bhaskar, which has given not even a double digit for you all, India Today See Voter is suggesting that you could get a double digit. And of course, you know, I met you in Srinagar. There was a lot of enthusiasm around your campaign, Zuhaib. One thing is clear, there was, you know, the aspiration of young Jammu and Kashmiri, young people from Valley was at play in this election. And you at 32, 33 are perhaps epitomizing that aspiration.
Yes, in fact, as we discussed that time also, like 70% of the population is below the age of 35. And precisely why they should get their representatives in that age group as well. However, the fundamental issue that we have here is that, of course, youngsters are quite aspirational, but youngsters have been denied democracy for a very long time. A country like India, which says that democracy is the best solution for any civilization to work forward and move forward, that is something that was denied for a very long time here. And that is something that this trust deficit that has been created is now the responsibility of the government so formulated, and even Delhi, that this trust deficit has to be bridged, because multiple times this trust with the youngsters of Jammu and Kashmir have been breached.
So thank you so much. Fascinating to talk to you. I'm sure there will be much more to discuss the day of the results. Thank you and all the best, because you will also be, in fact, in the contention when the results start coming in on your constituency. But let me very quickly go across to Kartikeya Batra. Dr. Kartikeya Batra, let me start by asking you, and we're just staying with the numbers of Jammu and Kashmir at this moment. If the latest numbers, as Maria was suggesting, the India Today See Voter poll which has come in, very interesting. Two things it tells you. A, it tells you that there is a very different election that was played in Jammu, and that is a very different election that played out in the valley as expected. The Congress and the NC alliance 40 to 48. If this alliance stays at its lower limit, then more important significant number is of the others, the 6 to 11 others that we are talking about, will play a very, very important role in who forms the government in Jammu and Kashmir.
Ankit, is that the more important number or is the PDP's number the more important number then?
Both are together. Both are together.
No, I think given that PDP was a part of the Gupkar alliance, was a part of the India alliance, their affinity towards joining an India alliance government headed by the NC might be stronger. So I think if it's at the lower end, 40, my sense has always been, I don't think PDP will have too much of a problem in joining hands with the Congress presidency, which is why the BJP's best bet was that whatever the PDP is garnering should have gone to the others, because it is easier to manage the others probably vis-a-vis the PDP. So I think that if it's at the lower end, 40, then I think PDP is the first option. And then amongst the others, not everybody is married to the idea of, not being with the Congress presidency.
Is there where
the other thing is,
the BJP would sense an opportunity? Because like Karthik is saying, the importance then becomes of what numbers does the PDP get. And like I asked the PDP candidate there as well, it's not that PDP has been averse doing business with the Bharatiya Janata Party. These others, many of them may, many would say could go with the Bharatiya Janata Party. So is there still, with these numbers, an outside chance for the BJP to try and spring a surprise in Jammu and Kashmir?
Some number calculation.
The BJP could become a factor if it emerges as the single largest party. Insiders in the BJP say if we emerge as a single largest party, we will definitely form the government. That's the word, those are the words they use. But if they don't, then they realize it's going to be unlikely, because the independence of the PDP in the given situation, PDP has lost a lot of ground because of its association with the BJP.
That's true.
And that is the mood in the valley. So I think, and Mehbooba Mufti said to me, this is about a week ago, and would have told you and others also, if the NC and Congress fall short and they need us, we will give our help to them. Of course, there'll be conditions, A, B, C, D, we will insist on, but yes, we will. Exactly what the PDP person was saying.
What do you think is the number which will make the BJP make that effort? It's just about being the single largest party. If they are in that range, still, do you think, if just look at the number, 20 to 25, 27 to 32, if they cross 30, do you think that is when that effort
I think more like 35, and they were not very confident. They had at one time hoped that they'll get 34, 35, but then people said messed up in 4 or 5 constituencies. So max, what they were looking at was around 28, maybe going up to 30, but that also is optimistic.
There is a new update which has come for Haryana. The P-Mark poll has also come in, which suggests that 27 to 35 seats for the BJP and 51 to 61. At least the direction of all these polls is absolutely clear that the Congress is forming the next government in Haryana. They have the majority as far as the numbers are concerned. But interestingly, Maria Akhileji, the BJP is not doing as badly as many would have, suggested or expected going into this election. Just take a look at the last, when the Hooda government was thrown out of the power, the Congress came down to 19, and primarily one of the biggest reason for that also was at that point of time, Chautala party was still relevant. But this time it seems it's a bipolar contest where the BJP, by all standards, is not doing as badly, though the Congress party is in a clear lead.
So it's holding on to its own. It would have wanted
BJP,
to be in above 40.
If these exit poll trends come as the results, the BJP has to thank parties like Aam Aadmi Party, INLD, and BSP, JJP, because they are the one BJP was relying upon for dividing the anti-BJP votes. So if it comes true, then BJP will be saying thank you to them.
But it will be interesting, Mr. Atri, if I may bring you in at this moment, sir. Is that sense there that that in certain, possibly the BJP is not doing as badly, because many numbers take them up to 32 as well. If you take the mean, everybody is putting them around 25. So that is not, after 10 years of being in power, it's not a very bad number where the Congress is not, the Congress is barely touching 60 in a few of these polls. So is it thanks to the division of the votes, primarily to INLD, BSP Alliance, JJP and Azad Party Alliance?
No, Ankitji, it's other way around. See, JJP, Aam Aadmi Party and INLD, they are not able to get anything which they were expecting or the BJP was expecting for that matter. That is point number one. Number two, whatever figures have been given, they are going to change a lot. since the final polling figures are yet to come, as far as what I am able to get out of all this is a straight fight between Congress and BJP.
True.
And as per my experience or whatever I have seen in the past, as for these polling trends, poll of polls, and opinion polls also, recently we have a great study of what they are doing and how they are doing. But I personally feel, Ankit ji, is that Congress party is going to get somewhere between 58 to 65 seats in this election, number one. Number two, BJP is not going to get more than 22 seats for the very simple reason. There is a science behind it. You have seen all the polling figures which were available till 5 in the evening. And what was there? In all the urban areas, which is the strongest belt for BJP in Haryana, particularly Faridabad, Gurgaon, Panipat, Karnal, big cities where they used to have their own hold. Ambala also. There they are having a very less number of polling. And in the rural areas, if you see, the polling has gone 72, 74%, which is the biggest worry going not only for the BJP, but for Delhi also. The kind of, anti-BJP, anti-incumbency wave which is going on in Haryana, it will be finalized only once the final numbers are coming. Okay. And I hope that this will be somewhere around 70% of the polling.
Like I heard on the ground, a lot of people were saying that ये विदाई का चुनाव है, लाने से ज़्यादा जो जोश है लोगों में वो विदा करने का.
ये तो विदाई का चुनाव अगर ये हो गया जो अंकित बोल रहे हैं सिद्धार्थ यादव.
Maharaj ji, will you give me 1 minute?
हाँ, बोलिए हेमंत जी.
Haryana people always, they never vote for you. They basically fix me to get you in. That's how it is. Basically, there is no positive vote in Haryana traditionally. Basically, they keep on fixing the people who are in power and they get the other person from the side and get them full majority. They never give this kind of hung assemblies or whatsoever.
These are the first set of elections after the Lok Sabha polls.
Yeah.
And that is certainly very, very important and significant. Of course, the next set of elections will be Maharashtra and, Jharkhand. For the BJP, if these numbers hold and actually exit polls convert into real results or directionally they are suggesting, that's not good news for the party.
Thank you, Maria, for having me on your show. I think we'll have to wait till the 8th to finalize what the final numbers have to come out. We did a very good performance in fighting the election in Haryana. The people of Haryana elected us for 2 consecutive terms. We delivered a very good governance model in Haryana. People liked it. People gave us all the support. We had a few questions to answer. The 10 years of rule, definitely some questions do pop up. We answered all such questions. And the people clearly compared the 2 regimes, one regime of the Hooda government and one regime of the BJP. And they were able to decipher that it was the BJP that has given a very clean, without bhrashtachar, without kharchi parchi model of governance. And that is what the people of Haryana like. When it comes down to numbers, I think I'll again say that we'll have to wait till the 8th. Okay. Because we have seen in the past a lot of exit polls, especially in Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, a lot of states where the exit polls and all, senior journalists and all people and all analysts who analyze the elections have been proven wrong by the mandate of the people. Okay. And I think that is going to be the case in Haryana as well. We are going to form a government with absolute majority.
And we saw a recent sample in the Lok Sabha elections as well. So like we say, take these exit polls with a caution, ladies and gentlemen. Don't put too much hopes with that. The real result is going to be on October 8th. But very quickly, let me go across at this moment to Mr. Pradeep Narwal, Congress candidate from Bhiwandi Khera constituency in Haryana. I had gone to his constituency as well. Pradeep, thank you for speaking to us. You were being seen as one candidate very close to the Gandhi family, somebody who has, a lot of people had pinned a lot of hopes from. At this moment, elections are over, voting is done, campaign, no need to campaign. What's your sense after these numbers that you are seeing? Is there a sigh of relief? Are you expecting among these numbers, which are ranging from 48 to 61, your constituency is also going to be one of the winning constituencies?
Actually, while in the waiting room, I was looking at your numbers. So, see, these are all projected numbers, but I believe we are forming government in Haryana. I'm just outside a polling station. We are just done with the polling, just like 30-40 minutes back. So, we are forming the government in Haryana, and I'm very hopeful that we'll get a 2/3 majority. When it comes to the BJP and other parties, see, the regional party will be decimated in these elections. It will be Congress which will get the majority on its own. So I'm very hopeful for the performance and will form the government after 2 or 3 days.
You know, we have
Congress
put
is
out
forming the government.
NDTV poll of polls here, Pradeep, which is suggesting that the average is around 55 if these exit poll numbers actually hold. So one thing is becoming clear, that there is a significant gain for the Congress. In a bipolar contest, of course, if the Congress were to manage these numbers, it would mean that it's a landslide for you. But what do you think would have worked? Do you think it's anti-incumbency, as Hemant Attri was saying that Haryana mein log harane ke liye vote dete hain, jitane ke liye nahi?
See, there are two things. First, before me, there is a panelist who was saying that they had a clean government. Let me just correct him. Just 1 year back, HPSC member, the Public Service Commission member, the secretary, his own memory was secretary. He was caught red-handed having 1 crore rupee bribe. Okay, secondly, हमारे हरियाणा में कहावत हिंदी में बोले तो कि हमारे हरियाणा में घमंडी या घमंड तोड़ते हैं. So definitely BJP government ruled with utmost arrogance. So people are rejecting them, and now after a decade rule, they are going out of power. And there will be drastic decline in their seats.
It becomes the default option, or people have high hopes of the Congress party. And with that, I just want to very quickly ask you one question. Your election is being seen as a prestige election for Rahul and Priyanka Gandhi. You are being seen as their candidate as far as this election is concerned. Does that put extra pressure on a young Pradeep Narwal to prove himself on the electoral battle?
No, see, every candidate who's fighting election in Haryana, all the 90 candidates are Gandhi family candidates. They are Congress candidates. All are supported by Rahulji, Priyankaji. And every worker of the party has right on Rahulji, whether it's Rahulji or Priyankaji. So Congress high command belongs to everyone. It's not a special case of Pradeep Narwal that he is close to Gandhi family or the Congress Ala Command or High Command. Everyone close to the Ala Command. So we are getting 60 seats. All these seats belongs to the Congress High Command only.
Thank you, Pradeep. All the best to you.
In the end, Congress High Command decides everything in the party.
All the best to you. We are hoping that on October 8th, we'll again have a word with you to try and get a sense of where Haryana goes from here. Thank you so much for speaking to us. Very quickly, going across to my colleague, Manavan Singh, Gurpreet Singh Cheena. Gurpreet Cheena, our colleague, is joining us. Gurpreet, thank you. You've been very patient. Now, with the voting percentage must be, getting more clearer. What's the sense that you are getting as far as the vote percentage is concerned? Is it a normal Haryana election which will throw a 65 to 70% kind of a vote, or are you expecting something like a 2014 election where Haryana went a little further from its normal mean?
Well, first of all, we have seen a huge excitement among the voters. We have seen the final vote turnout will be officially they are going to declare. But as of now, we have seen as Mr. Hooda has already very politically, very smartly, he has given answer of all the questions. Party High Command will take a decision who will be the Chief Minister. Same thing we have seen on the various polling stations also. The people are very silent this time, but we have seen most of the people, they were talking about the unemployment, they were talking about inflation, they were talking about farmer issues also. And this time, the way we have seen, the lot of statements are coming this time, we have seen the people of Haryana, they had come forward and they were trying to contest the election of candidates. So from the Lok Sabha, we have seen this trend was observed by the Congress leader, that there was a competition between BJP as well as the Congress, and the other regional party are not able to make that type of strong base in the Lok Sabha election. So now it's very clear the people of Haryana, they don't want to waste their vote, they don't want to do any experiment, and this time they wanted to give either to the BJP or to the Congress, but they wanted to clear-cut mandate in Haryana. So as we have travelled a lot of constituency in Haryana, where Ladwa, from where the Chief Minister of Haryana, he has been contesting from there. We have seen the people, they say, we are looking forward for the development, we are looking forward for the problem solution, and they are also trying to opt for national political parties. So that's why we have seen very smartly Bhupinder Singh Hooda is giving answers saying that the party high command will decide the chief ministerial candidate, but he has been working day and night to become the chief minister of Haryana. Back to studio.
One moment, before I let you go, you have been speaking to the Hoodas regularly. You know, for all that optics that he may be trying to put up, कि party high command decide करेगी, he must have got some hint from the party high command that he is the next man on the chair, if they get the numbers.
Well, we have seen not only he has got a signal from the party high command. If we can see that all the seats and specifically for the candidates also, the party had put a whole weight behind Bhupinder Singh Hooda, and we all know around 70 to 75 candidates are from Hooda lobby. So that is clear-cut message from the party high command. We have seen when the differences had come between Kumari Shailja and Bhupinder Singh Hooda. Then after that we have seen very smartly this type of answer was coming from Bhupinder Hooda, saying that Kumari Shailja is also aspirant and anybody can be aspirant from the party, but party high command is going to decide. But if we can see the political calculation within the Congress also, it seems Bhupinder Singh Hooda has already got a green signal from the party high command.
I think throughout this election, Mr. Hooda was hoping that this the majority for the Congress remains closer to 50, as close as it to 50. There is no doubt that Mr. Hooda will get that chair, and if it goes over 60, then there possibly could be some adventure that Rahul Gandhi and the Congress leadership might in fact infuse in Haryana. Like you were asking, I don't know about the party leadership giving any signal to Mr. Hooda, but Mr. Hooda, by quickly doing these interviews today on the exit poll, has given a signal to the party high command.
That's my vote. It's my vote completely. You wanted to...
Dr. Sunny Singh Ahluwalia is also with us, spokesperson of the Aam Aadmi Party. Sir, thank you for being so patient. Let me ask you a straight question, sir. For the Aam Aadmi Party, till 6 months back, you were looking at putting up strong candidates across the state of Haryana. You have the government in Punjab, you have the government in Delhi. Despite two neighboring governments, at this moment, Aam Aadmi Party seems to be getting a 0 as far as the exit polls are concerned. Only one poll gives you, possibility of one seat, a fighting chance of one seat. Is this the biggest disappointment for Mr. Kejriwal after the Lok Sabha elections?
Thank you very much for giving me the time. Well, I'd like to tell you that Arvind Kejriwal is the leader who is known for transparency, who is known for good governance, education. So when you talk about Haryana, it is not by the that people are selecting the Congress. It is by default, as said by others also.
So, but that should be more worrying for you, isn't it? That the default option for the people is the Congress party and not the Aam Aadmi Party, which projects itself as a different model. Why I'm asking you that, sir? Just hold on. Why I'm asking that is because till few days, just 2 days before the nomination ended, the top leaders of your party were bargaining with the Congress party for 3 to 5 seats. People did not see you as a viable option because you were ready to play the smallest little brother with the Congress party in these elections.
No, what we were trying to do because of the India coalition. So it was our duty to have coalition with the Congress in Haryana as well. So we tried to have a coalition, though Haryana Congress also tried to do the same. But when they take the Aam Aadmi Party has a government in Punjab, has a government in Haryana, in Delhi, and looking at the neighboring state, the performance you can see of Aam Aadmi Party, the only party which comes up with the report card and says, if we have worked for the welfare of people, please vote for us. And if we haven't worked, don't vote for us. This was the line taken by the Arvind Kejriwal.
One thing is becoming clear, that Aam Aadmi Party isn't really relevant in the politics of Haryana. So that let me bring in Dr. Kartikeya Batra. Dr. Kartikeya Batra, the question is, INLD visibly out of Haryana politics if these numbers hold. JJP not really a factor. From, Dushyant Chautala becoming a deputy chief minister in 2019 to now a huge fall for them if these numbers hold. We are saying it again and again. And one thing is becoming clear, that the Hoodas are the central pillar of politics of the state.
Well, Maria, the last part, I think I'll throw some caution to the wind there. And the reason why I say that is that, of course, this will be a victory that the Congress party will be credited for. And because Mr. Hooda and family are at the helm of the party, they will get the credit for But this is something that I'll go back to 20 minutes back on the show when this was being discussed, that in a lot of places, this was an anti-BJP vote and a lot of places it was a pro-Congress vote. In the Huda belt, Rohtak, Sonipat, Jhajjar, this was definitely a pro-Congress, pro-Huda vote.
True.
But in large parts of the state, this was an anti-BJP vote, where the credit is due to Mr. Huda and his family and the party, is that for the last 5 odd years, when the government in Haryana was making error after error, they kept the party intact. The party leadership, despite all the squabble and the fights, etc., you knew there was one strong leader. And so when it came to finding an alternative, the voter thought that if we want to boot out the BJP, JJP is a non-starter. INLD may find some resurgence, but not enough to form the government. And all other parties probably are not in a position to form governments on their own. So let's go to the next viable option. And
Karthikeya, does that also mean that the Haryana is also now following the trend that we are seeing of the regional parties finding it very, very difficult with the resurgence or a bipolar contest between the national parties, BJP and the Congress? Remember, it was the INLD which gave the foothold to the BJP in Haryana, and today it's almost a reversal of that picture.
Ankit, let me give you 2-3 data points and I think you will be very fascinated by them. 2014, Congress plus BJP vote share was 54%. 2019, that swelled up to 65%. The state had moved from 3 polls to 2.5 polls. Why do I say 2.5? Because INLD disintegrated. JJP could pick up half its vote, but the rest of it got distributed. I think there is a very strong chance that this election will mark return to bipolarity, except that instead of what used to be INC and INLD in the pre-2014 era, will probably now become INC and BJP. Make no mistake that your independents and chota parties will have a stake. But that tripolarity that happened in 2014 and the 2.5 polarity that happened in 2019 will probably make for a clear bipolarity.
Hemant Attri,
yeah.
As someone who has been following the politics of the state so closely, if these numbers actually hold, which do you think will be closest to the results? Because you have been on the ground as well. So let me ask you that question, because there is Republic P-Mark, which is suggesting 51 to 61 as well, and Republic Bharat Matriz is suggesting 55 to 62. So all of them are giving in that range. Do you think it's going to be upwards of 55 for the Congress in Haryana?
Exactly, Mariaji. Exactly. See, Congress party is going to get somewhere between, 58 to 67 seats based on the number of votes polled today. Polling percentage is yet to come out. And in some areas, as I'm being told, in rural areas and a few booths in the cities also, voting queues are still there. People are still there in the queues. Final figure may come around, say, about 9.30 or something like that.
Okay.
And once that comes up and it crosses from 72%, then Congress can have 65 to 67 seats, which is their ever best in 2005, if you recollect.
Sir,
it's going to be phenomenal if that actually happens, because we are, just hold on to your thoughts, sir. We have Dr. Nirmal Singh, the chairman of the BJP's Manifesto Committee and a former Deputy Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, joining us. Dr. Nirmal Singh, thank you so much for joining us. We have Akhilesh ji also here in the studio. So Akhilesh ji, pitch in. Why don't you begin with the question?
Nirmal ji, जो अभी तक trend दिख रहे हैं, the trends are suggesting that the Congress NC alliance is leading as per the exit poll trend and prediction is concerned. What will BJP's strategy if it comes to that situation?
I'll suggest that to wait for the results. We are sure that we are going to cross 35, and looking at the independents and others who subscribe to our approach towards Jammu and Kashmir, especially after 5th August 2019. Under those circumstances, we are going to form the government. We are very sure regarding that.
Okay, but Nirmal Singh ji, the question here is, what do you think is the BJP's best case scenario? Because as per these exit polls, most exit polls are suggesting that you would be below 30. And is the party expecting to make any effort at government formation or jod tod or some kind of calculation only and only if they emerge as the single largest party?
We shall be the single largest party. and we'll definitely touch 35, even we can cross there. Because in Jammu province, there are 33 seats, and we are going to win most of them, barring few. Even in Rajouri Ponch, which is the Muslim majority, same is the case with the Respal Doda, we are going to win a good number of seats there also. So far as Kathua, Samba, Udhampur, Riyasi, these are the areas where we are going to win 100% seats.
Okay.
And we'll definitely have some seats, and we are hoping some seats in Kashmir also.
Dr. Singh, may I ask you, sir?
Looking at the
may I just understand, taking these numbers, because that's the only data set we have today. On October 8th, they may hold, they may not hold, and we'll have a different conversation at that point of time. But just taking in aspect these numbers, does this mean that the Bharatiya Janata Party, of course, would be happy with the performance in the Jammu region, but despite the abrogation of Article 370 and what the BJP says has been done to completely change the picture of Kashmir, BJP is still very, very far to be a significant player as far as the Kashmir Valley is concerned, sir?
So far as the elections are concerned, there may be some, we may have some minor role during these elections. People won't have voted for us as per our expectations, but definitely people of Kashmir, they are looking towards us, they are listening to us, and they are having hope in us, because they said they feel that considering the situation in Jammu and Kashmir during the last 30 years, about 50,000 dead bodies were there, and the Kashmiri young people, they were going their terrorist the way, and now the mothers of Kashmir, they are not losing their young sons, and there is peace and order. People, they feel that if we have to bring the Jammu and Kashmir out of this chaos which was there.
But Dr. Singh, just coming to the prediction given by the exit polls, Dr. Singh, just coming to the prediction given by the exit polls, do you think that the candidate selection by the BJP would have been better?
Actually, it was better. That's why we are hopeful of you can say winning a majority of the seats. And we are claiming that we are going to form the government. It was because of the selection of the candidates.
No, but senior leaders like you yourself, you were not given the tickets. Some other senior leaders were also denied tickets by the party.
I never said
and
that.
It led to revolt in many seats.
You have seen that we didn't say anything. Some of the people that did definitely did something, but most of the 95% cases, it was all right. Some of the people, they have expressed their you can say anger, but ultimately whole the party was one, and that's why we are going to win this election.
Neerja Chaudhary se bhi hai, because she has just returned from the valley, so she has some assessment of your battle there.
No, Dr. Singh, I would like to ask you, there are 5 nominations that the LG does to the Assembly, which will take the tally up to 95. Earlier it was said that these 5 would have voting rights. Now some confusion seems to have crept up. Will these nominated MLAs have voting rights or not?
I think that's there in the Reorganization Act.
So they will. What you're saying is they will have voting rights.
Definitely. They will have voting rights. And everything is explained in the Act itself.
So the majority figure goes up to 48, not 46.
So it is safe to assume, Dr. Singh, that the BJP tally starts from 5?
Pardon?
So it is safe to assume that the BJP's tally starts from 5?
I don't know.
All right.
It's there in the Act. And let the LG Sahab and those who will decide, they have to decide it.
This will be very,
because
very interesting.
Everything shall be within the parameters of the Constitution.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for speaking to us. This is going to be possibly one of the most fascinating factor come October 8th, when the numbers do in fact come, the real numbers, the exact poll comes out on October 8th when the results come in. These, as Akhilesh was saying, if it is +5, then there will be a lot of sleepless nights on the lower end of most of these polls for the Congress and the NC. It will be an interesting
and
election.
Sleepless nights for reporters also, as we continue to dial our sources for information. But as is the tradition on NDTV and the shows, the last word to the woman on the panel. How are you looking at the numbers?
I think that these numbers look a little more accurate than in the Lok Sabha elections, the exit polls.
So I think the real test is for the pollsters.
For those of us
who've thank you so much to all our guests for joining us. We're completely out of time. It's time to say goodbye from me and Maria. Thank you so much for tuning into NDTV. Stay tuned. News and updates continue.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love. Tap it here and I swipe it there. Bound rewards, मैं everywhere. कहीं से भी करूँ collect, spread करूँ direct.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
Feels like home.
Dulux Velvet Touch with True Color Technology feels like home.
Dulux, Dulux, Dulux.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
कि जिसकी सरकार सेंटर में हुई है उसी की सरकार प्रदेश में होती है।
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे देख रहे हैं? इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है,
प्रो इनकम्बेंसी।
कांग्रेस आ रही है, भाजपा जा रही है।
Congress is going to form the government in Haryana with a big majority.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them manly men. touch of love.
कलर भी मेरा ही फेवरेट मिला.
Dulux Velvet Touch with True Color Technology feels like home.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its
Good evening and welcome. This is our big exit poll coverage right here on NDTV. The poll of polls is out and we've all the numbers pretty much. And the larger trend is a Congress plus sweep, both in Haryana as well as in Jammu and Kashmir. Of course, Jammu and Kashmir is slightly trickier, but as far as the regional parties are concerned, more or less a wipe out, no real factor as far as Haryana or Jammu and Kashmir is concerned. But what do these numbers really mean for both Jammu and Kashmir and Haryana? What do various agencies predict? We'll get you all the latest on that. First, a quick look at the headlines at the start. The poll of polls is out. The biggest newsmakers on NDTV. Huda on the exit poll says we expect a bigger sweep. Meanwhile, on the Chief Minister's face, he says the party will decide. A sweep for Congress plus in Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir as per the poll of polls. The exit polls predict a BJP upset in Haryana. Meanwhile, largely a bipolar contest. Smaller parties fail to make their mark in both Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir. In some other news, Indigo system outage. Flights have been impacted across India, but Indigo now says systems have partially been restored. Prime Minister Modi inaugurates Mumbai's first underground metro. The Aqua line will have 10 stations, 9 trains with 96 daily trips. All right, let's break down some of the big numbers as far as the poll of polls is concerned. Looking at Haryana now specifically, well, as far as the NDTV poll of polls is concerned, the maximum number of seats that pollsters are giving to the BJP as far as the poll of polls is concerned is 33, which is below the average mark. The minimum is 21 and the average is 27. That's what the trend seems to be largely. As far as Jammu and Kashmir is concerned, the average is 27, maximum 30 and minimum 23 to the BJP. Now looking at the Congress plus, that really is the real story right now as far as the poll of polls is concerned. In Haryana, the Congress plus is getting an average of 54 seats, well beyond the magic number. Minimum 49 and maximum 59. So 49 to 54 is the range that pollsters seem to be suggesting as far as the Congress is concerned for Haryana. For Jammu and Kashmir, the Congress plus NC alliance, the maximum number of seats is 48 that the pollsters are predicting out of 90, average 42 and minimum 38. So very interesting there. A BJP upset is what is predicted as far as Haryana is concerned. A clear sweep is what these exit poll numbers seem to suggest. Though of course a lot of health warnings there, many caveats given the fact that these are just exit polls, and as we always put those health warnings out, pollsters have gotten Haryana particularly wrong in the past couple of years. Let's also look at some of the major agencies and what they seem to suggest. Access My India, if we look at Access My India for Jammu and Kashmir, so pretty much the same range for the BJP as well as the Congress. I think the most interesting in Haryana is Dhruv Research giving the 50 to 64 for Congress, 20 to 32 for the BJP. Also Dainik Bhaskar pretty much in that range as well. We decode all of that with our experts. Let's quickly take a look at some of the reactions coming in. All the big newsmakers on NDTV. Let's see what Bhupinder Hooda in fact had to say on the exit polls and also the Chief Minister's face, given the fact that there's so much interest around it. Take a look.
Sir, the exit polls are suggesting at this point that the seat share that Congress would be getting is of 55 to 62. What do you have to say to that?
This is what I am telling you, exit poll are telling now. But in the morning you asked me the question, I told you that Congress is going to form government with comfortable majority, and it will form the government.
So the whole day that you roamed around today, went to these poll booths, what did you feel? How do you look back at today, the final day?
The response which we are getting from everywhere I got the report, there's wave in favor of Congress.
As per these exit polls, is he hopeful for a bigger number? Because the range that is being suggested by the pollsters is from 46 to even 60.
Yes, because BJP has proved to be non-performing government and most corrupt government. This government, BJP and JJP government, and the law and order situation is worse. Even our sports person, Pahalwan, wrestlers, they have been not been spared.
Right.
So this is the question.
Huda Saab, there is a list going on in social media. A lot of your Congress supporters are talking about they have already formed the cabinet and your day of swearing. So is Mr. Huda ready for his day of swearing, or is there still suspense even if the Congress party wins, sir?
8th result would be coming, MLAs would be elected, their opinion will be taken, then High Command will decide who will head the government. Then this is hypothetical questions you are asking me.
Okay. Tanishka, there is a question that is coming in from Neerja ma'am.
Okay.
Neerja ma'am से बोलिए एक सवाल पूछना चाह रही हैं.
Yes, one last question.
Mr. Huda, it seems pretty well clear now that the Congress is going to form the government. Kumari Shelja has also thrown her hat in the ring for chief ministership. What is your response to that?
This is democracy. Everybody has got right to win, and everybody should aspire. Otherwise, you can also aspire. Who says no to you? But MLAs would decide, High Command would decide. Okay?
Thank you so much. That was Bhupinder Singh Hooda speaking exclusively to NDTV.
देखिए, हरियाणा की जनता के लिए बहुत बड़ा खुशी का दिन है। एक तो आज सभी ने बढ़ चढ़कर मतदान में हिस्सा लिया है और जिस बदलाव की तरफ हरियाणा देख रहा था, लोगों ने वो बदलाव किया है। लोगों ने जो 10 साल झेला है उसका ही रिजल्ट है। लोगों ने जितनी तकलीफें, जितना अत्याचार सहा है इन 10 सालों में, वो आज मतदान के रूप में उन्होंने अपना बदला लेने का ठाना था और वो सक्सेस हुआ है। और कांग्रेस पार्टी को मैं धन्यवाद देती हूँ, पूरा हरियाणा धन्यवाद देता है।
हरियाणा के लोगों ने जो पिछले 10 वर्षों में कार्यों को देखा है, हर वर्ग के लिए काम हुए हैं। हरियाणा को क्षेत्रवाद से मुक्ति दिलाई है, हरियाणा को परिवारवाद से मुक्ति दिलाई है, हरियाणा से जो भेदभाव होता था उससे मुक्ति दिलाने का काम हमारी सरकार ने 10 वर्षों में किया है। हमें पूर्ण विश्वास है कि हमने जो हरियाणा को एक नई गति विकास की देने का काम किया है। 8 अक्टूबर को भारतीय जनता पार्टी तीसरी बार बहुत बड़े मैंडेट के साथ आ रही है।
All right, let me introduce my panel this evening. Sandeep Shastri, National Coordinator of Lok Niti Network, is with us in studio. Akshat Goyal, co-founder Dhruv Research. Of course, they've also come out with their exit polls. He's also with us in studio. Advocate Anmol Pawar, spokesperson of the Aam Aadmi Party, is with us as well. Vivek Chaudhary, spokesperson of the JJP, is joining us live too, and Charu Pragya of the BJP as well. Sandeep Shastri, a word from you quickly on in the larger picture that these poll of polls seems to give. A BJP upset in Haryana is a larger trend, certainly, as far as all the polls are concerned. Pretty much the same range that all the pollsters are giving. So, pretty much on expected lines, would you say?
In this very thin road between ifs and buts,
yes,
which we need to always keep in mind, if these exit poll numbers are right, then yes, clearly we are looking at a possible change of government in Haryana. And if that has to be explained in terms of the exit poll, I think 10 years of anti-incumbency after 10 years, and the fact that you have an alternative to cash in on that anti-incumbency. Because many times you have an anti-incumbency, but nobody to cash in on that. Secondly,
an aggressive Congress, certainly.
And an aggressive Congress, very keen to be back in power. Secondly, the social coalition that they have created, what was traditionally Jat versus non-Jat, now that has changed. And If these polls were to hold, it means that the Congress has consolidated its presence among the Jats and also won significant non-Jat votes. So that, I think, explains to a certain extent this verdict. And I also will be interested to see how the youth and the women have voted, because that would be crucial in defining and deciding.
Youngsters, aged less than 30. So I think that's an important point. And Akshat, come in on this, because you also seem to give more than 50 to the Congress, 50 to 64 in fact. That's a large range there. But of course, keeping all those health warnings in mind, would you agree with what Sandeep ji said, that the BJP on the decline there, of course? What seemed to have worked for the Congress as far as these exit polls are concerned? That effective social engineering that Sandeep ji was talking about clearly seems to be one of the most important factors.
Yeah, so I truly agree with Sandeep sir. But first of all, to answer your question, if BJP is on decline in this state, see, as I was telling in the previous interview as well, that we have to also look at the vote shares. That is, if let's say BJP is able to get 37-38% vote share in the state, then we cannot say that the party has declined. The party has then grown itself from 36.5% vote, and none of the polls.
The Lok Sabha, the vote share was pretty much,
pretty much even.
It's a two-party contest.
It's a two-party contest. Now, what has happened now, because of the collapse of the INLD or JJP parties, the Jat vote has shifted to Congress party, which has led to the sudden rise. So Congress was roughly 28% in the 2019 election, and Congress only once got 35%, and that too, I guess, long back in 2009 elections.
Right.
So it's been a long time that Congress had not got such a high vote share, and they are going to cross, as per the, I feel, as per the, like, most of the surveys, they are going to cross like 35% vote share. So it's not loss. It's not a loss for BJP, but maybe it's a massive gain for Congress.
Where is the Congress gaining, very quickly?
So Congress is gaining across the entire state. Maybe first of all the Jat belt, because of the decline of the JJP and INLD parties. So last time BJP was able to win a lot many seats in that belt because of the split of both the Jat vote between Congress and JJP.
So Rohtak and
Sonipat, Sirsa, Hisar, this is the central Haryana belt, which we can say that Congress is likely to gain most, along with a few seats in the northern part. Maybe you can say the Ambala region, Ambala Lok Sabha, which borders Punjab, has a lot of Sikhs and SC population, not many Jats, but Sikhs.
So that's an interesting point you're making. Perhaps the Congress regaining some of its lost political ground. What have traditionally been Congress strongholds, where the BJP had managed to consolidate their base there. Charu Pragya, while of course, there are a lot of health warnings, and we will continue to reiterate those, the pollsters have gotten it wrong. More wrong than right, I would say. But still, looking at the larger trend here, certainly in Haryana, not even a single pollster has given you more than 40 seats. Do you think that would be a matter of concern going forward? Even though we know that the pollsters have a tendency of getting Haryana wrong, but still, not even a single pollster giving you more than 38 seats.
So good evening and namaste. Let me reply to that with some numbers. Before 2014, BJP's vote share in Haryana was approximately 10%. In the elections in 2014, it rose to 33%. It continued to rise in 2019 to 36% odd. And in the last general elections, 2024 Lok Sabha elections, BJP's vote share was well above 45%. So if you look at that trend, and add to that some Lok Sabha result comparison between 2019 and 2024, and I will tell you that. In the Jat belt in Haryana, in 2019, BJP had 12 seats in 2019, and in the same area in 2024, BJP actually got 15 seats. If you look at these kind of numbers, one thing is very clear, that BJP is gaining ground in Haryana. Our vote share continues to go up. We have given a stable and good government to the people of Haryana. And lastly and most importantly, when we look at the numbers the exit polls give us, and I'm going to use the example of the last 5 state elections, they tend to get it wrong very often. Today, we are in a position where I can confidently say this. Now, there are 2 factors which are being discussed. One is that Jats are unhappy, but time and time again, election results have shown that this seems to be a political conversation of opposition parties. They said it after the farmers' agitation for Uttar Pradesh, but the results showed otherwise. They said it for Haryana, but 2024 Lok Sabha election results showed otherwise in the Jat-dominated areas. And the second conversation is that apart from this, the leadership that BJP has put forward has been very disciplined, very devoted, unlike the Congress camp, which is still washing its dirty linen in public.
So it's interesting, isn't it, Sandeep ji, that you have the BJP sort of doubting the credibility of the exit poll. Generally, we have seen that the BJP more often than not sort of believes what the exit polls have been saying. But these are also the first assembly elections after the surprise Lok Sabha mandate.
To be fair to Charu, I think Charu has been very reasonable in her comments, and yes, a lot. That's why I keep saying if and but. So yes, there could be questions about how the exit poll is emerged.
Yes.
Does it show a trend? Does it show a pattern? That's the question. I'm not looking at the actual numbers,
perhaps
but
I'm
showing a trend that it is showing. And Charu Pragya ji is very, very right in saying that from her party perspective, this doesn't seem to be the trend which they see on the ground. And of course, 8th will decide what actually is the result going to be.
Let me in fact bring in Vivek Chaudhary of the JJP. Chaudhary साहब, 4 में से 3 पोलस्टर्स ने ये कहा है कि आप हरियाणा में अपना खाता ही नहीं खोल रहे हैं. आप कैसे देखते हैं इसको?
नहीं, आज तो मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहूंगा जो भी पोलस्टर्स हैं और जो भी आज सर्वेज आ रहे हैं, जो एग्जिट पोल आ रहे हैं. लास्ट टाइम के अगर हम रिजल्ट की बात करें, एग्जिट पोल की बात करें, तो उस टाइम पे हमें 0 ही दिखाया गया था. पर जो नतीजे आए थे, जो लोगों ने हमें मैंडेट देने का काम किया, वो उससे कई अलग थे. और यही काम अब की बार होने हरियाणा प्रदेश के अंदर जा रहा है. हरियाणा प्रदेश में आप देखिएगा 2 युवा एक साथ मिलकर हरियाणा प्रदेश में युवा सरकार बनाने जा रहे हैं. लास्ट टाइम पे हमें ये कहा गया कुछ नहीं होगा, 0 सीट्स हैं, और उस टाइम पे हमारी नई नवेली पार्टी थी, मात्र 9 महीने पुरानी उस टाइम.
बट इस बार आपकी स्थिति इस पर्सपेक्टिव से भी अलग है कि इस बार आप अलायंस में नहीं लड़ रहे. The BJP is going it alone and so are you. तो उस नजरिए से भी आपकी स्थिति इस बार हरियाणा में अलग है, तो 2019 से कंपेयर नहीं कर सकते.
Who said this? आज कौन कहता है कि हम अलायंस में नहीं है? हम अलायंस में है. ASP और JJP का अलायंस है, आजाद समाज पार्टी और JJP का अलायंस है. आज 2 यंग लीडर्स, 2 यूथ आइकन्स एक साथ हैं और बहुत मजबूती से चुनाव लड़ने का काम उन दोनों ने किया. आज हरियाणा प्रदेश के अंदर दलित का और कमेरे का, किसान का और कमेरे का जो कॉम्बिनेशन है, वो आपको देखने को मिलेगा. और आने वाले समय में आप देखिएगा, जब 8 तारीख को रिजल्ट आएगा तो नतीजा कुछ और ही होगा. पिछली बार जब हमें 0 दिखाया गया था, तो कुछ चैनल्स ने 2 से 3 पे भी दिखाया. तो मैं तो ये कहता हूँ, जो पिछली बार 0 दिखाया था, हम 10 पे आए. आज अगर 2 से 3 दिखा रहे हैं तो डबल और ट्रिपल होने जा रहे हैं हमारे नंबर्स.
तो आपकी रेंज एकदम ही अलग है. बट लेट मी ब्रिंग इन अनमोल पवार ऑफ द आम आदमी पार्टी एज वेल. अनमोल, it's very sort of confident of you to at least come and defend your party here, because while the pollsters still give 2 to 3 seats to the INLD and the JJP, not a single pollster is giving you even a single seat except Dainik Bhaskar, which says 0 to 1. So do you think that the Aam Aadmi Party's campaign in Haryana, I mean, you couldn't sustain what was a good start? You did well in the Panchayat polls, but of course there was a complete rout in the Lok Sabha polls, and what if these exit polls were to be believed, you're not opening your account at all in Haryana.
Vedant, while the exit polls offer a valuable glimpse into the voter behavior, but they are not infallible. On 8th, when the election results will be announced, the key to Haryana government will be in Arvind Kejriwal ji's hand. And why am I saying this? Because frustrated by years of corruption, deceit and unmet expectations, people have gravitated towards.
No, but let me go back to the point you were making. On what basis do you say that the key to government formation will be in Arvind Kejriwal's hand? You're not even getting a single seat according to these exit polls. They can go wrong to an extent, but not a single pollster is giving you even a single seat.
We have seen that in the past also exit polls have gone wrong. And why am I saying this? Because this 10 years of misgovernance, corruption and deceit and unmet expectations of people of Haryana, they have gravitated towards the Aam Aadmi Party, towards an honest and effective governance which focus on well-being of the citizen. The Arvind Kejriwal model of governance is what has resonated with the people of Haryana.
Okay.
And had he not been put behind bars, then we would have been in a position to form a government on our own.
Akshat, would you like to comment on this? Because both the JJP and the Aam Aadmi Party seem very confident that, you know, they could be potential kingmakers in Haryana, but you know they've been cut to size completely.
Instead of seat share, again I am saying that seat share maybe they're not the right metric to show the performance of any party. You should look at the vote shares, and we are not seeing it here. But let's say I have my own numbers about Aam Aadmi Party. I know, so they are definitely gaining from the last time.
Yes.
Maybe 1% or 2%. So I agree with them that yeah, so I'm not sure how many seats they will get. As per our survey, they might not get like many seats, but definitely they are gaining in terms of vote share. So we should also look a party is growing or not in terms of vote share. So the popularity of party can be measured in terms of vote share.
Sandeep ji, a quick word on that.
It's unfair to expect them on an exit poll day to say that they agree with these numbers, because that would be a very strong departure from the party line. So I think we need to look at that perspective also.
Sure.
And wait for the 8th to see what actually happens.
Yes, Anmol Pawar, you have a point. Go ahead.
Questions were raised in 2013 when we fought the Delhi elections for the first time, and even when we fought Punjab elections. But the fact is कि हम survey में नहीं आते, हम सरकार में आते हैं.
Okay, okay. So interesting there, you know, a jumla as it were, survey mein nahi sarkar mein aate. But Charu Pragya, let's also look at Jammu and Kashmir a bit, shall we? Because interesting numbers there as well. If you look at the poll of polls, the average to the BJP is 27. For the Congress plus NC, it's 42. So, you know, again, a sort of a decisive lead there as far as the Congress plus NC is concerned. The maximum number of seats that the pollsters are giving to the BJP is 30, and the maximum number of seats for the Congress plus NC is 48. But I think the larger point here also is, do you still expect, Charu Pragya, for the BJP to emerge as the single largest party in Jammu and Kashmir?
Vedanta, I'm confident that BJP is going to be forming the government in Jammu and Kashmir. And this is a victory of not just the people of Jammu and Kashmir, but the people of India from whichever state they belong to. See, this is the first election after abrogation of Article 370, and it is an election with an increased number of people going out to vote, even in isolated areas, geographically difficult areas. That speaks for a lot. And if you visit Kashmir today, there is a complete change in environment in the way the valley has been functioning, whether it is the return of entertainment, whether it is increased employment opportunities, a record number of footfall of tourists to Kashmir, or even simply the way the tricolor is celebrated in every nook and corner. So these speak a lot, and that is the real victory of the Bharatiya Janata Party. The numbers will definitely reflect it 2 days later. That being said, when we compare Jammu and Kashmir 10 years before to today, I think one main difference is that our younger generation is not being spoiled by people giving them stones in their hands. We are very
has been a big change. No boycott calls, and we've seen long queues at polling booths. That was really heartening to see. But Sandeep ji, quickly, one thing that seems to be clear from the trends in the exit polls, that the election was fought differently in Jammu and in the valley.
See, that's always been the case. The pattern in the valley and the pattern in the Jammu region has been very different. One point, Vedant, we should keep in mind in Jammu and Kashmir is who emerges as the single largest party will be very critical.
Yes.
Because while you talk of an NCP Congress alliance, let's also remember there were friendly fights between both in Jammu and Kashmir. So do you really consider it a pre-poll alliance?
Yes.
On the other channel, the former Deputy Chief Minister who hailed from the BJP made the point that we will do very well in Jammu, and in Kashmir we can always open the door of communication with those who have won there to be able to form
I think that's a very important point you're making. And Akshat, would you agree on that? Because we're also looking at record number of independents as far as Jammu and Kashmir is concerned this time around.
So I agree with sir. But as per like most of the pollsters, they are pointing out that NCP and Congress alliance is likely to be the single largest group.
Yes.
And I guess out of the 90 seats, 58 seats are being contested by the National Congress. So it is not fair to say or it might not be like fair to say that only BJP might be the single largest party. As Sarva was saying, we have to look at who might.
But do you see the Congress NC also gaining in Jammu? And the BJP in the valley?
What happened like in the 2024 Lok Sabha election, of the 36 assembly seats of Jammu and Udhampur, BJP won 29 seats.
Yes.
So I am expecting BJP to almost maintain a similar like seat share, plus minus 1 or 2 seats. Maybe
in Jammu?
In Jammu. So in that similar range, but I am not very sure about the BJP's prospect in the Kashmir region, where they might not be doing very well, but yeah, they might gain in terms of vote share, but they might not be able to win seats. So upper bound, as per our understanding and as per most of the polls, it is, let's say, around to be 30 seats for
yes.
BJP.
And for the PDP also, I mean, many have said that this is the end of political road for PDP, but of course, many pollsters have given 7 to 11 seats, which also seems good enough for the PDP there. So a lot to unpack as far as these numbers are concerned, but again, as I've been reiterating, a lot of health warnings, these are just exit polls, and more often than not, they have gotten it wrong. We will, of course, see what the final mandate is on the 8th, but it gives us enough talking points, certainly, as far as the elections are concerned, as we build up to the big counting day. We have to slip into a short break now, but lots more coming up on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
Feels like home. Dulux Velvet Touch with True Color Technology feels like home.
Dulux. I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
कि जिसकी सरकार सेंटर में हुई है उसी की सरकार प्रदेश में होती है।
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे देख रहे हैं? इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है,
प्रो इनकम्बेंसी।
कांग्रेस आ रही है, भाजपा जा रही है।
Congress is going to form the government in Haryana with a big majority.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them mailing men. All I want is a touch of love.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV.
Welcome back. Looking at some other news now. Well, in Maharashtra, the Prime Minister inaugurated Mumbai's first ever underground metro line, and this is touted to be a major game changer as far as Mumbai's metro rail network is concerned. There you can see he is flanked by the Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister in Maharashtra. Both deputies, in fact, present there. This, of course, right ahead of the crucial polls expected to be held later. My colleague Anuj has more details on this.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi was on a one-day tour in Maharashtra today where he visited 3 different centers of the state for 3 different reasons. He started his one-day tour with not very politically known place, that is Vashim, a district in the eastern part of the state, and he announced a number of schemes, mostly agricultural based schemes there. One of the major target for the Prime Minister and the Mahayuti government trio, that is the Chief Minister and the 2 Deputy Chief Ministers there, was the Banjara community, one of the most prominent communities in the state who are spread across 5-6 districts in the eastern Maharashtra and have a very strong electoral process pressure in those areas. From there, Prime Minister Narendra Modi implemented several agricultural schemes, be it the 18th installment of the PM Kisan Yojana, the 5th installment of an equivalent of that at the state level, be it kind of agencies, the kind of schemes that he made available for cattle rearers or even for people who would be using solar panel parks. And after naming all of those schemes and after kind of announcing them, he went to Thane at the latter part of the day, where in Thane, and then of course he ended in Mumbai, and in these 2 places in western Maharashtra, the schemes were more urban based. In Thane especially, it was more about inaugurating the new municipal corporation building. It was more about the elevated eastern freeway which connects Thane to the southern part of Mumbai city and brings down the time taken for this distance, which would otherwise be 1.5 hours to only 20 minutes. Besides that, he also named several other infrastructural development projects in Thane as well. He ended his trip here in Mumbai, where we are standing at the moment, that is the BKC. He inaugurated the phase 1 of Metro Line 3, which is also referred to as the Aqua Line. And that is one of the more important metro lines here in the city, because it is also the first underground metro connectivity of the state. And this is just phase 1 of that metro, which has been inaugurated by the Prime Minister. Phase 2, or the latter phases, will be inaugurated once it is completed in the next year. At the end of his trip, of course, he went to the NSE, that is the National Stock Exchange building, where he visited all those literary people who come with a background in Marathi language. And this development happens at the backdrop of Marathi being named as a classical language in a recent cabinet decision. With camera person Mahesh Halwai, this is Anuj Raite reporting for NDTV 24/7.
Meanwhile, look at news now from the world of aviation. Turbulence hitting Indigo. This as, of course, flight operations were disrupted across India after some technical glitches were reported. Though, of course, Indigo now says that systems are mostly up and partially restored. Let me go across straight to my colleague Pratibha Raman joining us from Bengaluru. So, Pratibha, Indigo says that flight operations have been, are back, up and running. The systems seem to be up and running. What are you picking up from the airport? Is there still some chaos?
Well, in fact, there is more clarity than chaos now. What started off with a lot of passengers being extremely frustrated and exasperated at around 11 a.m. with long queues, people stranded, passengers taking to social media, completely outraged with the way Indigo has handled the operations there. All of them complaining there could be extra counters, but then Indigo has said that it was a system outage that disrupted operations, which led to a lot of chaos in terms of handling the operations there. A lot of flight delays that were also in place, and check-in and check-out of several of their flights led to a lot of chaos then. But yes, normalcy to be restored will take some time, but thanks to partial restoration, the crowds have now dwindled, and smooth operations are most likely to take place from now on.
All right, Ratna, thanks very much for joining us for the latest. There's no clarity yet whether operations are up and running, but certainly Indigo says that systems have partially been restored. And now our special exclusive with the Iran ambassador to India, as the West Asia conflict is only expanding, with Israel opening multiple fronts now. What is Iran's strategy going forward? Well, the Iran ambassador also said that we were not first to start the war. Take a look.
Hello everyone, and welcome to this very special conversation. Today, after a gap of almost 5 years, there was a rare sermon that was given by the supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Khomeini. What is the significance of that? And this is, of course, coming at a time when there has been an unprecedented scale-up or escalation in this war. We are being joined by Dr. Iraj Elahi, Iranian ambassador to India. Ambassador Elahi, thank you so much for speaking to NDTV.
Thank you for having me.
First question, and that's on everybody's mind. At a time when Iranian leadership have been targeted, this address, a rare sermon by the Supreme Leader Khomeini, what does it actually mean? What is he trying to communicate and convey?
Supreme Leader is the highest military commander of Iran. Highest military commander of Iran, not only the political leader, he is, all the Iranian military forces are under the command of Supreme Leader, according to our constitution. So when Supreme Leader talk and his words, it's in this case, it is serious, serious meaning for Iranian and though concerning sides.
Iranian president says that he doesn't want a full war or an all-out war. But the charge is that Iran, through its proxies, are continuing to target Israel. What does this mixed messaging mean?
The problem is how to define the issue and condition. Israel claims that Iran's proxy forces are attacking Israel. But on the other hand, we define the situation in this case that Israel is attacking Palestinian people, Israel is attacking Lebanon. So the interpretation of an answer to this question depends to how to define the question, how to define the issue, how to define the condition. We believe that we should be honest, and honestly, this is Israel who has attacked Gaza, Israel who has attacked West Bank, Israel who has attacked the south of Lebanon, and recently launched a ground invasion to South Lebanon. Besides occupation of territory of Lebanon, heights of Golan in Syria, and all territory of Palestine and South Lebanon.
So you are of the opinion that this is a retaliation by Iran, and this is the kind of retaliation which will continue against Israel?
We should separate the issues. First of all, there is something between Hezbollah and Israel, Hamas and Israel. This is something. there is something between Iran and Israel, which is something else. What is between Iran and Israel is related to the violation of Iranian sovereignty through assassination of Ismail Haniyeh as an official person, official guest of Iran in the capital of Tehran. So we feel that our sovereignty has been violated, so we need and we are obliged, and according to our constitution, we have to defend our national security. This is something. But there is at the same time, there is some tension between Hamas and Israel, Hezbollah and Israel. What we retaliated is, what we have done on our strike was in retaliation for the assassination of Ismail Haniyeh, nothing else. We believe that Hezbollah is able to defend itself. Hamas also is able to defend itself, as has resisted for more than 1 year, despite all pressure and all military and strikes which has been done by Israel.
And how is Iran looking at protecting its military and nuclear installations, and of course also of oil reserves from almost what seems like an imminent Israeli strike?
You know, we hope that Israel has learned enough, has learned a good lesson and enough from the recent events. Israel committed a crime inside Iran, so we retaliated. And if it repeats anything, its crimes inside Iran, it will receive more powerful strike by Iran. So the entity of our retaliation and the main goal of our retaliation was to deter Israel from doing and repeating these crimes.
But Ambassador, the United States is reportedly discussing the possibility of Israel striking Iranian oil sites, and warnings of that nature has been shared as well. So are you prepared to protect these oil reserves? Because despite sanctions, oil reserves have been very intrinsic to your economic prosperity, and you have used it almost like as a weapon, and you have continued with your trade with Russia, China.
Yeah, it's a good question. We are, in military there is a passive and active defense. Sometimes when we strike Israel, our defense was active. We defended ourselves, our territory, by striking Israel actively. But at the same time, we have capability to defend our national interest, our assets passively. I mean, we are able to defend our installations.
Okay, so you are confident of defending your installations. If Israel strikes, that will certainly impact your economy. How will you protect the economy and your civilian population?
This is the issue that has led or has made the different countries, especially the decision makers in Israel and United States, and some parts that to this miscalculation that Iran is weak, and because of the sanction, Iranian economy has become weak, and Iran has concern regarding the economic situation inside Iran and the prosperity and welfare of Iranian citizens. We has proved that Iranian economy is resilient. It means that we have saved not only saved, but increased our income. We have reached to self-sufficiency in different fields. We can supply our needs. We can have our needs inside Iran, And not only we are able to supply our needs, strategic needs, I mean wheat, food, drugs, different things, but also we have progressed, and Iran now has in the defense industry is, you are well known about it. Iran recently launched its satellite in the orbit. So this is a miscalculation that Iran's economy is weak. I hope that they will revise in this calculation.
Russia and China are allies of Iran, but in the present escalation, they have been extremely tight-lipped about their views. How does the Iranian government view their silence or absence of support for you?
We are in close consultation with Russia. We are in close consultation with China. And beside this, we have experience of 8 years war with Iraq. During 8 years war, there were 68 countries against Iran. 68 countries were not against Iran, were supporting Iraq. They were sending troops to war front. They even warm food from some Persian Gulf state were sending to the war front of Iraq. Ammunition from Soviet Union, from intelligence information from United States, from France, different countries were supporting. So we do have our allies, and at the same time we are able to defend ourselves.
Many are of the opinion that this has reached a point where diplomacy is not even in discussion. Iran and Israel are face to face. So what is the outcome of this escalation? How do you view it?
We are not with war. We are against war. We did not start this game. This is a game. This is a game which will result, destroy, and too many casualties, destroy of Iran, destroy of Israel. We are not with war. We are against war. But at the same time, we cannot be indifferent regarding our national interest. We are not indifferent regarding our national security. We will defend, and we will strike harmful, we will hit and strike harmfully to our enemy.
One view is that...
but diplomacy is the best way. So
you're still hopeful for a diplomatic
of course.
way forward?
Yeah, of course. In the first round, after the assassination of Ismail Haniyeh, we were ready to retaliate, but we received some messages from United States that there is a negotiation for ceasefire in the region, so we postpone our retaliation. We postpone this retaliation.
Okay.
So we believe that if Israel stop its invasion and violation in the region, the escalation will be stopped.
So, Ambassador, when you say that you stopped this retaliation, does that mean that Iran had communicated to United States that there would be retaliation by Iran after the killing of the Hezbollah chief?
We do have.
So there are back-channel communications which are on.
We do have our channel with United States through different. And we receive message. We send message to them. It doesn't mean that there is no communication between Iran and United States. They have sent message, and we postponed our retaliation.
Okay, so because US told you to do so, you postponed the retaliation.
US said that there is a negotiation and for ceasefire. We postponed this retaliation for ceasefire.
Okay. Iran...
It doesn't mean that we postpone our retaliation because of the request of United States. We postpone to reach to ceasefire. We could ignore our retaliation on the benefit of the region. But when Netanyahu rejected ceasefire and denied and did not accept ceasefire, there was no option for Iran just to retaliate.
How is Iran looking at its ties with Arab nations? The reason why I'm asking is that Iranian president was in Doha. He also met the Saudi Prime Minister there. There have been efforts of normalization of ties in the past between Israel and Saudi Arabia through the Abraham Accords. Of course, that has been put on the back burner, but how do you look at these meetings?
Iran and Arab states of Persian Gulf is progressing. After rapprochement of Iran and Saudi Arabia, the relation between Iran and Saudi Arabia is progressing. The United Arab Emirates is among the is one of the biggest economic partner, trade partner of Iran. With Qatar, we do have very close relation. Oman has hosted Iran-US negotiation. So our relation with our Arab neighbors is progressing, and we believe that they also are supporting de-escalation of the situation.
Given how tumultuous this region has become in recent days, how is the Iranian leadership looking at roles of various countries who can play the role of possibly, taking it in a diplomatic direction?
We believe that, from the viewpoint of humanity, from the viewpoint of international law, what is happening and the current situation in Gaza is not on the benefit of human being, not just Palestinian, for human being. It's shameful for human being that more than 41,000 people innocent people have been killed in Gaza. Even we do not call 7th of October a terrorist act, but even assume that it is a terrorist act. Let's assume that it is a terrorist act. Is penalty or punishment, proportion of the punishment and the crime appropriate? 1,000 of innocent Israeli have been killed. More than 41,000 Palestinians have been killed, and there is no end to this. Is it justice? Isn't it shameful for human being at the 21st century when a human being is, is landing in the moon and is exploring space?
So how do you evaluate it? You have Netanyahu saying clearly that Iran has made a big mistake after those 200 missiles which were launched towards Israel, and he has gone on to say that Iran will pay the price.
Yeah.
So what is the way forward? So will there be some kind of preemptive strike now?
No. First of all, it shows that to which extent the strike of Iran was painful for Israel. Despite of the censorship in Israel, it proved that our strike hit Israel and military bases of Israel, and it was really damaged. We just targeted intelligence service of intelligence installation and establishment of Israel, plus ammunition of Israel, not citizens, not the residential area, despite of their propaganda. But we are not supporting escalation. We support de-escalation of the situation, and we hope that they will not enter a new round, a new circle of tension between Iran and Israel.
All right. Since you say that you're hoping for de-escalation, Ambassador Elahi, thank you so much for speaking to NDTV.
Let me thank you for I hope that may I add that India is an important country. We hope that this is a good opportunity for India to play a role in this field. I hope that India will use its influence, its capability for de-escalation in the region and convinced Israel to stop its genocide in Gaza and not escalate the situation.
All right, sir. Thank you so much for speaking to NDTV.
Thank you. Thank you for you and your audience.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
All the big newsmakers on NDTV on the exit polls. Bhupinder Hooda tells NDTV we expect a bigger sweep than the exit poll mandate. The poll of polls predicts a sweep for the Congress alliance in both Haryana as well as Jammu and Kashmir. A BJP upset predicted in Haryana. Indigo says their systems have partially been restored. This after technical turbulence hit the airlines across India. The Prime Minister inaugurates Mumbai's first ever underground metro this months ahead of the crucial assembly polls.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
कलर भी मेरा ही फेवरेट मिला.
Dulux Velvet Touch with True Color Technology feels like home.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
कि जिसकी सरकार सेंटर में हुई है उसी की सरकार प्रदेश में होती है.
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे देख रहे हैं? इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है.
प्रो इनकम्बेंसी.
कांग्रेस आ रही है, भाजपा जा रही है.
Congress is going to form the government in Haryana with a big majority.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them manly mans. Yeah. All I want is a touch of love.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can
NDTV poll of polls show clear majority for the Congress in Haryana. No party near majority in Jammu and Kashmir, though there is advantage to Congress and CP. The biggest newsmakers on NDTV now. Bhupinder Hooda says he expects a bigger sweep. Hooda is likely to be the chief minister. He though says the party will decide.
Chaos at the counters of Indigo Airlines at Bengaluru Airport. Indigo system outage impacts flights. Indigo says system partially restored. And ahead of the crucial Maharashtra elections, Prime Minister Modi inaugurates Mumbai's first underground metro. The Aqua Line will have 10 stations, 9 trains with 96 daily trips.
Hello everyone, good evening and welcome to the special broadcast. These are the first set of elections after the Lok Sabha polls. Of course, the polling in Haryana is over. The state went to polls, all 90 seats. Today, people of Jammu and Kashmir and Haryana have sealed the fate of political players. And as the tradition before the actual numbers come,
feeding the excitement, the frenzy in the country which loves politics as India, this is, of course, the exit poll evening. But when it comes to exit poll, there should always be some caveats. So let us begin by underlining that NDTV does not conduct any exit poll exercise. We are only putting out a poll of polls presented by various pollsters across many networks. And as always, exit polls come with statutory warning. They may or may not hit the mark. We have seen that many a times come the result day. So ladies and gentlemen, for your own health and safety, take them with a pinch of salt.
Absolutely.
Don't get too carried away with it.
And we have seen in multiple exit polls, the pollsters have got it completely wrong.
Absolutely.
So here at NDTV, we're just putting out polls of polls, which is essentially an average of the exit polls which have been done by multiple agencies. So let's begin. Because the crucial question that is there on everybody's minds are whether after 10 years of government in Haryana, could BJP be voted out? And can the Congress really form the next government in the state? Well, as far as exit polls are concerned, it looks like that the Congress is poised to form the next government. But again, this is 5th. The results are going to come on only on 8th.
Absolutely. And you know, just for the benefit of our viewers, let us just tell what we are going to do in this next 1 hour. What we'll do, we'll try and divide what the polls are saying about Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir. We'll focus on the first half on Haryana, try and understand the factors, what goes into making whether this victory or defeat for A party or B, and then we'll shift our focus to Jammu and Kashmir. So as Maria was saying, these are poll of polls, just the average of what others are doing, and we are just putting it out. You know, this is just fascinating discussion before we actually discuss the real numbers come October 8th. At least at this moment, the poll of polls suggest the mean or average is that 55 seats out of 90 in Haryana seems to be going towards the Congress party, while the BJP is expected to win around 27 seats. Now, this is the mean average. Picture could very well be very different, as we have seen in many polls.
But Bhupinder Hooda is celebrating, and he is the man of the moment. If these numbers actually hold, Then come 8th of October, 3 days from now, he could very well be, he could play a key role in deciding.
He could be the king. I mean, come
himself,
October 8th,
absolutely.
if these numbers hold. Let's listen in to what Mr. Huda, when he spoke exclusively to NDTV.
Sir, the exit polls are suggesting at this point that the seat share that Congress would be getting is of 55 to 62. What do you have to say to that?
This is what I am telling you, exit poll are telling now. But in the morning you asked me the question, I told you that Congress is going to form government with comfortable majority, and it will form the government.
So the whole day that you roamed around today, went to these poll booths, what did you feel? How do you look back at today? The final day.
The response which we are getting from everywhere I got the report, there's wave in favor of Congress.
As per these exit polls, is he hopeful for a bigger number? Because the range that is being suggested by the pollsters is from 46 to even 60.
Yes, because BJP has proved to be non-performing government and most corrupt government. This government, BJP and JJP government, and the law and order situation is worse. Even our sports person, Pahalwan, wrestlers, they have been not been spared.
Right.
So this is the question.
Huda Saab, there is a list going on in social media. A lot of your Congress supporters are talking about they have already formed the cabinet and your day of swearing. So is Mr. Huda ready for his day of swearing, or is there still suspense even if the Congress party wins, sir?
8th result would be coming, MLAs would be elected, their opinion will be taken, then High Command will decide who will head the government. Then this is hypothetical questions you are asking me.
Okay. Tanushka, there is a question that is coming in from Neerja ma'am.
Okay.
Neerja ma'am से एक सवाल पूछना चाह रही हैं.
Yes, one last question.
Mr. Huda, it seems pretty well clear now that the Congress is going to form the government. Kumari Shelja has also thrown her hat in the ring for chief ministership. What is your response to that?
This is democracy. Everybody has got right to win, and everybody should aspire. Otherwise, you can also aspire. Who says no to you? But MLAs would decide, High Command would decide. Okay?
Thank you so much. That was Bhupinder Singh Hooda speaking exclusively to NDTV.
So you heard from Bhupinder Hooda, but an interesting point that has been made by him is that it will be the party high command and the MLAs who will decide who will be the next chief minister. If these numbers hold, let me tell that to the viewers of NDTV again. NDTV hasn't done any exit poll. We are just putting out an average of what the pollsters have done across various news agencies, and the mean actually is suggesting that the Congress is very well poised to form the next government. Here in the studio, we have Akhilesh, my colleague, and also Neerja Chaudhary. But first up, I can see Ankit with all the numbers. Ankit, over to you.
Well, as we have been underlining it in bold and also in italics, ladies and gentlemen, not our numbers. This is the numbers which have been put by various pollsters. Very quickly swifting through these numbers, one thing is clear, that the Congress is in the range of, minimum range of 44, and it's going up to 64 in various polls. Dhruv Research is giving them 64, while India Today C Voter is putting them somewhere in 50 to 58. Now, 90-member Haryana Assembly, 46 is the number that you need to form the government. While Maria was talking about Bhupinder Singh Hooda, who was saying High Command will, in fact, decide in the end. Possibly, Mr. Hooda would be very, very happy if the numbers stay as close to 50, because then there is no chance that the Congress can risk anything else. If they go up to that higher range of 64, then possibly the High Command could try and play something else in Haryana. But the big news is that the Congress party is all set to form the government if these numbers come true on October 8th in Haryana after 10 years. And for the Bharatiya Janata Party, they have been ruling the state for the last 10 years. It still doesn't seem that kind of a tsunami that people were talking about, that the BJP would be wiped off the map of Haryana. Look at these numbers, 19 to 29, Dainik Bhaskar, it goes up to GIST TIF Research, takes it up to 37 in their age, 29 to 37. If you largely look at the mean of these numbers, the BJP is somewhere between 19 to 25 is what the BJP seems to be getting. But the other big story emerging from Haryana, All the regional players, look at this, JJP only expected to win 1. Aam Admi Party is drawing a knot here. Others have always been quite significant in the scheme of things in Haryana. 6 there for the others. INLD could get 2. Now, I'll be very interesting to see which is that one seat that the JJP is winning. It's certainly, at least with what I saw on the ground, is not Mr. Dushyant Chautala. It could be the Rania seat where the JJP and INLD are neck to neck as far as this election is concerned. But look at this. This tells you the big story. 54 for the Congress party, 23 up, and the BJP coming 13 down from what they were in the last election to 27. So, Maria, these are the first set of numbers. The poll of polls tells you that the Congress party is way above, at least 8 seats above the majority mark, and is all poised to form the government on October 8th if these numbers hold true.
Absolutely, Ankit. So let's bring in all the guests who are joining us on the top of 9. Neerja Chaudhary, senior journalist, right here in the studio. We have Akhilesh, my colleague, who has been traveling across Haryana, joining us. We have Sanjay Kumar, psephologist and professor of CSDS. Shehzad Poonawalla, national spokesperson of the BJP. Dr. Virendra Sindhu, spokesperson of the JJP, and Shubh Malhotra of the Aam Admi Party. A word on top of this broadcast, we did approach the Congress party, but the Congress party was not ready to participate in any of the exit poll discussion, so we do not have a representative from the Congress. But Neerja Chaudhary, coming to you, an important point that you pointed out in that break that we had, ma'am, that what Bhupinder Hooda says is important. MLAs and Congress will decide who will be the next.
High Command and MLAs will decide. We know the major chunk of the tickets were decided by Mr. Hooda. The others, Kumari Selja, Mr. Surjewala, the others got very, very small. In fact, Kumari Selja didn't, her main 4 people were not given tickets. She herself wanted to contest. That was not allowed. So, if the MLAs are to decide who the Chief Minister will be, as well as the High Command, then of course the whole story points to Mr. Hooda becoming the Chief Minister. Remember also the Jat consolidation, solid Jat consolidation behind the Congress this time. Jats used to get divided between the regional parties and the Congress earlier. And many Jats have said, we are not only voting for our MLA, we are also voting for a Jat Chief Minister. So that sentiment is very strong, but the Dalit sentiment also is quite strong. They are afraid of what they call Jat Shahi returning. These are Dalits who are voting for the Congress. They would like a non-Jat CM.
But I think, Neeraj, there is a division there as far as the Dalit votes are also concerned. Like you said, the Congress consolidated with the Jat and the Dalit vote in the Lok Sabha elections. But there is a very clear demarcation in the Dalits as well. The Valmikis among the Dalits and the Jatavs seem to be voting for the Bharatiya Janata Party. The Ramdasyas are the ones who are largely propelling this Dalit consolidation for the Congress as well, which at least on the ground still seems to be holding true in this election as well. What you are talking about, the Jat supremacy or Chaudrahat as they call it in Haryana, it's just not the Dalits. Even the OBCs and the Punjabis in the GT Karnal belt are very, 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 and that is why you see there is a sort of a tsunami, a wave in the Hooda stronghold for Hooda and Congress, but it's not that everybody is too excited with Mr. Hooda possibly taking the chair of the Chief Minister across the state.
So it is not like Jat versus non-Jat as in the past elections.
Yes.
It is anti-incumbency versus incumbency, much more. And that anti-incumbency includes caste, it includes a lot of issues that people are unhappy about.
Okay, Akhilesh, as someone who traveled across Haryana, is this something that you had also sensed?
Of course, I mean, we are talking about who is going to be the Chief Minister. We're not saying whether the exit poll will be correct or not. So it shows the ground mood. So it was the mood on the ground. And BJP also, it's in a way, we noticed that actually had given up. In a sense that BJP was not that aggressive. We have seen in the past that how the BJP election machinery works on the ground. The entire leadership from Prime Minister Narendra Modi to Home Minister Amit Shah to the ground level workers at the booth level, they all come together for the elections. But this time in Haryana, things were different. We have seen in the ground that how Prime Minister Narendra Modi had only 4 rallies addressed there. Home Minister Amit Shah addressed 10 rallies. There was no major roadshow as far as Haryana was concerned. And also we have seen that Manolal Khattar, who used to be Chief Minister for the BJP for the past 9.5 years, his photographs was missing. So this was also a clear-cut signal by the BJP that, how it is considering that the party is facing anti-incumbency in Haryana. And Naib Singh Saini, I interviewed him in Kurukshetra. He was disappointed in a sense that he could not get much time. He got only 50 days or so as a chief minister. He was telling me that he has promised that he will sign the appointment letters first and then he take oath on 8th of October. This is what he was thinking. But of course, I mean, it shows that he did not get much time as a chief minister.
Okay, Shehzad, of course, okay, let me ask a direct question. How is the BJP looking at these numbers? Haryana.
Well, look, Maria, we are always going to go by the exact numbers because you know what happened in Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh. Yes. Not a single exit poll gave us those states, but then the exact numbers proved something else. But because I want to indulge this exercise that has been done by all, let me tell you why I am extremely happy. 2008, 2009, Jammu Kashmir was held in 2008 prior to 2014 and 2009 Haryana elections. BJP was nowhere in these two states. And today BJP in 2024 has become the dominant pole in both these states, irrespective of the fact that we have a 10-year, what you call as an anti-incumbency. Secondly, for the first election in Haryana, corruption has not been the talking point against the government in power for 10 years. Not a single opposition leader has said कि BJP का government corrupt है, BJP का government खर्ची पर्ची करता है.